Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice with monkey mayhem going on above my shoulder. I hope you guys are all doing well. If you're watching live, I hope you had a great weekend. If you're watching on replay crew, thank you. Hope you guys had a good weekend too. So, hold on. All right, so we are going to get back into Courtney Clenney because the trial that we are currently watching, the Forta versus Soto Escalera, is on break today, and then there's a holiday tomorrow, Rosh Hashanah, and then they come back on Wednesday. So they're on a couple-day break. So we're going to be filling in those days with a deep dive of Courtney Clenney. Tomorrow we're going to do The Ego Takes the Stand. I think you guys will be really, really excited about that one. Anyway, so while we're taking a break from our current trial, we're going to pick back up with Courtney Clenney. So let's get ourselves over here and let's see who's with us. Gwen, good to see you. Good morning, Lori. Good morning to you. Nan R, thank you for joining us. JRN babies, I missed you. Miss Trial, good morning to you. Jennifer, I wish we could share pictures. Congrats on the newborn kitties. JRN, yeah, it's Rosh Hashanah. There are Florida. This district is going to honor Rosh Hashanah, so it's a Jewish New Year. Iowa Backyard, good morning to you. Sharon, good to see you. Nomad, thank you for joining us. Let's see who else we have. Richard in the kitchen. Amanda, Lily Wayne, good to see you. Alice. Shirley, good luck with your appointment. JRN, Red Snap. Yeah, so the you guys were in Hellrider, you had 5 kittens. I hope you are you going to keep them? Are you going to keep them? Sparkling Princess. Yeah, the thumbnail is pretty gross. Well, that's what they did. They literally took the skin of a pig and they were throwing knives at it, and I'm pretty sure we have that this go around in today. I'm not sure which one it is, but yeah, I think we have this one. So anyway, so let's just kind of recap. We did a deep dive episode 1, so if you guys missed that, I would suggest checking that out because we did the body cams of her being arrested multiple times before, and then the day of. She wasn't arrested that day, but her interview. So anyway, Christian Obumseli is the victim. Courtney Clenney is the defendant. So this happened April 3rd of 2022. They had a very toxic relationship, right? They argued a lot. We saw a couple videos. Well, one video of them, I think it was in Colorado, where she's just yelling at him, screaming at him. Then there's the elevator. Remember the elevator video where she's like smacking him. He's just like trying to push her away. So they had a pretty toxic relationship. Just think Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, kind of like that. Sarah Boone and George, so it's kind of like that. We showed text messages of Christian saying, Courtney, you hit me in the head. I'm a little woozy. Please let me back into the room, that kind of stuff. You stabbed me in the leg. So she has stabbed him before. So anyway, so the night of April 3rd, apparently they were getting in an argument, so she throws a knife at him. I think she said 10 feet away, and got him like right, I think it was on the left side. Anyway, pretty much got him in the heart. So okay, so she was arrested in August, but the incident happened in April 3rd. So she goes to Hawaii to go to rehab, and that's where she was arrested. So this happened, they were originally, I think, from Texas, Austin, I believe. And anyway, they ended up in Miami. So this happened in Miami. And she's claiming self-defense. She's claiming, he abused her, he was this, that, I don't know, everything that we saw so far, his text messages, it seems like she's the one that's was the aggressor and, definitely... his text saying, Courtney, you stabbed me in the leg. Courtney, you hit me with the phone. I'm woozy, that kind of stuff. It seems like, she was, it seems like right now she was the aggressor. So, Virtuous, good morning to you. Willow, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And William, Looks like a surgery appointment tomorrow. Okay, that seems interesting. Hey, Shay, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see, Hellrider. Oh, no, those are cats outside. Okay, looking for good homes. Gotcha. Very cool. Aussie Gardner, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. G. Stewie, morning, everyone. Working and lurking as usual. Hope you had a good weekend. We did. I hope you did as well. Lori waving good morning to all. All right. So waiting for a squeak cap. Let's see. What didn't you guys understand? Let me see. What are you guys not understanding? William, good morning. Glad to be back. First Monday home from hospital. Good for you. What's with the pigskin? Okay. Yep. Let's get to that. All right. So I think I kind of described it. So this was the defense actually did this. This was in one of their pretrial, because everything's pretrial at this point, to show, I don't know, because I didn't actually watch it. So I'm pretty sure we have this one. I don't know which video it is. We're going to show quite a few. We're going to show like 6 or 7. Oh, there it is. We do. All right. It's 32 minutes. It happened October 19th of 2024. Knife throwing and pig carcass defense. Yeah, so Erin reminded me that this is why she chose this thumbnail, because we do have this video. We're going to show it in a little bit. We got like eight or 9 videos to show today, and they're short. The longest one's like an hour and 40 minutes or so, but the one that, they literally, they were showing that was part of their defense. So anyway, so we'll have to check that out. All right, so let's get started. This first one is only 26 minutes, and this happened December 8th of 2022. So we're going to just kind of follow along her path. So this hearing is a hearing from December 8th of 2022. Okay, no, don't want to do that. Hold on a sec. Let me just switch my account so I can pin that. Okay. Pin message. Okay. So this first hearing it's going to be from December 8th of 2022. And I just realized my camera was not on. There we go. There I am. All right, let's get to the first video.
Given corrections representation on the record, not sitting in for ASA on Duncan as case F21-20983, the state announces a null cross. Yes, Judge. So she does have 7 cases. The state will be dismissing one of them. That will be F21-21328. And then as to the remaining 6 cases, she would score 27.45 months state prison to an excess, 27.45 months to an excess of 35 years in state prison. And the offer she will be accepting is an adjudication, 2 years state prison, followed by 3 years reporting probation, special conditions of an anti-theft course, restitution in a grand total amount of $6,128.95 at no less than $175 a month, as well as stay-away orders on all cases. Judge, so I have a little cheat sheet for the restitution and stay-away orders. Additionally, as to F224990B as in Bravo and F229749, she will be sentenced as a habitual offender.
So for 4990 and 9749?
Correct.
Judge,
Ms. Castro just has informed me that she wants to make an additional counteroffer to the state. 18 months followed by 4 years including probation.
That's rejected.
Okay, so if we could pass up your cheat sheet.
I have the cheat sheet. These are the restitution amounts, and the stay away orders would be the same, and as well as the score sheet.
I'm getting the information ready. It's a lot.
And I'll go through it.
I can't find the answer. 499.
490.
She's enhanced in 2 cases?
Correct. The 4990 and the 749.
Yeah, I don't have the enhancement on either one of them. But I'm sorry, I just missed it. I found it on the 7.
Let me double check.
So, what is the total average?
The enhancement on the 4990, I found it on the 9749.
What was this here? Is she aware that she is enhanced on those 2 cases?
Yes, but she was actually enhanced as a perp on the case that the state is dismissing, so these are actually less severe enhancements.
Right, so,
And I can have this printed and filed in court.
okay, as long as she's aware that she's being
Yes.
enhanced, that's what matters. Okay, so George, these are the all 7 cases, right?
I believe so, Judge. I hope I didn't miss one. I took out those 2 8s because she's not paying on that one. Raise your right hand. You swear from the evidence you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Melissa Castro, 6888.
All right, okay, so this is from, so this is just a bunch of people. So I'm gonna fast forward until we get to her. And she's just mopping her tears. Let's just fast forward till we get to her. I didn't realize this was a bunch of people. I thought it was just her. All right, here we go.
Judge, if she's disputing the cocaine case, I have another case I can rely on. That would be F18-20035, where this defendant was convicted of 1 count of burglary with unoccupied conveyance, as well as 1 count of grand theft. A felony, both felonies in the 3rd degree, and on April 16th, 2019, she was also sentenced to 366 days in state prison.
Ms. Castro, cases in the state is listed, do you recognize those cases?
Yes.
Are you the defendant in those cases? Are you the defendant in those cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to your knowledge, or to the knowledge of your attorney, that those cases have set aside in any way or have you been harmed by the government?
No.
All right, so again, I am informing you that you're waiving your rights knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently, that you have been represented by competent credit assistance counsel and you say you're satisfied. I therefore am going to accept your plea guilty in all cases, find you guilty, adjudicate you, and sentence you to 2 years in state prison, followed by the 3 years of probation with the conditions I outlined. I'm going to assess all court costs and fines in order that fingerprints and DNA be taken. State you have an announcement on case section 1-21328.
Yes, that's the case F21-21328. The state announced a null pros.
All right, and this is also going to be similar case as a habitual offender and F22-4992, as well as F22-9719.
And then, if I could,
Yes.
just to clarify on the record, I gave the grand sum of the restitution. I'll break them down by case. In F21-20812, it's $500. F21-21239, it's $150. F21-21240, $500. F2.
All right, I'm gonna keep fast forwarding until we actually get to her.
$1,400. F22.
Do we actually get to her?
B as in Bravo, $750. And
Yeah, maybe this is her. Let's see.
$2,800.
morning, Khalil on behalf of the City of Florida.
Yes, good morning, Judge. Frank Prieto on behalf of Courtney Clenney, F22-14137.
And Sabrina Puglisi.
Judge Laura Cruz on behalf of the Felony family who's present before the court.
And I do see that there are a lot of folks that are present for this case. I issued an order, and it is in writing, and I provided a copy to the state defense earlier today. I'm going to go ahead and provide you with those written copies as well. I have a copy of the order in court. The order does deny the permissive release, granting state sanction for pretrial release, denying the business motion for non-law Parker. I've outlined all the reasons in my written order. It's done an excellent job of arguing the case, but at this time we're going to go and get a summary trial.
And Judge, Your Honor said order the state's motion for pretrial release. It's pretrial detention. Thank you.
It's on for summing. It's on for summing today.
Judge, I apologize for running late this morning. I was for the court. I was stuck in federal court. I did have a brief moment to review Your Honor's order. I just wanted to point out, I think on page 4 of Your Honor's ruling, you indicated that the defendant had ample means to leave the jurisdiction. However, I think that was negated by the bank record from the testimony of Mr. Clenney. The court indicated she had millions of dollars at her disposal and the ability to make money outside the jurisdiction, but the testimony was that her contract had been canceled, she's not working, and all those monies were used for attorney's fees, the home purchase, and she basically is bereft of any kind of funds that would allow her to survive outside of the jurisdiction. And the issue, all those cases that Your Honor cited that she did not comport with orders of release for the Las Vegas misdemeanor, all these cases were dismissed. And we know, at least in this jurisdiction, it's commonplace that if an offender picks up a new charge, no bond, and if that charge is no action or dismissed, generally there's a return to the previous bond conditions. We're just wanted to point out some of the issues that we're having. We'll put this all together as co-counsel and decide where we go from here. But obviously, we, for the record, will object to Your Honor's ruling, and we'll see where we go from here.
The only thing I also wanted to point out was Your Honor stated that you didn't feel comfortable having her released on house arrest to her parents in Texas. There is a potential alternative that we did look into. There is an inpatient treatment program in Boca. It's called Karen Mental Health. We've spoken with the administrator there. It is a 10-bed, 60-day inpatient program. They often work with courts on release conditions. She could be released on home confinement there with electronic monitoring, ensuring that she stays in this jurisdiction nearby. She's monitored by the Miami-Dade Community Corrections Department on home confinement, and would, I think, hopefully alleviate some of the court's concerns. So I don't have the program here today to be able to speak to you, but I could arrange another date where we bring in the administrator to answer any questions or concerns the court has. But like I said, we did speak to them, and they did say they were willing to accept her into the program.
Judge, I don't believe it requires response. There are no conditions that will ensure her presence and the safety of the community, and we disagree with any release to any inpatient treatment.
I don't think that any form of house arrest release, particularly to inpatient facility, is going to alleviate my own concerns about her ability to leave the jurisdiction. Whether it's millions or whether it's simply substantial funds that have not been liquidated, they do think that she's going to be able to so I understand what your concerns are. You can absolutely feel free to file any subsequent filings that you can file with this kind of
I believe we have sounding today.
Sounding today, so obviously I don't think everybody is ready. So would you like to just get these sounding filings?
I think that would be best, Your Honor, at least to give us a starting point.
All right. Then are both sides announced as not ready?
The state is not ready, Judge.
Defense. So you're ready to file?
Judge, we're not.
We're going to go ahead and give it a short continuance. I'm going to give it a new sounding and trial dates. Actually, I'm just going to give it a status date in 60 days. I'm going to take it off the selling and help calendar. You guys let me know what you'd like to do with it, but right now we'll just keep it in regular course to discuss.
2-6.
2-6, discuss. All right, thank you all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the next lawyer for the next account.
Judge, just on behalf of the Obumseli family, just wanted to thank the court for its consideration and the time that you've given both sides in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. We know that there's support on both sides. So thank you. Anything further from anybody here? Is there anything further from anybody who's not related to this case? I'm going to go ahead and log off. Mr. Jordan, yes. George Jones, because Ron Walls did come in. I said also no further continuances for that same date in February that you already have one. So it was F-17. They're all F-17 cases. They're 5 years old.
It was hard to hear what the judge said. I could barely hear too. So I guess this was the bond hearing because we have another one that we did show the other time. Let me see if this one has. This one might have closed captioning. Let's get over to this one. Let's see if this one has closed captioning. This was from December 8th of 2022. Let's see if this one's any better. This one might have closed captioning. Let's see. All right, this has closed captioning.
But he is also a member of our team.
And good morning, Khalil Puna on behalf of the State of Florida.
Yes, good morning, Judge. Frankly, on behalf of Courtney Clenney, F22-14137.
And Sabrina Puglisi.
Judge Laura Cruz on behalf of the Obumseli family who's present before the court.
And I do see that there are a lot of folks who come to this case. I have issued an order, and it is in writing, and I provided a copy to the state defense earlier today. I'm going to go ahead and provide you with both written copies of my copy of the order in court. The order does deny release, granting state motion for pretrial release, denying the defense's motion for non-bond Parker. I've outlined all the reasons in my written order.
So she just denied the order for bond. So this one has closed captioning. It's the same thing we just heard. It's only 7 minutes, so I'll play this too. But she just denied the order for bond.
Did an excellent job arguing the case, but at this time we're going to go and get signed.
And Judge, Your Honor said order the state's motion for pretrial release. It's pretrial detention. Thank you.
It's on for signing today.
Judge, I apologize for running late this morning. As I informed the court, I was stuck in federal court. I did have a brief moment to review Your Honor's order. I just wanted to point out, I think on page 4 of Your Honor's ruling, you indicated that the defendant had ample means to leave the jurisdiction. However, I think that was negated by the bank records and the testimony of Mr. Clenney. The court indicated she had millions of dollars at her disposal and the ability to make money outside the jurisdiction, but the testimony was that her contract had been canceled, she's not working, and all those monies were used for attorney's fees, the home purchase, and she basically is bereft of any kind of funds that would allow her to survive outside of the jurisdiction. And the issue, all those cases that Your Honor cited that she did not comport with orders of release for the Las Vegas misdemeanor, all these cases were dismissed. And we know, at least in this jurisdiction, it's commonplace that if an offender picks up a new charge, no bond, and if that charge is no action or dismissed, generally there's a return to the previous bond conditions. We're just wanted to point out some of the issues that we're having. We'll consult together as co-counsel and decide where we go from here, but obviously we, for the record, object to Your Honor's ruling, and we'll see where we go from here.
The only thing I also wanted to point out was Your Honor stated that you didn't feel comfortable having her released on house arrest to her parents in Texas. There is a potential alternative that we did look into. There is an inpatient treatment program in Boca. It's called Care and Mental Health. We've spoken with the administrator there. It is a 10-bed, 60-day inpatient program. They often work with courts on release conditions. She could be released on home confinement there with electronic monitoring, ensuring that she stays in this jurisdiction nearby. She's monitored by the Miami-Dade Community Corrections Department on home confinement, and would, I think, hopefully alleviate some of the court's concerns. So I don't have the program here today to be able to speak to you, but I could arrange another date where we bring in the administrator to answer any questions or concerns the court has. But like I said, we did speak to them, and they did say they were willing to accept her into the program.
Judge, I don't believe it requires response. There are no conditions that will ensure her presence and the safety of the community, and we disagree with any release to any inpatient treatment.
I don't think that any form of house arrest release, particularly to inpatient facility, is going to alleviate my own concerns about her ability to leave the jurisdiction, whether it's millions or whether it's simply substantial funds that have not been liquidated. I do think that she's going to have to release the plea. So I understand what your concerns are. You can absolutely feel free to file any subsequently filings that you can file with this time. That's something that
I believe we have sounding today.
Sounding today, so obviously I don't think that anybody is ready. So would you like to just get a sounding copies?
I think that would be best, Your Honor, at least to give us a starting point.
All right. Then are both sides announcing not ready?
The state is not ready, Judge.
Defense? No. So you ready to file?
Judge, we're not.
I'm going to go ahead and give it a joint continuance. I'm going to give it a new sounding trial dates. Actually, I'm just going to give it a status date in 60 days. I'm going to take it off the sounding trial calendar. You guys let me know what you'd like to do with it, but right now we're just keeping the regular course of 60 days status.
2-6.
2-6 status. All right, thank you all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the next lawyer for the next account.
Judge, just on behalf of the Obumseli family, just wanted to thank the court for its consideration and the time that you've given both sides in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. I do know that there's support on both sides. Thank you. Anything further? Anybody here? Is there anything further from anybody who's not related to this?
All right, so basically the judge denies her motion for bond. Her attorneys argued, she wants to go to this rehab in Boca. So remember, she's in Miami, which is Miami-Dade. Boca is Palm Beach, just north of Fort Lauderdale. So it's, it's about an hour drive. So she wants to go to this rehab in Boca. Her attorneys are saying, well, she's going to be, house arrest. She's going to be at this rehab. She's not going to be a flight risk. And but the judge denied it. So that's so this was from December 8th. So this is from December 8th. All right, let's go to the next one. The next one is going to be, let's see. February 1st of 2024, so she gets hit with new felony charge. So let's see what this one's about. So clearly she's not happy about her bond getting revoked. And her parents are in court too, so. Off she goes. All right, this next one is, what did I say? February 1st of 2024, she gets hit with new felony charges. So let me see what this one's about. Okay.
Compel discovery, and the other involves a petition for order to show cause, as well as several replies back and forth.
Your Honor, just for some.
Just real quick, Snowcat. Yeah, why was she going to rehab? Wasn't she arrested? Yeah, in Hawaii. She was at a rehab in Hawaii. She was arrested. So the request makes no sense. Well, that's that's, and she's been in custody, so presumably yes, she is sober. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess they have to do what they have to do, right? Sue says, is she mentally ill? No, I don't. There hasn't been really any, she hasn't been tested or evaluated. There's been really no indication of that other than she's just, I don't know, spoiled, if you want to go that route. I don't know. But no, I don't think she hasn't been evaluated, and there's been no talk of that. So, Joanne, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right, let's continue on.
Housekeeping issues, if Your Honor wouldn't mind. At this time, in case F22-14137, the state is filing an amended information. The defendant is still charged with second-degree murder with a weapon. We're adding another count of interception of wire, oral, or electronic communications, a third-degree felony.
Can we see it? We've never
been notified of it. We've never seen it, which seems to be typical these days.
All right, no, we're not going to have any of that here. If we're going to do any of the inappropriate comments or grandstanding, we're going to hold off on the hearing today.
Your Honor, while they look at that also, the state is also filing discovery in the court and handing over to defense a copy of the filing, as well as it's the warrants judge that created the new case.
All right, Mr. Prieto, you did hear me just now, right?
Yeah, I did, Judge.
Okay, so we're going to keep it purely professional, and that includes everybody in the courtroom. So if it's not kept professional, then we're going to shut the hearing down today, and we will do it on another day when it can be professional. Okay?
Understood, Judge.
Thank you. So no throwaway comments. Right.
With that, sorry.
Judge, on behalf of Ms. Clenney, we'll enter a plea of not guilty, demand discovery, and request trial by jury.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with that being said, we do have an information for the new case. If we can address it at the very end, or we can do it right now. It's up to Your Honor.
You can go ahead and address it right now.
All right. So, in case F242015, the state is filing a consolidated information, consolidating F242016, F242169. It is making defendant A, Kim Dwayne Clenney, defendant B, Deborah Clenney, defendant C, Courtney Clenney. We're charging one count of offenses against computer users, third-degree felony for all three defendants. We have provided a copy to defense.
On behalf of Ms. Courtney Clenney, we have not guilty demand discovery and act of case accepted.
Okay. And then for Ms. Deborah Clenney and Mr. Kim Clenney, who's representing them?
Your Honor, Kim Clenney and Deborah Clenney were arrested day before yesterday in Austin, Texas. They were subsequently released. They will be appearing in Miami at some point to self-surrender at TGK. There is a $5,000 bond, so those bonds will be paid, and they should be released, is the messages I'm receiving. But as of yet, we do not have counsel for them. Due to the nature and circumstances of what the state's allegations are, I don't think that myself or Ms. Puglisi can represent them. So we will get them counsel.
Does Your Honor want to set an arraignment date so that...
Well, I think that we need to set it for them to have attorneys and for us to make sure that they are represented. So I'm going to go ahead and set this as I would another case and set it for 2 weeks for court attorney for them to come in with counsel. They don't have to be here as long as the counsel's filed a notice of appearance. That's fine. We'll do it the same as we would any other case. So 2 weeks for F24
2015 A, B, and C.
A, B, and C.
Yeah.
216 for court attorney.
And you want the C to travel along with them, Judge, even though it was arraigned?
An arraignment will be scheduled that same day?
Yes. All right. So then let's go back to Ms. Clenney's case. For the motion, we're going to start with a motion to compel discovery, because I think that that's going to be potentially more straightforward, but we shall see. All right, so this is the state's motion to compel reciprocal discovery based on some things that have been turned over, some things that have not been turned over. So let's discuss what you are seeking at this point.
Judge, the rules of discovery are clear that the defendants have an obligation to, just like the state does, to affirmatively provide discovery within 15 days. There are, among those witness lists, reports, statements that are made by those listed witnesses. Some discovery since the state's initial filing in December has been provided. We received a video that we were requesting for over 30 days. That video was removed, had audio removed. There's clear communications in the video. Those are statements of those people. We are entitled to that. The defense, for example, yesterday amended discovery listing witnesses. That's perfectly fine. I provided the court a copy via email. So again, they just have to provide a list 15 days upon these witnesses becoming witnesses, assuming. So that also is contingent with statements, contracts, agreements. It's anything that would be in theory discoverable. So for example, if they retained an expert, a point of contention might be this person's retainer. This person, you pay someone $1 million, they might say whatever you want. The state has not received any retainer agreements, any kind of contract.
Zero throwaway comments. Okay, I understand what you're asking about discovery as far as experts, but
I was using an example, Judge, of a hyperbolic figure. My point is, and then that wasn't meant as a throwaway comment. It is a question of credibility what a witness might be paid, and the state is entitled to that discovery. To date, we have not received that. Similarly to the witnesses that were listed yesterday, the state did not receive any statements that might or might not have been made by these persons. Additionally, and pertinent to the collateral case, is Mr. Clenney was listed by both the state and the defense, and the communications in writing by Mr. Clenney with the defendant's counsel are all discovery needed to be provided. So, notwithstanding the fact that the state received some of those communications via a warrant to Ms. Deborah Clenney, those communications, all of them, are discovery to the state.
Is that in your motion to compel?
No, Judge. The point is that some of this became sensitive investigative issues once it was discovered by the state in December. So some of the matters I just could not approach because, frankly, I referred it to my native police because I'm not an arresting authority and I'm not an investigator, I'm just a prosecutor. So some of these matters I just could not disclose or pursue because then it would hinder that investigation. So, but it's just a basic obligation under the rules. There's no obligation for a defense attorney to invoke discovery. If they do, then they have to comply with it.
All right, so what is it that you believe that is outstanding that you are specifically asking for this time? I know that there were, it looks like the videos pertain to potential expert witnesses that I think at least one or two of whom have been listed. Yes, at some point the state is entitled to discovery regarding those expert witnesses if they've, drafted reports. They are entitled to retain agreement, but what is it that you believe at this point specifically that you are requesting that is in your motion to compel?
Yes, Judge. The state is requesting the names and addresses of all witnesses that the defendant has, quote, uncovered, because that's the words used by counsel. I'm not making a throwaway. That were present for any of these recordings, a list of the individuals that were present for the recordings that were made and provided. Specifically, there's several set of videos, but the studio video, for lack of a better term, one where there were 5 different takes, and there was a secondary video that looked to be outside. I don't know if that was only the defense's expert or other persons there recording it. Those people are pertinent for any discovery. The audio of the videos that were already provided. anyone that was involved in the editing of those recordings as well. Particularly some videos were in slow motion. I don't know if that was a subsequent edit or anything else. That's obviously pertinent discovery. And then actually in the last line of our reply, I put statements and reports of any of the witnesses by the defense that exist in their care, custody, control. That, and the state would just piggyback since they amended the discovery yesterday with some witnesses, whoever those witnesses are, if there are statements of those people.
Well, that ended fast. All right, so I'm going to play the parents' arrest now. This is body cam from the parents getting arrested. So I'm pretty sure they were accessing Christian's computer. I think that's what happened. And then the prosecution did some. They didn't do it properly. I think one of the prosecutions left the case or something. Anyway, all right. So that's why we're watching this, is to find out more info. All right. So this is her parents getting arrested. They just talked about.
You don't have a weapon on.
They just talked about her parents got arrested, and so here we go. So let's watch this.
I know you got your CHL, so. Oh, yeah. Okay. No weapon on you? No, it's a no.
What's going? Ben Ryan, I'm with Travis County Sheriff's Office. We have a couple of detectives that are up the road. They're going to come down here and talk to you and your wife. Is your wife home today? Yes. Okay, not a problem. And then they'll kind of explain a little bit about what's going on. I mean, obviously, I think it's related to your daughter's case in Florida, but that's about all we really understand. There are warrants for you and your wife's arrest. What? I know. I'm going to let them explain that to you real quick, and so we can kind of get behind all that. And then we're going to try to make this as easy on you as possible, right? I mean, while they have warrants for your arrest, y'all aren't criminals. We're going to try to work through this as, low-key as possible today. They're going to explain that to you. I don't really have I don't know enough about the case to understand how this all works together. But they'll be here in a few minutes, and so... Can I call our attorney? In a moment, if that's what you'd like to do. And I understand that. Right. Is your phone in the truck? Yeah. Do you want me to go talk to your wife first, or what do you want to do? How do you want to handle that as far as that? Back up in here and let me go tell her. Okay. If you let me hold on to your phone, I don't want you to making any phone calls. We can let you put your truck up. I think that's reasonable. Or actually, I don't have the choice on that. Let me hold off. If it was my case, that's exactly what I'd let you do. Let me let them get here. Well, I'm not going to talk to a detective. I think that's fine. I mean, I don't have any. I don't have a dog in that hunt. I can't imagine why there's a warrant for our arrest.
We get it. We're from Texas. We're from Austin here. This isn't our case. They'll talk with you about it. That's insanity. I completely understand. And before any questioning about anything pertaining to the case, you'll have your opportunity to speak with whoever you want. Right. Nobody's asking you anything, any specifics right now. Anyway, we're just visiting with you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to let you know that this is what's happening today. And by all means, we'll get your truck put up. We'll get the house locked up. Whatever we need to do in order to kind of.
Deborah's in the house. Taking us in today?
Yes. So I know it's hard to wrap your head around. This is insanity. Yeah, this whole thing is bullshit. I have an opinion on that. I don't get to have an opinion on that, right? Professionally, they've ran this through they have a legal warrant for your arrest. We're helping facilitate that because you are here in our jurisdiction, but we were trying to do that as low-key as possible. At which point, when they get here, maybe we'll move into the house. We'll do whatever to kind of keep it. What's in the house? I don't think there's anything in the house. Is that a warrant to search the house? There is not a warrant to search the house currently. There's 2 dogs in there. So. Oh, yeah. No. So, I'll let them explain. I don't know enough about the case. I think when they explain it to you, you'll know what they're talking about. Right. And then the question of what your involvement in all that is, I think you're on the right track. So, anyway, that's just what this is. It's unpleasant. It's unfortunate, but we're just kind of... It's insanity. We're at the mercy of that currently. So, let's make sure they weren't far. Okay, yeah, they're on their way. We just had them parked a little further away. Yeah. They're detectives from here? They are not. They're detectives from Miami. So that's how come their understanding of they have a better understanding of the case than we do. I want you to watch her face. Oh, she's going to be just as shocked as you are when they tell you.
I'm shocked.
Yes. You want to go down here? We can just sit with her.
Can I pull the car back in?
Let's hold off on that. I will probably let you pull the car in, or I'll get you to give me permission to pull the car back in, whatever that looks like here at the end. But if you want, we can just go sit on the porch. I'm trying to be reasonable, but at the same time, I want to make sure that.
Can you believe that? What the hell? Okay. I have to cancel. Actually, I'm supposed to be here in 30 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Deborah.
So-
Nobody's.
No, I'm not okay.
I know.
Nobody's gonna hurt you. I understand. I mean,
I know.
you're physically okay.
This whole
You'll get
deal
through
is
this.
fucking bullshit.
We certainly understand.
We have nothing to do with the case. Believe me.
She was persecuted by that motherfucker, and she's getting persecuted now, and now we're getting persecuted.
You're gonna have your opportunity. She has a court date this week, doesn't she?
Right.
Yeah. So she'll have. Believe me, we're both parents. We understand.
I'm not talking to that detective guy called Frank.
That's
You're right. You know
completely
that.
understandable.
Do we need to tell Morgan why we would be getting arrested?
So, all right, we'll cross those bridges after you talk to
Make it
them.
a 3-ring circus.
I know. I'm sorry for y'all's inconveniences here. This is,
Okay. We'll just hold on to that. We'll get it back in. Just
as long as y'all stay calm, we don't need to handcuff anybody or anything like that right this moment. So we'll let this conversation go. But I know that your temper, I understand it. But we'll respect that, right? So right now we don't want to detain anybody with the handcuffs, even though there are felony warrants. We certainly, I know.
What the hell?
They're going to explain it to you.
and you'll have your opportunity to speak with whoever you want.
And then, yeah, absolutely, however that looks, right? I mean, we're just going to go through.
Let me ask you this: will we really? Because I don't have our attorney's number memorized.
I'm going to call him.
I was going to say, I'm going to get a. So worst case scenario, I will get a phone number for your attorney. You can give it to me.
May I go press my
We'll figure all that.
Just hang on one second.
Let them do their part, and then we'll facilitate the second end of this. Gentlemen, this is Mr. Clean.
How you doing?
And his wife.
Detective Perez from Miami-Dade Police. How you doing today?
How are you?
Good. Can I get you real quick?
Yes, 1 second. Let me just let him.
Can you just, what is that that you need to
All right, so he's asked to call his attorney. Okay. We just said that he'd be afforded that right after he spoke to y'all. If that's what he wanted to do, we've explained to them that there is a warrant for their arrest, and that you guys are the ones that would be able to kind of explain what any of that's about. And so that's both of their phones, his phone's in the truck, and her phone's in her hand. So that should be easy peasy. Okay.
Yeah, just let him know. He invoked already? He invoked already?
All he asked is if he could call his attorney, and then my guess is he will if you ask him about it, but that's the conversation you can ask. We told him we're not asking him any questions. He doesn't have to. That's something between y'all that he can discuss. And then, of course, they have all the, logistics of dogs and all that kind of stuff, which we'll work out after. I told him as long as they stay calm, we won't need to handcuff him. However, he is, upset that this is occurring. He does aware that they are being arrested today. So if he gets rowdy, then we'll go ahead and cuff him up. But I'm not expecting that at this point. If you guys, okay. All right. I just was telling them the exact same thing. Is that no warrant for the house or anything like that. As long as
I'm going to confirm on the.
As long as you stay calm, we're not going to handcuff you or anything crazy like that. We'll give you an opportunity to call and take care of dog sitters, whatever other. We'll figure all those logistics out to make this as it's inconvenient, no matter how you slice it, as least intrusive as we can. So anyway, I'll let Jim talk to you. You guys might have questions about what this is.
Fine.
Okay. So as Detective Wright, you already spoke to, I think you've been informed that you guys have a couple of arrest warrants issued out of the state of Florida. Okay, so you will be booked today under those arrest warrants. Okay, we are conducting an investigation out of the state of Florida. I'm sure you guys have a couple of questions for us, as we would have a couple of questions for you. If you would want to, we'd be happy to talk to you. If not, you do have the right to an attorney.
Well, what are the warrants for?
What are the warrants for?
But what is the charge?
The charge is, it's called A1506 out of the state of Florida. It's unauthorized computer access. Okay, so it's basically a hacking charge out of the state of Florida. It's a computer crime.
A computer crime?
Whose computer?
again, those are details of the case that we'd be happy to discuss if it gets
This
down
is
to that.
insanity.
But it is involving a computer as well as other property. There's a subset of property that has come up.
Okay, we want to thank Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this body cam video. I mean, I think it's...
Yeah. With the commercial. All right, so we just heard it there. So it's the unauthorized use of a computer. So it's basically a hacking charge. So it's a hacking charge. So they used Christian's computer. Courtney says it was everybody used the computer. It wasn't just his. But eventually, this does cause problems for. Let's see. So Judge Laura Cruz found there was a conflict of interest with the family's lawyer. So eventually, the charges are dropped. But we'll keep watching. But this is them getting arrested because they just talked about that. So I wanted to show this.
Okay. All right. You said we have the phones, right?
Oh, yep.
Okay. All right, perfect. All right, so would you like to discuss this a little further?
No, I'm not going to talk to you about anything. Talk to our attorney.
May I asked him, may I go put some shoes on?
So we'll handle that here in a second. Yes, we are going to get you shoes. We'll figure out if the dogs have food and water. We're going to take care of all those things, right? Yes, you're being arrested, but this isn't a violent offense.
This is the same charge on her?
Yes, sir.
It is the same charge.
That's insanity.
I know. So, yeah, I mean,
Whose computer are we supposed to have hacked or somebody's account for?
I'm sorry?
Whose computer are we supposed to have
So basically, it's unauthorized access to an electronic device, right? So
who's the electronic device?
Well, when you get booked, you talk to the judge. They'll give you a copy of the arrest warrant, and you'll see all the details.
I think
I'm not talking to these guys.
Then that's the ultimate answer, right? So if you were talking to them, then they'd probably give you more information. But if you're not, then we just get you booked in and what have you. Okay, so
I'm going to see about a patrolman.
Yes, thank you. Oh, I have a phone number for the one.
I'll take care of it.
Okay. So just be patient. Just have a seat. We're going to have somebody that'll transport you guys. We're going to figure out your shoe situation. We'll make all that happen.
Get my truck, get my phone, and you come in with us to do what we need to do.
That's the idea. And so I don't know that I'll let you drive your truck just under the circumstances. If you would like, I can drive your truck in.
May I
This is your phone. No, they are going to be seizing your phones, both of your phones as part of
I
this.
can't tell her.
And actually, if you want to place that in.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you already took mine. Did you not take yours?
No, his is in his truck, but it will be seized as well. Before they run off with your phones, if there's some phone numbers or stuff like your attorney phone number, whatever, we could probably work out getting that. I've got a piece of paper and a pen. We can write those numbers down so you can make that call from the jail. I know.
Are there any phone numbers that you do need? So we
Yeah,
I need the attorney's phone numbers.
Okay, and they're in here?
And my business
There's a number on mine I need
Is it all right if I get your phone so we get the phone
I
number?
need a number on mine.
You're going to seize it?
We're seizing your phone, so I'm just getting to get it out of your truck.
I'm the attorney on that phone.
Okay.
You won't probably answer about that phone call. There's a lot of phone numbers I need up there. I've run my business up that time.
All right, since I'll let you hold the phone and then I'll write down, you can say names or not, or you can write down. If you want to borrow my notepad?
I'll just look at the phone.
I don't think he'll, well, that's his decision. If he wants to let you handle it, that's fine.
So what we can do is let you unlock it, and then I'll get the phones for you.
I'm not unlocking the shit for you.
Okay.
Is her phone locked? Is your phone locked?
Yeah, her phone is locked.
Then. So we need to look Frank's phone number up.
Okay.
I'm not gonna let him crap for him.
Then we can figure that out.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
let's talk about shoes for you, jacket, anything like that. Where would that be? We'll probably let you go in to get it. I'm just asking so I can get to decide, risk versus reward.
And I'd like to change the shirt.
I'm gonna leave you where you are. You're sufficient. I know it's not great, but it is sufficient for.
Coordinate that now. We'll facilitate that. You can't text her from this phone right now, okay? But we'll facilitate.
You have a phone number for her? Okay.
I'm a fucking hacker. Like your fucking president.
Definitely not. I would not be here, sir. Honestly, that was the case.
Well, I'm leaving this stuff. What do you need from me?
If you just want to take your driver's license, that'll make it the easiest. And then we'll set the rest of it either in your truck or in the house, whatever works best for you.
Put my truck in, lock the house.
I will do that if you don't mind me doing so. I won't search your truck. I will just move it in or whatever. There's nothing. We'll talk about that. I can't believe that. I think the only thing that they are going to run warrants on is the 2 phones. So, and actually, the way it works in the state of Texas is I'll actually end up writing a paper for the 2 phones that allows it to be transferred out of state. But the district attorney's office has already been apprised of all of this and has already said that that's fine. So they actually authorized if we would need to search the house. I did not want that to be the case. Otherwise, we would have just knocked on your door this morning. We wanted to wait till you left because we're trying to avoid making this into bigger than it is.
Oh, you're waiting till I left?
Yeah, we were just waiting for you to leave. We actually, we thought that you left town or left the house around the same time yesterday, so we thought maybe that you'd be leaving again today. Anyway, neither here nor there. It's just a ongoing just problem from the whole, I guess, from even the beginning, all related to your daughter's event, which is, I'm a homicide detective, so I asked a lot of questions about that event, just trying to wrap my head around it or whatever. And, I'm 50-50 at not seeing the crime scene and hearing all the evidence. I don't really know where I stand on that. I know the court of public opinion is out there. And then we've seen, I've been doing this 28 years, so I've seen a lot.
I mean, the defense doesn't say a whole lot.
Yeah.
Now you're convicted in the public opinion. A lot of people put out crap.
I think this has to do with something that belongs to him. Is the computer or the whatever laptop, iPad? I don't know what it is. Something related to that, but it's something that I think her attorneys. I think it's something her attorneys were kind of working with y'all on.
Her attorneys?
Her attorneys is my guess. I don't know everybody's names involved.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah. So ultimately, that's just my understanding is that it was something to do with that. There's some device out there that y'all helped access that's not y'all's, and that's what this all stemmed for. Now, it is a felony offense in Florida. It's a misdemeanor here in Texas for the same crime, so that's why we're kind of afforded a little more leniency, whether we don't just slapping cuffs and putting you in the car and saying tough luck, right? We certainly are trying to be it's not our case. Matter of fact, I actually spoke with the detectives, and I was like, so if this was us, we probably wouldn't be arresting. Maybe we would just come and seize the phones and explain what the situation was. But their state attorney is the one that's...
Yeah, she's a fucking cunt.
Is that what the problem is? So...
She's the language. They're all correct.
Listen, I understand your frustration. System's never great.
Self-defense week 1 and 4 weeks.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, if you guys are in the middle of something.
He's venting, which I can appreciate.
I get it. How about I take her inside and get her shoes, and I'm going to have to escort her. Sorry. I mean, it's just...
That's fine. Am I going to be able to go use the bathroom and... No. I guess put this in the bathroom and make sure.
It's going to take us a few minutes to go anyway. If you just want to have a seat, and then I'll take her in there and let her.
You can stay standing if you'd like. It's not a big deal.
It's going to be a minute before we can go, so I'm sure we can.
I was going to say, think about dog water, whatever. The bond's only $5,000. Well, when he comes back, then we'll coordinate that. But I can't leave you unattended. I could handcuff you and put it here, but that sounds. We're trying to wait to the very last moment for that, right? So we don't create more drama for neighbors or anybody else, right? But yes, so there's a $5,000 bond, so it's very low bond. It is a extraditable warrant, meaning if y'all didn't bond out, they would take you to Florida. But $5,000 bond, I would hope that you would be able to, the two of y'all would be able to bond out relatively quickly. It's not gonna solve the whole "this is what's happening" thing, but for what that's worth.
What was your name again?
Ben Wright, and I'm with the Travis County Sheriff's Office. We got our supervisors got contacted by Miami-Dade Police Department saying they had these felony warrants. Detective Helleroot, or Deputy Helleroot, is actually a member of the United States Marshals Task Force, so I elicited his assistance today versus having patrol cars and everybody else in your cul-de-sac. Not that this isn't a little weird as it is, but as soon as Deputy Helleroot comes back out here, I'll pull your truck in and that'll look a little less weird.
Am I going to need a credit card? Or a bank card?
I don't know how that works, I'll be honest. I mean, if you have an attorney, then your attorney would probably handle that for you, like getting your bond and stuff set. But I don't know if you've got a credit card that you might want to just put because ultimately, I don't know if you're familiar with bail and bond system or whatever, but if you put up the let's say for you and your wife, $10,000 worth of bond, and then you show up at whatever court date is assigned, well, you get your money back. If you go through a bail bonds company or whatever, they're going to charge you 10, 15%, and you just never see that money again, right? So it depends on where you are financially. If you have that money, then I would recommend, maybe put it on a credit card or whatever. Ultimately, as you go to court down the road, you'll get that money back. But those are your decisions. If you do want to do that, just think about it. I can have them grab, I can call him right now and just say, hey, grab a credit card to throw in your pocket as well. It doesn't hurt anything to have it. You might need an Uber on the way home. I don't even know what that'll all look like, right?
It's out of phone.
Huh?
It's out of phone.
Well, they'll give you, okay.
I mean,
well, listen, it's a pain.
Got to another, but I'm not opening the phone for anybody.
I'm not mad at you about that at all.
Not that I have anything to hide, but I'm just not going to give them the fucking satisfaction. Sorry about the language, but
that's okay. Listen,
it's all insanity.
You have rights, and those.
Money.
We exercise our rights if it was us in the same boat. So I'm not mad at you at all.
That woman shouldn't be going anywhere. But this is how they play dirty. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
This is this whole damn deal.
I am so sorry that you guys are going through it. It's stressful enough to have a child in the situation that your daughter's in, and then just to add this on top of it is unfortunate. And I just don't have any control over that.
No, I understand. You're just doing your job. But I appreciate you being here. But see, you want me to take the parking dog?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's kind of what I wanted for. And so maybe they can.
Yeah. Well, we'll get that taken care of for you if nothing else. I know. It's just you may leave whatever you want. I'm fine with that. I'm trying to be as lenient as possible on that. I mean, I don't expect you to be down there too long, but yes, I don't know if I mean, it's our jails. Like, so theoretically, I'm probably never been arrested, which is a great thing. It's like a little bit like a bus station or a doctor's waiting room, right? So you're going to go, they're going to do the whole take your picture, get your fingerprints or what have you. And then there's like a big seating area where everybody just kind of sits and waits for magistration, which is where the judge will read to you what the charges are. That's not going to be super helpful or illuminating for you right now because he's not reading the entire charging document. He's just going to read what the warrants are for, which they've kind of already told you. Your attorney will get a copy of the entire arrest warrant with the PC affidavit, which is a probable cause affidavit, which will explain what their investigation revealed, and how they came to this decision to make this arrest. On paper, I see it. Like I said, I don't know if I necessarily agree with this being the direction I would have gone if it was my investigation. This one?
That one's mine.
Okay, the tan lid one. If they don't get it right, we'll figure it out for you. Is there anybody you're supposed to be meeting or anything that you need to readdress? I know that's all tricky. I'm just, because then, even if there is, I'd be willing to maybe send a text message on your behalf, but that doesn't help me because you probably don't know their phone numbers or if you do. I don't know. So I'm just thinking outside the box on things I can do to kind of minimize the impact this is going to have on you today. Anyway. It's where we are.
This is all about money.
See, now I think my wife would laugh at me if I wore my Rolex and but I get it. I like so I pick and choose family events, nice place, you know. But
my daughter Courtney Davis all watches.
Yes, my wife. We gave our hand-me-downs to our kids. Very convenient to have. Yeah, I don't know how parents did it back when we were young. I'm only 53, but yeah, not being able to know where your kids were. And, I mean, now when we pull it up on our phone, I can see how fast they're driving and everything else. Did you want to decide about the credit card?
I'm going to need a couple of cards.
I put my Apple in my purse. Should I put a different one? I mean, in my pocket. Should I go get it?
I was explaining to him about the bond being $5,000. Yeah, and just to kind of.
I need to get a credit card then.
Should I keep this one? Different one?
I'll go get mine. You won't.
I won't need one. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Can you go?
He's going to go with her. Oh, you want to go instead?
Can I go in and get my card and use the bathroom?
Yeah, that's up to you.
I'm just going to run an errand and come back. Let's go. Come on,
Let's do it. Let's do it. Here you go. Oh, yeah, that's yours in your pocket. If you want to have a seat, I'm going to move his truck into the driveway for him. He asked me to do that.
Okay.
Are you calm? You good? I mean, as calm as you're going to be into this weird deal. All right. He and I were just discussing it. It is what it is. I'm just going to have to go.
Shit is what it is.
I can't. My heart goes out to y'all. This is. I can't imagine. I'm a homicide investigator, so I recognize what collateral damage in these type of investigations, and we try to limit that as much as we can. That's just not in this case happening. So, yeah, I'm just going to pull his vehicle down. It just goes on the other side of yours. Is that yours is correct?
Yeah,
I'm going to lock it. I'm going to bring the keys. Do y'all have a way to get in without keys, or do you just take his keys with him? You can think about that. I'm going to lock his truck and bring the keys to you. Okay? Hey, I'm going to move his truck forward. She's just going to sit right there and wait. He's going to the restroom, and then we're going to transport when patrol gets here. I will let you help out in any way possible. This is a deal out of Miami, not us.
Maybe
so
can I, if I gave you Morgan's phone number, would you call her? Okay.
Here, you want to write her phone number down and I'll give it to him?
All right.
Take a deep breath. It's okay.
She's going to freak out.
Is Morgan your other daughter?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, that's my number.
That's okay. Take a deep breath.
Tell her that they said we'll probably be out by the end of the day.
I got a longer arm.
Does she need to call you?
No, she doesn't need to do anything. But if we're not back by like 6, she'll need to come see the dogs.
Okay. And Kim, does she have the key to your house?
Do you want Ron to hold the key?
Morgan has a key.
Okay, all right.
And the code, I can give you the code if we need to.
Here, I'll just let him write it down, and I don't need it.
We'll put him in the house.
Okay.
Yeah, I locked your truck up. Windows rolled up. Yes.
They said we should be out by the
Patrol's here.
I say that. Hang on. Did I?
I've got them both.
Oh yeah, the other driver's license is the one. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you gotta look at it.
Oh, I'm glad you came home.
Yeah, well,
Makes me feel a little bit better.
my son had a flat.
Yeah, just hand it to him. That way I don't have to worry about it. I don't want to know what your password is.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, all right.
She knows it.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
copy unless you want me to do something.
No, but it can't hurt to have it.
Okay.
But thank you for calling her.
Well, yeah, no, that's no problem.
Put these in the house.
Yes, I will just set them inside and then lock the door.
just had the dog.
Is there anything else? Okay.
Just need some phone numbers.
Everything, I know.
Need a Frank's.
You haven't done anything? We can look it up. You give me what's your attorney's name?
Well, phone number. Frank Prieto.
Frank?
We also have an attorney here in town that Courtney's used.
Think about it and give it to us. Let me know, and we'll see if we can't find you. Ultimately, they have a list of phone numbers down there they can help you with. Like we try to, you know.
I really need Frank's cell phone because he's not going to.
He's not going to know. Is he a criminal attorney?
I can call his office. I can talk to his secretary. Hang on. Watch out, change shoes.
I know. I'm sorry.
I don't make an ask.
What's the question?
Is that the one up on the hill so I can tell his daughter? I don't know where.
So they're going to the Travis County booking facility, which is downtown.
Oh, the one downtown.
Yeah, like right by the courthouse, 12th Street.
Okay.
So, and they have a really, so I'm not going to tell your business, but yes, they should.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll give you a dollar call.
Well, they say we hacked somebody's computer, so.
Yeah, it's.
And it's felony in that right in Florida, apparently.
Think they're out to persecute us?
Maybe.
Well,
Twist our arm. It's probably arm twisting.
That is an understatement.
yes, that's right.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Okay, I'll give her a buzz.
Right.
If there's anything you need to do, I'll talk to Morgan and that's much for right now.
Okay.
What else?
It's, tell her it's going to be okay.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, I'll do that.
It will be an inconvenience, but it will be okay.
Oh, Ron, will you also tell her that if Morgan tries to call, or Courtney tries to call her, please answer?
Oh, yes, I will.
Okay.
Yes.
Because they wouldn't let me answer Courtney's call.
Okay, no, I'll go.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Give each other some hugs and stuff, right? Because once the patrol gets here and what have you, so give each other some hugs and stuff and some peer support. You're going to go to the exact same place. You're going to see each other, but they probably won't let y'all speak because they don't let men and women talk in the booking facility for the most part. So I was explaining to him while you were in getting your shoes. It's the whole weird take your picture, get your fingerprint on the computer thing.
Pretty
I know.
much.
So yeah, give us.
I was on my way to get brows and lashes dyed, so I had no makeup on whatsoever.
They're going to transport together, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go ahead and get you guys.
Okay. I'm so sorry. They're going to cuff you guys up. There's no way to avoid that. We're going to try to make that as low key as possible. Yeah, there's no way to avoid it. That's because that's transport rules. So we've done all we can to. Did he get the right trash can?
Yeah, he knows it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I've locked your truck. Yes, I even made it honk to make sure. I rolled your window up as well.
Deputy Weaver, he's going to be over.
Mr. Weaver, I've explained that you are going to have to handcuff them up as per policy, so they're prepared for that. And that's it. You'll transport them. Okay. Cool. Deputy Heller. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance keeping it low key this morning.
Yeah, no problem.
I know. As low key as we do in law enforcement. I apologize.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm going to visit with you for a minute here.
We will.
Y'all have our IDs, right?
Yes, he does.
Are we going to see you again, or?
Me?
You probably won't see any of us again. Yeah. If you'll be addressing the courts in Florida regarding this, so. He didn't have Frank's number, and he didn't really have a real solution for that. What do you think? If I give you their office number? Okay, so if I Google that, we should be able to get there. Give me 1 second. I'm old. You don't have any problems with your shoulder? Get to Google.
Yes, I do. I go to the chiropractor every week for it.
Okay. Florida, is that what you're trying to get a hold of? Okay. So let me write this number down and we'll put it in your pocket.
Isn't that with you? Yeah. Okay.
I've got this watch too, so.
No worries.
You look honest.
Oh yeah. You can get. I'm gonna pat you down real quick right here. Okay.
What was your detective? Why? This is my card.
They are Miami-Dade.
No, I mean the other one. Your guy.
can just either front pocket, whatever pocket you want to put it in, doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
Alrighty.
But I do understand I can do this.
Okay, just pop in right there.
My right shoulder's.
Okay, I'll help you as best I can. All right.
No way you can lean on me.
I'm stuck here.
So if you sit, it's kind of, that's not, I feel like it'd be more comfortable if you try to put your legs up a little bit and just kind of, oh, I see what you're saying, the seatbelt's blocking it. There you go.
You know, could you tell my neighbor that I changed my mind? Maybe tell Morgan not to answer Courtney's call.
This is.
Oh, what's wrong? Okay, it's twisted up. Give me just 1 second. I'll fix it for you.
Is this really necessary?
Unfortunately, yes. It's just the way that the policy is.
Sir, would you do me a favor and tell my neighbor I changed my mind? I don't want him to tell Morgan to answer Courtney's call.
You don't want to tell Morgan?
I don't. I asked him to tell Morgan to answer Courtney's calls.
You're good.
Okay.
I don't want him to answer, or I don't want her to answer Courtney's calls.
So he called, and of course it went to voicemail because it's probably a strange number. So I said, why don't you text her and tell her, hey, I'm your parents' neighbor. Please call me.
She knows who he is.
Okay, good.
But just don't tell her Morgan should not answer Courtney's calls. No.
Okay, this is going to be a very short ride. There's no traffic right now, so we'll make it quick.
You sit forward now?
No.
Can I help you over?
No, we're back. I'm going to cramp. I'm going to unfix these people now.
This is some type of arm twisting is what I'm convinced.
This is claustrophobic.
Is there any way I can grab you?
No, but it's too tight. It's too tight. Taking the phones.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go buy 2 new phones.
Thank goodness I didn't get a new one.
Got a cramp in my left shoulder now.
Anything I can do to help?
Thirsty too.
Sorry.
This is horse shit.
Not a word without an attorney, right?
Right.
Is that the one that testified?
Come on, let's go. We're gonna go. My leg bothering you?
No, it's not. That helps to lean with it.
All right, so that's basically it for that. All right, so excuse me. I want to. We're kind of going down a little rabbit hole with these guys, but why not, right? Hold on a sec. So there's a news conference then. Okay, so they're arrested January 30th, and then they have a news conference. So they were arrested for basically hacking Christian's computer, and Christian is the defendant. I'm sorry, Christian is the victim. Courtney is the defendant. All right, so this is their lawyer after they were arrested.
I'll give you a phonetic lesson later on. Obviously, this case has drawn a lot of attention. We felt this was appropriate to address some of the issues that we see. Let me begin by introducing who is here with me. First and foremost,
Stop from your left.
I'm sorry?
Stop from your left.
Right, his right.
I mean, you're right.
I will start from my right, Ms. Tara Kawas. Ms. Kawas is representing Courtney on the newly charged computer offense. Standing next to Ms. Kawas is Ms. Diane Karamis and Ms.
Wait a minute, Tara Kawas, she represented Donna Adelson. Holy smokes. Or no, Catherine McBanawa. She was Catherine McBanawa's attorney. Tara Kawas. Holy crap. I had no idea, right? Tara Kawas. She was Catherine McBanawa's representation. Yeah, so the woman on our far left, she represented Catherine McBanawa. Whoop, whoop, whoop. What are you doing? What are you doing? Come on. Get off. All right. Come on. Okay. Oh my God, you are destroying this. Stop. So she represented Catherine McBanawa. Interesting. All right.
Sabrina Puglisi, who are representing Courtney on the original case. Of course, next to me is Mr. Kim Clenney and Ms. Deborah Clenney, obviously Courtney's parents, my client, and Ms. Ratson's client on the newly charged offense. That is something that I can speak to and that Ms. Ratson can speak.
InSinkErator garbage disposals are built to last. We're the only...
Ugh. Ads. Serious? This is from Miami Herald, so of course they're going to zap me with an ad. All right, hold on while this ad plays.
Regarding the underlying offense, obviously, are better directed at Ms. Puglisi and Ms. Karamis, and any issues with Courtney's new case can be directed to Ms. Kawas. We will take some questions at the end, but again, it's going to be somewhat limited. We do have a pending criminal charge, and we are in a little bit of a time crunch because the Clenneys do need to catch a flight. This was not a vacation for them. They've rated the Turner Guilford Night Correction Center Resort with 1 star and do not choose to return. So obviously this is a little unorthodox. We don't generally do this. Of all the lawyers up here, I don't believe any of us have ever convened the media like this, but we felt it was appropriate because we have very real concerns about what's taken place. We've just been joined by Mr. Prieto, who's also Courtney's attorney.
InSinkErator garbage disposals are built to last.
Oh my God, with these commercials. Come on, man. If it's just going to be like this, I'm going to bail on this. I mean, literally, they played for like 10 seconds and then 30 seconds of advertising.
In this case, as far as the arrest of the parents of Courtney Clenney and the new charges against Courtney Clenney are incredibly troubling. I am sure everyone has reviewed the arrest warrant. Part of the reason we have engaged in this activity, you're all familiar as journalists with when the state attorney's office makes a new arrest, they will hold a press conference. They stand in front of the very official seal of the state of Florida. We tried to borrow it from them today, but all the defense lawyers were worried they might accuse us of a crime if we took it. So we've decided instead to just rely on our TV. When the state attorney presents their arrest, they then get to retreat from any questions under the auspices of this is...
Incinerator garbage disposals are...
Oh my God, you guys, this, I may not, this is ridiculous. All right, I can keep skipping the ad, all right.
Then, as journalists, you have the tool of a public records request. That public records request usually yields certain documents. In this case, obviously, an arrest warrant. That is problematic, and it's problematic because that arrest warrant is authored by law enforcement to support their position. So by definition, you are getting one side of that story. The arrest warrant in this case is incredibly troubling and frankly never should have been issued. There is not a crime here. The Clenneys have not committed a crime. The access to the computer was part of defense of Courtney Clenney and was an authorized access, and it does not fall within the parameters of the statute that they charge. Nevertheless,
another commercial. This one I can't skip. God, they're brutal. This is from the Miami Herald. They are brutal.
jam that round peg into a square hole, and more troublingly, through a extreme showing of force, showed up at the Clenneys' home and placed them under arrest on an extradition warrant. Wholly unnecessary, wholly inappropriate. I think what you will ultimately see as this case is litigated is that this statute was something they pulled out of thin air and does not apply to the facts of this case. You're looking at probably a combined total of 150 years of criminal defense legal experience standing up here. None of us have ever seen this offense charged. Certainly not against the parents who are simply trying to support their daughter. And that is what the key here is. You have two parents who love and support their daughter who is in a...
The ad isn't from, that's the problem, you guys. It's from the Miami Herald. This is from the Miami Herald. It's not from YouTube. And yes, we do have premium, so we don't have that problem. This is from the Miami Herald. The trial starts December 1st. December 1st, the trial starts. So this is from the Miami Herald, you guys.
Life. They are not going to be bullied. The threat of jail, the threat of prison, showing up at their house with law enforcement is not going to scare them off from loving and standing by their daughter. So I will take any questions that you may have, but I urge you all to look deeply into that arrest warrant. It is a misrepresentation of the law and how it applies to these facts.
How was it authorized access? Who authorized that access if the computer laptop did not belong to them?
That's a very good question. So the computer was a shared device. It was in the home, and this is important, and everybody should hear this. Law enforcement, when they showed up at the apartment on April 3rd, did what law enforcement does, which is a crime scene sweep. They collect anything of evidence.
So again, this is a website that I'm on, you guys, and I can't use ad blocker because it's I'm putting this into our software, so I can't use an ad blocker on this. So we're just going to have to suffer through these. And I may bail after another minute or two and just go back to the hearings. So we'll hear a little bit more.
Value. That was left behind. So that device was authorized to be accessed by Courtney. It was a shared device. So the Clenneys had authorized access to it. Courtney had authorized access to it. The reason this was charged is because they are witnesses on their daughter's behalf, and this is an attempt to neutralize them and bully them.
If she had authorized access, why didn't she immediately have the passcode to get into the computer?
So I have a different passcode to my office computer, to my laptop, to my phone. It is not uncommon in today's day and age, especially if you've been sitting in the Miami-Dade County Jail for over a year, to not have immediate recall of what that number is. What is represented in this arrest warrant, and this goes back to what I was saying about how this is one-sided.
All right. I'm over that. So basically that's kind of the nuts and bolts of it. You heard it's they were arrested for hacking into Christian's computer. Courtney didn't have the password because she's been sitting in jail for a year. So they hacked into it. It was a shared computer. So that's why they felt they had access to it. Now, these charges were dropped. Eventually, these charges were dropped. Hold on a sec. All right, so let's get to, here, let me see what this is before we do anything. All right, so I'm not going to play that. All right, so we'll go. Let's get back to hearings. So this is from June 26th. So eventually, those they did drop the charges. Judge, let's see, what is her name? Judge Laura Cruz found there was a conflict of interest. Let's see. So Deborah and her husband Kim had been charged with 1 count each of unauthorized access of a computer system, or electronic device of Christian Obumseli. Those charges were dropped. According to a statement from the Florida State Attorney's Office, Judge Cruz found there was a conflict of interest with the family's lawyer. Judge Prieto, who was mentioned there, represented all three, not just the daughter. So information from text messages obtained by prosecutors was deemed covered by attorney-client privileges. According to the arrest warrants, okay, let's see. She was arrested in Hawaii several days after the stabbing, but investigators believe she gave Obumseli's computer to her parents sometime between, taking him out and her arrest. According to the arrest warrants, detectives recovered text messages where the parents discussed trying to gain access to the computer. So that's the extent of that. Let me see here. So a day after they were booked into jail, they gathered at the attorney's Coconut Grove office. He called the charges far-fetched, and then that's it. All right. All right, let's move back to, let's get off of the parents and let's go back to Courtney's hearings. This one is from June 26th. And we're going to get to, okay, so that guy that's throwing the knife at the pigskin, that was the defense trying to show something, I guess. I don't know. We'll have to get to it. We're gonna watch that in 3 more videos, about another 3 hours or so. Yeah, so we'll get to that. We'll get to that this afternoon. But right now, this is from June 26th. Let me pin it up here. So this is a hearing. And her trial is, right now it's scheduled for December 1st of this year, of 2025. So we're hoping that it doesn't get kicked down the road. But right now it's scheduled for December 1st. All right, so this is only 13 minutes. This is from June 26th of 2024.
All right, you guys ready to go on Clenney? All right, I'm handing up a copy of an initial order with my findings. I did get a copy of the defendant's reply to the state's reply to the defendant's supplemental briefing. Read through that yesterday. It didn't change what my order was going to be, but I am editing down the much longer version of this. I'm handing this up to you guys. I am granting the defense's motion in part as a motion. I'm treating it as a motion to exclude, and I'm granting and I'm granting it. So you guys can read through this, and I'm going to, and you'll see that in, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Judge.
Hand these up. You'll see that in this order, it references the fact that I'm going to supplement this on Friday with my longer version that has my analysis and reasoning that takes into account the most recent supplemental briefings as well. Okay?
Thank you. Will reset for Friday?
You don't have to reset it for Friday. I mean, the findings are here. The findings themselves are not going to change, but I'm going to give you a much longer order with my analysis in it.
Well, we need that or we have our office review it, so.
Absolutely. So we can reset it for Friday if you want.
No, we'll wait to get that order, Your Honor.
But it needs a future date anyway, so we can go ahead and give it a future status date in 60 days, and I can give you that order on Friday, or if we want to go ahead and set. There's obviously the second portion of your motion, which is the portion of the motion to dismiss that I did not address in this order. So you guys are just going to have to let me know what it is that you wish to move forward on.
So, Judge, first, would you like us to announce for the record?
Sure, yes.
Sorry, Chief Bushcombe and Mickey Radson on behalf of Kim and Deborah Clenney. I believe Tara Kawas on behalf of Ms. Courtney Clenney is on the platform.
She is on Zoom, yes, I see her.
Ms. Courtney Clenney is present in the box. Our clients are present in the gallery, Your Honor. We also have Diane Karamis, Frank Prieto, and Ms. Sabrina Puglisi, who represent Ms. Clenney on site.
All right.
Good morning, Your Honor. How can I go on behalf of the state of Florida?
Hello, I'm back to State Court. So, Judge, my request would be, given the court granting this order, understand there's a longer order coming and the state will need to do their review, maybe a 30-day reset, because this may, and I don't want to speak for the state, prove to be dispositive of the matter, and obviously it's in our interest to have this resolved and Ms. Clenney's case move forward in a more expeditious fashion. We'd agree to that.
Okay, so let's reset it for 30 days. I don't know whether it will prove dispositive or not, but let's set all cases for 30 days from now.
7/29, George?
7/29.
I'm going to be out of town, Judge.
You have the next week?
Yes, next week is our waiver on here. 8/12.
8/12? That work?
That week is fine, yes.
Okay.
8/13 then?
8/13, that's fine.
8/13.
8/13, all right, I will see you all then. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Judge, if I may, on Ms. Clenney's, the F-22 case, we also have some motions pending that we've requested at an extra hearing.
Okay.
Do you want us to just schedule that with the chambers? It is related to this order, so once we digest it.
I mean, regardless, you can go ahead and set it. I mean, nothing in this order is dispositive to that case, so you can go ahead and set those whenever you want to, if you just want to go back to chambers and ask Anna for a date.
Okay, we'll work with the state.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anybody else I can call it a turn in the courtroom? Ms. Montaner? Good morning.
I don't see prosecutors here.
Mr. Abuhoff is in the second phase of the death penalty trial, so he won't be here this week.
And he has, which was what we were putting
Yes, I know.
He hasn't called me or anything or responded. I knew he just let me know he was busy.
Does anybody have any notes from Mr. Abuhoff this morning?
Devon Thompson, page 11, Marlene Montanier on his behalf. Sorry about that.
All right, so any update from Mr. Abuhoff on what's happening? I've reset multiple of his cases for Friday. That doesn't mean that he's going to be done by Friday, but I don't know what's going on.
We started coordinating the depositions. We started doing the next thing that we need to do on the case, Judge. I have somebody that went to evaluate him. I have done that. But I really do think that it's very important because I am not yet qualified on the appeal myself.
This one, I know that he's not going to have this announcement yet. For sure he's not going to have it on Friday. So for this, I'm going to reset it for 3 weeks for him to try to get that announcement as to whether or not they're waiving death.
7/17.
I'm not going to be here the last 2 weeks of July. So either before the 7th, how about, or the first week of August, and if we have something before, we'll set it.
When do you leave to go out of town in July?
That's actually questionable. I might get on a plane on 7/6, but I need to, I'm making some arrangements. There was a case that fell through in West Palm Beach that I was trying the second week of July.
All right, so let's do this. Let's set it in August.
We get 8/7?
I'm out of town 8/7, but when I'm back, we can do 8/13 if you want. Or 8/12. How about 8/12? Okay?
8/12, that's a Monday?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if we have something before, we're going to put it on before.
I doubt it because he and I are in trial next week, so I know that this requires a longer meeting with his higher up, so I don't know that that's going to happen.
I'm giving him some stuff to work with, so maybe we'll get it. Thank you, Judge.
It as a motion to exclude, and I'm granting it. So you guys can read through this, and I'm going to, and you'll findings. I did get a copy of the defendant's reply to the state's reply to the defendant's supplemental briefing. Read through that yesterday.
All right, so they basically just played that over again. Looks like they just played that over again. All right. Hey, Mallory, good to see you. Thank you for joining. Yeah, prosecutors better bring their A game. This defense team is going to go hard. Yeah, no room for laziness or ill-prepared case in chief. Totally agree. Totally agree. All right. All right, next up is going to be, this is from September 11th of 2024. Let's see, let's get to this one next.
Oh, no, ma'am. I got Shawn college. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Oh, man, please not on your phone.
I know, it was just I don't have a purse. I know,
yeah, y'all showing out.
I know, I'm sorry.
Sabrina, I'm going to put it in my purse.
Okay, thank you.
She's supposed to be in here, but she is out of uniform, dragging her tie. I said, girl, stay in the back because these people talk about everything. Everything. Keisha, can you see it? Let me see what the bond is on the case, please. What's on my face? F24 19310. Bond. Count 175. That's it? It's only on one count. All right.
Officer, improve.
Go ahead and fast forward through this until we get to the good stuff. Because right now they're just. That's not Tara Kawas. I'm greeting her. Oh, there's Tara. Okay, so that's Tara. The upper. I think that's her. The upper left. That's Tara. And I think that woman in the upper, she's the one that represented Kathleen. I think that's her in the upper left. All right, here we go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let's go ahead and get started with the Clenney case. We're here for State of Florida versus Tailor-Clenney. If everybody could announce their presences for the record.
Clenney, Shawn, Abuhoff, Kathleen, Hoague, and Stewart, Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Frank Prieto, along with co-counsel Sabrina Puglisi, MS, on behalf of Ms. Clenney on the F-22-14137.
Mr. Hedrick, are you chosen to join us?
Volunteer, correct. Yes, I will be probably coming in to work on parts of the case.
Okay.
All right.
Judges, as a housekeeping matter, the deposition of Dr. Maricini, which is our medical examiner expert witness, was started yesterday. I was in trial and Ms. Mess was able to break away from her hearings to take part in that deposition. She had to leave again, so that deposition was not completed yesterday. We communicated with the state, and we do not disagree that they should be able to finish that deposition before we move forward on the defense's motion to dissolve Your Honor's pretrial detention order. We think that's appropriate. However, we want to schedule that. We offered to finish the depo today, but obviously they couldn't do it, so that just needs to be coordinated hopefully in the next week, but we'll work on that and contact your office ASAP to get that set. So that would leave the that portion of the case not for today, obviously subject to your approving that. But I know Mr. Professional Bill knows, so this is motion pending.
Give me 1 moment. Was there anything else that was pending prior to where there were 2 experts you guys wanted to propose prior to that motion to the other one?
Yes, Judge, I believe there are certified questions that we will bring before Your Honor. We're going to file that motion, but we do need to finish this deposition before we move forward. So we are asking for the reset.
Okay. Well, you guys go and get a date with Anna once we're done with the other motion, and we'll set up an interview guys can set up. Okay?
Thank you.
So, Mr. Costa-Domo, let me turn that into Your motion to intervene and quash.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Jude Bocciadone again on behalf of Kim and Deborah Clenney, who were present in the courtroom. We did file, as Your Honor indicated, a motion to intervene under the Act 22-14137 case, which is obviously a threshold question before we get to anything more substantive. I'm sure Your Honor's read our motion. I'm happy to expound on it if you'd like.
I have read it. I'll give you a couple minutes to expound on it if you'd like, and then I'd like to hear the state's response.
Sure, Judge. Well, I know Your Honor pulled the rule. It's under Code Rule Civil Procedure 1.230. Obviously, in the absence of a criminal rule procedure governing, we revert to the civil rules of procedure, not unlike, say, a 3.220H deposition situation where it refers back to the civil rules. If Your Honor looks to the entirety of that motion and the rule to intervene, it's actually very, very broad. I think the exact language is that any party claiming to have an interest may move to intervene. I would proffer to the court that this goes well beyond a claim of an interest. I know at the last hearing, the state's position was that they were objecting to our intervention. Obviously, that was the first time it was raised. I don't know if they're maintaining that position. If the state's position is that our clients do not have an interest in 3 years of their personal iCloud data, I'm sure they can explain that to the court. If the position is that, yes, they do have an interest in it, which I think would be the ethical and genuine position, but that the state's interest trumps that, then I think we can move on to the second motion in our fun filled afternoon here together. But the reality is, judges, what we are seeking to intervene on behalf of is that under the homicide case, the state of Florida executed a search warrant. I'll reserve my commentary on that should we get to the second motion. That search warrant allowed the state of Florida to go through the personal iCloud accounts of 2 uncharged, unrelated to the homicide offense, non-defendants, private citizens outside of the state of Florida, starting from November of 2020, which is 2 years prior to the predicate offense, to November of 2023, a year and a half after the predicate offense, with no limitations. So what the court has in its file right now are personal, medical, financial, spousal communications, attorney-client communications, all of which the state would very much like to go through. And those pieces of data belong to 2 parents who are, and I'm assuming the state will concede this point, but were not involved in the homicide offense, which by their own theory is a heat of passion, heat of the moment homicide. It is not premeditated, there's no financial component to it, and yet their seizure through this warrant of the Clenney parents' data is broad and vast, and it is very, very private, and we have an interest in that. And based on that, we are moving to intervene so that we can address the warrant itself, which is the substance of our second motion, because that warrant, in our opinion, never should have even been applied for.
Question to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think that it's a 2-pronged test before I allow you to intervene, and not only that you have an interest in this, but that the state's interest does not outweigh yours?
So, Your Honors,
I think it's just that they have an interest in it, and then you move to the substantive motion itself.
That's our position, Judge, but it is Your Honor's discretion under the rule for intervention. You can decide if there is an interest. If Your Honor is going to address that second prong that you just mentioned, I am happy to address that. I don't know if that's Mr. Quinn's argument. I haven't discussed it with them. If the state is going to proffer that, hey, this is our case and we need to do what we need to do, and our interest in prosecuting this homicide trumps private citizens' privacy rights, so be it. I'll respond accordingly.
But what I'm saying is that I couldn't tell what you were saying, whether or not you thought that that was a two-pronged test for the intervention itself, or that you were saying that the only test for whether or not you're allowed to intervene is whether or not they have an interest.
So I think we're allowed to intervene, and then Your Honor can address that after we've intervened into it. If you look to the rule itself, it's incredibly brief and direct, and it discusses any party claiming an interest. Now that interest, I think what Your Honor is referring to is the portion of the rule that discusses whether our interest is subordinate, right? So the court can allow us to intervene, and then when dealing with the substantive issue, make that determination as to whether our interest is subordinate. I think that goes more to the crux of the motion to quash the warrant, because Your Honor is going to be asked to determine if this warrant is so overly broad and invasive that it trumps the state's interest in what it is looking for in this iCloud data so as to continue to prosecute Ms. Clenney.
Your Honor, to crystallize my argument, the rule, the plain language of the rule governs, the rule provides, and I'm going to read it. Anyone claiming an interest in pending litigation may, permissive, at any time be permitted to assert a right by intervention. But the intervention shall, meaning not permissive, be in subordination to and in recognition of the propriety of the main proceeding, unless otherwise ordered by the court in its discretion, which ultimately gives the court discretion. But before we even cross that bridge, there has to be immediate recognition that the rights of the intervener are subservient to the state. I would generally not object to the intervention of a third party who has property interest rights, as to, for example, a firearm, right? An innocent person had their firearm stolen and used in a homicide. Once the homicide litigation is closed, then that person can intervene into their property. Generally, that will be done through agreement. This litigation is ongoing. At the end of the litigation, the defense can intervene and seek to obtain that evidence. But notwithstanding that, that evidence also is not theirs. They have an expectation of privacy in that information. But that was Apple's records. The Excel spreadsheets with messages were not made by Mr. and Ms. Clenney. They were made by Apple. The list, the business record certification, the inventory, or whatever materials they're in, were all made by Apple. So again, I don't disagree with that expectation of privacy and would have standing, for example, the challenging motion to suppress, where they are charged with defendants, but the material is not theirs. Apple's would be not unlike a cell phone where there's a forensic extraction. They can get the phone, the data itself is part of the evidence of the case. Maybe there's an appeal, maybe there's a retrial, etc. So, for those reasons, I don't think they should be granted intervention.
So you agree that they have at least a privacy interest, but not a property interest, and you believe that that privacy interest is subservient to the ongoing case?
Yes, and the reason is absolutely.
So, Judge, rarely as this happens, but I happen to agree that the plain language of the rule does govern there. So the first part of the rule discusses intervening. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves when we're making a determination as to what the subordinate interest is, because that is the subject of the second motion. Once we intervene, we can make our argument to the court as to what the interest of Mr. and Mrs. Clenney is, and the court then weighs that against the state's interest. And that's particularly important, Judge, because I know Your Honor did read our motion, but the warrant application is incredibly vague as to what it is they are looking for in this wide berth of data and how it helps them prosecute a homicide from 2 years prior to when they started looking into this iCloud data. I also think, and with respect to the state, that's a very disingenuous position to take, that Kim and Deborah's private data belongs to Apple. The state of Florida has a robust constitutional privacy interest, and to hide behind the fact that there's a company that acts as a conduit to their data and say that this data belongs to Apple is an end run around their privacy interest. I don't think we're there yet. I'll be happy to go further into those arguments, but it sounds like we are all in agreement that they have an interest. I think we need to move now to the substance of the warrant itself so the court can weigh whether that interest is in fact subordinate or not.
Yes, Judge. The business record certification is not from Kim and Deborah Clenney, it's from Apple Incorporated. So, as it pertains to that aspect, the collateral part, in particular the intervening part, is, in this case, quite literally before arraignment, Mr. Prieto filed a motion to essentially close discovery. Anything that would be subject to a public record to not be disclosed as a public record. And then Judge Bustano denied that motion. The Miami Herald had to intervene in that litigation. In that context, Ms. Clenney's right to privacy was not subordinate to the media and the public's rights. And honestly, the motion was too broad anyway. The point is that they failed to have even pled that the state's interest in evidence in the prosecution of a homicide is somehow less than their right to the privacy, or to the evidence.
So, Your Honor, in response briefly, it is when you have two private citizens not charged with a crime. This is the only avenue of relief that Kim and Deborah Clenney had. So for the state to stand here and suggest that, I didn't understand the argument about the motion prior to arraignment. So I don't know if that was relevant, but to suggest that Apple owns this data to leave Kim and Deborah Clenney without remedy and the possibility of extreme prejudice to have a government agency go through the most private data for 3 years, I don't know how the state attorney's office stands here and makes that argument. I would suggest we go forward on the substance of it so they can advise the court why this is so important and what they're looking for.
There are so many times that the police do seize cell phones of witnesses or victims or people who are not the defendants in a criminal case, and because they believe that it has evidence, I mean, we sign warrants for them often, where they then get the contents of those phones as cell phone dumps, and they're used in criminal cases, and then the phones themselves are given back. I certainly understand the argument, but it's not as if this is a novel, something novel that happens. It happens all the time. All the time. This is the first time that anybody's actually been in front of me and made this request where the owner of the cell phone is asking for that information to not be used or to be quashed instead of the state being allowed to proceed with this investigation based on the evidence that was seized during the warrant. I read this rule as saying that this is a two-pronged test before we even get to the substance of the motion, that I make a decision as to whether or not you're allowed to intervene. I don't see that, I mean, I could let you intervene, I guess, as, allows me the may, but given what I know already about this case and about the communication between particularly Mrs. Clenney and her daughter at the time of the homicide, the nature of the relationship before the homicide, the nature of everything that happened after the homicide, and having read through the warrant as to why it is the state was requesting this information, I'm going to deny the defense request.
Your Honor, may I respond briefly? Absolutely. Because I understand that Your Honor has ruled on the position of the claims as subordinate. I now need to address that, if nothing else for purposes of the record. So, what we have here is a warrant that asks for iCloud data. Let's be clear about what iCloud data is. And I think we all know, everybody with a cell phone in their pocket has private information on that phone. Let's talk about that private information. We are talking about medical records, confidential. We're talking about financial records, confidential. We're talking about spousal communications, confidential. Photographs, potentially confidential. We know the state read attorney-client messages, confidential. The warrant itself, and I would encourage the court to review it again because it does not speak to anything that could be related to the homicide. And playing devil's advocate, Judge, Your Honor's position regarding the calls between Courtney Clenney and Deborah Clenney. Okay, why is this warrant not narrowly tailored? Why are we looking at private data that dates 2 years prior to, with no restriction in the warrant, Judge? There's no limitation. In fact, I'll read into the record what it is asking for exactly, Your Honor, because it is a little frightening that a government agency in the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office believes that simply because you are related to somebody charged with a crime, that you are allowed all stored electronic communications or files dating 2 years prior to that crime to a year and a half subsequent to that crime. Let's also keep in mind that the defendant herself was in custody from April of 2022, from August of 2022, past when that warrant was then issued. She has no access to devices or communications with her parents. Why would they be allowed to see that? Simply because my clients are related to her? That's a very scary, slippery slope, Your Honor. Everybody in this courtroom who maybe knows somebody who was charged with a crime is now subject to the state attorney's search. That's what this warrant says. And that is a slippery slope that we are not inclined to go down. Where is the narrowly tailored warrant as required by statute? And that brings up the issue, Judge, that yes, we understand that this was presented to a judge. We're asking Your Honor to correct what we believe to be an error. Your Honor has the jurisdiction to do so. Previously, my colleague has, during hearings has mentioned his experience as a state attorney and his experience and what he's seen and what he knows. Mr. Clenney. So he's referenced that several times, Judge, and I take him at his word, and he does have significant experience in this courthouse. I've been in here 20 years, and the only thing I know is that I've been wrong before, and I will be wrong again. And anybody in this courtroom who's being honest will say the same. And you as well, Your Honor. The reason I say that, Judge, is because being wrong is not the problem. Not correcting it when you have the opportunity to do so is the problem. If Your Honor is inclined to allow this to stand, I would suggest that it be redrafted and tailored, because the one area you referenced was the only thing, and I'm taking the position of the state attorney for a moment, is the only thing that could possibly be considered to have any relevance from that wide berth of massive amounts of private information. Florida respects and protects privacy. The state attorney's office drafted a warrant, which frankly, we don't think it should have been signed. I don't think it ever should have been applied for, because it is scary how broad it is and what it is asking for. And so Your Honor's reference to other witnesses and other victims who may have, just because they haven't asked for it back doesn't mean they weren't entitled to it. So, Judge, I try to avoid doing this, but I am going to ask the court to reconsider its position. I think the sheer breadth of this warrant speaks to the fact that it is a fishing expedition, and it will create an irreparable prejudice to two private citizens who are now not charged for the crime, and open their their private information up to be traced through by a government agency. That's not something we do. So Your Honor is sitting in the unenviable position of being able to correct that.
All right, Mr. Clenney, I know that, that his argument is being made after the ruling, and we're now getting into a little bit of the substance of the warrant itself, but I would like you to actually respond.
Sure, Judge. As it pertains to the beginning date of the warrant, it begins just like every other warrant on digital evidence in this case, with the beginning of the relationship with the defendant and the victim, at least as far as we can tell, which was November of 2020. The nature of this case, candidly, is the nature of the relationship because there were only two persons in the one Murray's apartment at the time. One's dead and the other's a defendant. And so a significant portion of the case has clearly been identified through similar fact evidence and nature of the relationship. That, frankly, was a lot of the break in the case as it pertains to Mr. Obumseli's phone records, his prediction of his own murder, the defendant slicing his lip on January 30th of 2022 in Miami, Florida, and telling him to enjoy the hospital, for example. Given that significant digital evidence in that case and surreptitious recordings taken by the victim, there was significant interest in the defendant's communications, including the communications with her mother, which the state contends were indications by her mother for the defendant to claim self-defense that did not exist. That is our proposition, that is our position. If Ms. Clenney testifies, that Ms. Clenney testifies, we will cross-examine her in that respect. Because candidly, on the night of the homicide, she did not tell police that Ms. Courtney Clenney was defending herself. So in that respect, we have an interest in Ms. Clenney's communications with the defendant. We did not get those communications. We could not get into Ms. Courtney Clenney's phone, at least originally. Ms. Clenney's phone was in Texas, and this honestly presented an opportunity for doing a warrant, might as well do all of them. In finding out, an element of a search warrant is evidence that a crime presently exists at the place to be searched. We subpoenaed Apple to find out whether is there an iCloud backup. And we discovered Ms. Courtney Clenney's accounts was commingled with Mr. Kim Clenney's accounts. The phone numbers are all intertwined. And if necessary, I get to open the subpoena response to essentially outline how each of those accounts were intertwined. And active access was being done to Courtney Clenney's account in December of 2022. I don't know who's accessing it. I don't know how they are accessing it. And frankly, I need to know, especially since Mr. Kim Clenney commingled his account with that person, which also requires me to get all of the backups in that intervening period to find out whether anything had been changed or not. So that outlines probable cause, which I think is the second or third last paragraph of the affidavit for the warrant. That actually pull up Mr. Faciadomo's response because it is deceptive before we did this motion. And I want to make sure I censor it properly. So beginning on page 10 of Mr. Faciadomo's motion, he begins quoting paragraphs of pertinence to Ms. Deborah Clenney's probable cause, and then intentionally omits portions. And I don't necessarily disagree that paragraph 11, 13, and 14 are not necessarily pertinent, but in the end of the conclusion here at page 11, Mr. Faciadomo fails to quote page 11 at the top where it outlines specific probable causes to each account. It says CTC, there's probable cause to search CTC 496 at may be cause. There's probable cause to search DEB 007, etc. And that's in the affidavit for search warrant. So if the court looks at the top, page 11, and then it's motion, he denied the
You're referring to the warrant?
Yeah, the warrant.
Okay, on page 11.
Yeah, ironically.
Beginning accordingly based on brutality circumstances?
It outlines specific, well, I was discussing both, but it outlines specific conflict to each of the accounts. So that is all to say that I honestly have no idea what's on the records, despite the shots across the bow that we read all of the messages. We ceased our review immediately upon finding Mr. Prieto's message. So I don't know if it's in there or not. The only thing I could, and if the court required me to do so under oath, I will say, is the 4 months of messages from April 3rd of 2022 between Ms. Tailor-Clenney until January of 2022. And then I did a word search. So I have no idea what else is in there. I don't know to the extent that it is in there. And I should also let the court know that we told Apple, that's plain in black and white in the warrant from November of 2022 present, Apple provided every single text message Ms. Tailor-Clenney sent since 2011. We didn't ask for that. Apple just exports the iCloud returns. So even if we had said from April 1st to April 3rd, Apple is going to provide us everything anyway. So I don't control that. And the bottom line is that it is evidence in this case, the communications that existed between the defendant and her mother who testified, who gave an interview to TMZ claiming that she was told all of these attacks that occurred and that not in those messages are all pertinent substantive evidence in terms of the nature of the relationship and impeachment evidence if they were to testify.
Your Honor, with regard to the paragraph that Mr. Quinn is relying on, it's self-conclusory. You know, it seems to be the state's design to issue how the warrant was drafted, and frankly, we don't find it I think it's intentionally misleading. And it's also curious why a pending case in front of Your Honor on a non-exigent warrant was not brought to Your Honor with knowledge of this case, but notwithstanding.
I actually don't think that's typically done. It's typically taken to the only judge, so that the person who's actually overseeing the case is the one issuing.
So, Your Honor, the state offers up conclusions as to why it believes there's probable cause without any detail, based on the totality of the circumstance. Probable cause similarly exists for KDC 50 and KDC 50 at Austin because K. Clenney utilized his own accounts with those of the defendant and an email belonging to the defendant as verification of an email for his own. Okay. What evidence of a crime is there? The state's desire to investigate their case does not trump a private citizen's privacy interest unless they can pinpoint specifically something that establishes probable cause that there will be evidence of a crime or evidence of a future crime. None of that exists in the warrant. This is the definition of a fishing expedition, and it is designed to go directly at the parents of Ms. Courtney Clenney. The question for the state is, did they do the same for the victims? Did they do the same for the victims' family members? Because what they are suggesting here, and through this warrant, are telling this court that if you are related to somebody charged with a crime and possibly had communications with them, you are now subject to their invasion, and your privacy interest is no longer paramount to their interest. It is a typical and seemingly theme of this case that we can do what we want to do, and we're going to do it without probable cause. What they say in here, and this paragraph that has no relevance to anything, that makes no reference to anything of worth, cannot be relied upon to say that two private citizens outside the state of Florida as well, Your Honor, should now have all of their personal private information searched. That is a terrifying prospect.
First, my co-counsel here brought something to my attention too. I meant to also say with regard to financial records, if the court recalls at the Arthur hearing, we contended that the defendant intentionally moved funds to possibly prepare for a flight, which he did flee the jurisdiction, albeit to albeit to Hawaii. That was our contention, it still is our contention, and that kind of came out in the cross-examination of Mr. Clenney when issues about commingled funds came up and so on and so forth. That's number two. The distinction between going after Mr. Obumseli's family's records and Ms. Clenney's family's records is that Mr. Obumseli's mom wasn't on the phone with him when he was killed. The defendant's mother was. Mr. Obumseli's mother didn't text him saying it is 20 minutes after not knowing what happened. It is very important even though you were defending yourself.
I've got a question for you, and I have no idea what the answer to this is, honestly. I agree that there are possibly lots of different things on these phones that could be relevant to your case. So I don't think that it's a pure fishing expedition. However, similar to anybody's phone, there are also lots of records on there that are not relevant to your case. And typically speaking, it is true that a lot of these warrants are not as narrowly tailored as they could be. What power do I have as a judge now to somehow protect some of the more private data that is not relevant to this case, which would be things like medical records or other private communications from the Clenney parents, or quite frankly, in any case, because again, this case is not special in that way. I don't know what power I have after this warrant has been signed, because a lot of it is relevant. I can see why the time period itself is relevant as well, given the nature of the relationship and what's happening after she's arrested. But clearly there are records on anybody's phone that's going to be so extraneous to this.
Absolutely, Judge. My son's passport application that's on my iPhone has nothing to do with anything that, for example, might exist or might not exist. And I don't know if that exists or doesn't exist on any of these iPods. I'm only using that because I just did that. The bottom line is that for anything that is beyond the scope of admissibility, then frankly, it is not used. The remedy for anything that is beyond the Fourth Amendment scope is exclusion under that, and I can't use it substantively. Notwithstanding, I appreciate the court's actually raising that topic because it's part of my outline. I'll be never got to this responsibility, which is they have standing to intervene and move for a protective order preventing disclosure to the public of those materials. Absolutely. But the state has a right to review that materials because we've outlined probable cause, and which is our threshold, period. There are a ton of things that go towards other records or documents that we both need and is just a natural consequence of doing these searches. For example, even if a forensic examination of my phone, even if only narrowly tailored to the communications between my spouse and I between a week-long period of July 1st and July 2nd of 2024, the extraction of that material still produces logs. For example, when my phone is open and closed, whether it was opened through biometric measures or through a passcode, whether it was put into charge or not charged. They're just a natural consequence of the forensic extraction. Furthermore, certain aspects of the records, albeit since I figure there's a stipulation that the records belong to these persons, is the state on occasion has an obligation to prove possession and who controlled it, which honestly, again, is why we had to go through the KDC accounts, because they were commingled not at our direction, but at the direction of whoever controlled those accounts. And I don't know who controlled those accounts. I have to review those records to ascertain who was controlling those accounts and what they were doing and whether evidence of a crime to murder exists on those records and download those records, etc. So, again, as I mentioned, the remedy for them, if they want to preclude the public from finding out personal communications, from finding out financial or medical, is a protective order. And I don't know that I have grounds to object to that. And that would also be a motion to intervene, and I don't know that I have grounds to object to that. As a matter of fact, their privacy interest in that respect would be my interest in the case would be subordinate to their interest. That is the proper aspect of this. So my ability to review those records, ascertain what is and is not evidence in the prosecution of the state of Florida versus Courtney Clenney is well within my rights as the state of Florida pursuing search warrant.
So, Your Honor, what Mr. Clenney just said there reveals the fundamental issue and misunderstanding understanding of the state of Florida as to the nature of an individual's right to privacy. It's not about the public, it's about anybody. Private is private. And I think one thing we can all agree on, Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office is a government agency. It's a government agency that is looking to go through personal, private records of two people who are not charged with a crime in the hopes that it may find some communication related to this case. Also, Mr. Clenney pointed out, and he's done it twice now, the conversations between Courtney and her mother around the time of the homicide. That actually is something that they may have an entitlement to, but that is nowhere near what they are asking for. They keep referencing that because they're hoping to bootstrap it to say, and that way we can get everything else. Also, the testimony of Mr. Clenney at an Arthur hearing regarding finances, there's no financial component to this offense. The state just said they think it may be related to risk of flight. All of this is state speculation and is unrelated to the prosecution of a homicide, Judge. Let's remember, we're not dealing with Medicare fraud, we're not dealing with mortgage fraud, we're dealing with a homicide. And to then say that private citizens' personal data needs to be reviewed by the state, and to suggest that us reviewing your personal data is not a breach of your privacy is wildly misguided.
Judge, consciousness of guilt is direct evidence of the homicide. If the defendant's moving money to flee the jurisdiction, I'm sorry, Mr. Cachadomo, but that's evidence of the homicide. I get to make an argument if I have evidence of that effect.
But they went fishing for evidence that they had nothing to support that it existed, Judge. That's the crux of this issue, is Mr. Quinn's speculation as to, I may find this, so let me go get this. There's nothing to support that. The testimony of Mr. Clenney as to whether he could post bond or not does not suggest risk of flight, rather the opposite.
So I'm going to stick with my rule, and I appreciate the request to reconsider it. Hopefully you've laid your record. I don't know what appellate remedies there are here, but I think that we covered all of the arguments for this particular motion unless anybody has.
Well, with regard to what Your Honor just raised, so what I'm going to ask is the court to stay the release of the hard drives so we can pursue appellate remedies. My understanding is that the court's ruling in this aspect is a final order as to the movements and would be subject to a direct appeal.
So let's do this. Let's go ahead. Can you give me a piece of paper so I can go ahead and order a copy of this transcript?
I don't have a paper, Judge, but I can allow.
Well, there should be actually.
Let me see.
I have my.
Have it in now.
Or actually, two transcript requests are there. And then what I'll do is I'll attach a copy of the transcript to just the written motion that I'm denying this motion and reference the transcript itself.
I was going to agree to stay only because my witness that would take custody of it is not available to take custody of it. Additionally, we were intending to outline, based on the court's ruling regarding the communication between Ms. Based on the aspects of the privilege ruling, we were essentially going to present to the court the protocol with ASA Hecker and the surgeon permission. So we were going to ask the court to repeat.
All right, so I will keep these. I will stay the release of them. I'm ordering a copy of this transcript. It will be back in 10 days. I'm going to make it sooner than that.
No, Judge, as long as there's no prejudice, then 10 days is fine.
All right, so I'm going to order it, and I will make sure that everybody else is going to get it.
Thank you.
I will also attach it to some reference to my order. Okay? All right. Thank you all. We're going to get your next hearing date, if you don't mind putting it out.
Thank you.
Welcome, Judge.
Yes, and for everybody on Zoom, I'm going to log off now.
so that concludes that hearing that ended up being denied. Let's see. Now I want to show you, I had to step away for a while there. I want to show you what I was dealing with. We had Erin stepped out and I heard her scream, and there was a rat snake. Now this isn't our picture, but this is a picture of what was by the side of our house, and both of our, Polly and Rafa, were like 10 feet away, and I picked them up, got them inside, and then again, it's not poisonous, it's just a eastern rat snake, so it's not poisonous. But I remember seeing him last year, or her, but I had to, I have this long stick that I use to relocate snakes. So you can see me relocating said snake to the other side of that fence. So that was why I stepped away there for a little while. Now Polly won't go back outside. I think she's afraid to. I think she's afraid of the thing was big. That thing was probably a good 6 feet, easily 6 feet. So yeah, Polly's at the door, and I open the door, and she like runs back away from the door. So I think she might be afraid to go outside. I haven't seen that snake since like last summer when they were kittens. Yeah. So, and it's been really dry. We haven't had any rain probably for like 3 weeks. So we're like in a drought right now. So I have water on the patio for the kittens and stuff. So I'm wondering if maybe it was trying to come up for some water or something like that. So there you go, Michael. Relocate snake. I put them in the neighbor's yard. The snake whisperer. Yep. Make sure you don't have rodents around. Yeah. No. Well, now we have cats and snakes. That could not be me. I would run screaming. Mary, you're scared just looking at the picture. See somebody else's problem. Well, the nice thing is we don't really have neighbors. This is all like state property or whatever. So it's fine. It's going towards hopefully water sources that way. You know, hopefully there's water sources that way. I think that's what it was looking for. Venomous, not poisonous. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I follow snake pages. Sorry, venomous. Yes. I should name it Wendy. Sherry, snakes and I do not get along. Yeah, same. Yeah, well, when Rafa and Polly were kittens, like maybe 5-6 months old, and they were tiny, and they were back in the barn before they came inside, and I'd feed them out there, water, and I remember I looked up in the rafters, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, it was that snake, and it was taking up like it was probably about 6 feet. I'm like, oh my God, it's going to eat poor Polly and Rafa, because they were still kind of tiny. But I kind of chased them deeper into the barn. But having, they stay out a lot during the day, and then Polly's out at night, that kind of thing. So that's what I'm like, I have not seen any snakes. Like when we first moved here, we saw 2 or 3, and they're big. We also saw small ones, but the ones that we see, they're like 6 feet, and they're like, they're big, right? And then, of course, once you have cats, I'm like, probably, they're keeping them away. I'm not really seeing many snakes. Didn't see any snakes since last, like probably July or August, right? Probably since last August. It's been a solid year since I've seen any snakes. So, that being said, I had to step away there for a little while and relocate said snake. All right. Never a dull moment here on Super Balls Farm. All right, next up, okay, we got one more before we get to the pig knife throwing at the pig carcass defense. Ugh, that's like so gross. So this one is from October 14th. This was an hour and 44 minutes, so if you guys need to go get some lunch or anything. So multiple motions and a medical examiner testified to her injuries. She's going to have a medical examiner testify. So this should be... Amanda, would it hurt the cats? No, because it's not venomous. And cats, I don't know. I've never watched those videos, cats versus snakes, because I'm just not into that. But cats are cats. They're not going to, unless they're snuck upon, snake's not going to beat a cat. Cats have reflexes that just blow your mind, and they're fast. So, and it's not going to eat them because it eats rats and mice, probably more like mice. You know, but so does Polly. Polly gets those little moles. You know, she brings them in from over there. So Polly's actually and probably lizards. You know, that kind of stuff. The skinks. I don't think it would if it would hurt a cat, it would be for protection. But I don't think. I think cats can handle their own when it comes to snakes. And again, if you guys are really interested, just type in cats versus snakes, and you know, cats pretty much win all the time, just because their reflexes are just mad. Oh shoot, we don't have closed captioning for this one, so sorry guys, no closed captioning.
Holly, can you turn on the video for everybody ready to go?
Good morning. Good morning. This is Tailor-Clenney, Kathleen, Hoague, and Shawn.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Chief Prosecutor Mickey Ratson on behalf of Tailor-Clenney, who is present before the court.
And we do have Ms. Clenney present, her attorneys as well. So we'll go ahead and get started. Mr. Fascidemo, my understanding is you want to be heard first on your motion for reconsideration.
Yes, Judge. Thank you. I appreciate you accommodating me. I know we've got a lot of attorneys and moving parts, so just so we weren't getting in the way of everybody's schedule, and we're trying to squeeze a couple things in. So thank you.
I will allow you to argue it briefly, but I did read through it. I read through the civil case that you cited. I don't think it's analogous. We have yet to cite any criminal cases, but I was certain that you already
so thank you.
Of appeal.
Yes, Judge. I appreciate that.
What I'm probably going to do.
I will keep it brief. I know that motions for rehearing and reconsideration are not always the court's favorite. So
no, it's fine. I mean, I think that it's final up to this point. If you're going this is the time.
I'm hoping to not have to, Judge, but the leading from the court is not making me overly confident. So let me do my best, Judge, if I may. And again, we appreciate that. So part of the reason why the court doesn't really see any criminal cases because it's a civil rule of procedure, and generally it applies to, as the court pointed out last time, physical property. We're talking about data here, which I think is a pretty unique issue. Here's where the issue on intervention, I think the problem is with the court's analysis. We've all agreed, and that's a rarity, especially in these cases, for us to have an agreement, is that the plain language of the rule governs. The court, in its denial of our motion, employed this two-pronged test. I don't read the rule that way. The rule says that the intervention shall be in subordination to the main interest, and we can concede that the interest we're discussing is the state's right to investigate and prosecute Courtney Clenney. There is nothing in the plain language of the rule that precludes the intervention based upon the intervener's status. So we disagree with this two-pronged analysis. But let me say this, Judge, because I do have a duty of candor to the court, and if the court retains its position, yes, it is our intention to seek a review of it. So I think it's important that I point out that in my review of the case law, even if I'm correct, which I may not be, the appellate courts will still look to the more substantive issue and consider the court's ruling on the intervention itself to essentially be a harmless error. It's kind of akin to a tipsy coachman analysis. So I think the bigger issue and better use of my limited time is to discuss that issue of subordination. And I think I did the court a disservice at the last hearing because I did not draw enough attention to the Florida Constitution, in particular Article 1, Section 23, which is, as Your Honor knows, the section of the Florida Constitution that in its own right creates a privacy interest. That is unique, and just again, Judge, for purposes of the record.
Because I do think that it is an issue that is more,
Okay, so Judge, again, because we are talking to the record now, let me just be sure that. Yeah, so let me cite to Article 1, Section 23, right of privacy. Every natural person has the right to be let alone and free from governmental intrusion into a person's private life, except as otherwise provided herein. This section shall not be construed to limit public's right to access to public records. More importantly, Judge, I'm going to cite the court, and I know Your Honor did read our pleading, but Winfield v. Division of Pari Mutual Wagering, which is 477 Southern 2nd 554. It's a Florida Supreme Court case that discusses Florida's unique privacy right and its unique interest in the Florida Constitution. This is, and I'm quoting now, Judge, this amendment is independent, freestanding constitutional provision which declares a fundamental right to privacy. Article 1, Section 23 was intentionally phrased in strong terms. The drafters of the amendment rejected the use of words unreasonable or unwarranted before the phrase of governmental intrusion in order to make the privacy right as strong as possible. And that's why I'm back before Your Honor, because I'm having trouble understanding how the court is reconciling the warrant as it is with Kim and Deborah Clenney's very, very robust privacy interest. I will concede, Judge, the state has an interest, and not a small interest either, Judge, in prosecuting Miss Courtney Clenney. Kim and Deborah Clenney are not charged with a crime. The reason their data is even subject to that interest is because they are related to someone charged with a crime. Florida's constitutional amendment protecting privacy doesn't allow for that. Now, there is a compromise, Judge, and there is a way that this court, with its jurisdiction, can address this issue. So, again, as I was saying, I was having trouble reconciling the denial and the data that's in the court file with that constitutional amendment. However, given the breadth, both in scope and time of the warrant itself, I think it's incumbent upon the court, in consideration of Article 1, Section 23, to narrow that. And let me put a finer point on that argument, Judge. The state has pointed to 3 separate instances of what they think they are going to find in this data and why it is relevant to the prosecution of Courtney Clenney and why they should be allowed to go through 3 years of iCloud data of 2 private citizens uncharged for the crime. First, they say that Deborah Clenney may have been on the phone with Courtney at the time of or in close proximity to the death of Obumseli. I'll concede that point, Judge. If it's true and the state can support that in an affidavit, then we know when the death happened. A narrowly tailored search warrant or subpoena for that data is perfectly appropriate. The second issue, they pointed to photographs that were voluntarily turned over to the state to show the abuse by Christian Obumseli of Courtney, and have argued that there are gaps in the images. Again, the time, we know when that happened, easily searched, easily collected, and certainly within their interest to prosecute this offense. And the third argument that was made by Mr. Quinlan at the last hearing, and that we've heard before, is that Kim Clenney in the Arthur hearing testified to something about commingling of assets, and Mr. Quinlan's exact argument to the court at the last hearing was that, and this is I think on page 29 of the transcript, Judge, that was indicia of risk of flight. Okay. here's the question for that. The Arthur hearing took place in November of 2022. Why would Mr. Clenney's testimony and the state's concern of risk of flight after Your Honor pretrial detained Courtney be relevant to a warrant that was issued a year later? So that begs the question of the legitimacy of what they are looking for. Let's assume in arguendo that those points are all needed and they're essential to their job to prosecute this case. Very easily, narrowly tailored. There's no reason why Mr. Clenney saying that there may be commingling of assets should open up his financial records from 2-3 years prior. Should allow the state to look into medical records or private photographs or private spousal communications. And what's preventing them, and what I'm arguing to Your Honor, and again asking you to reconsider the position and find that compromise, is that Florida specifically tells you they can't. The constitutional amendment is there for a reason. Not every state has a specifically enumerated right to privacy. Florida not only has one, but an incredibly robust one, telling this court, hey, government has an interest, but that interest does not trump a constitutional right. So you have the answer, Judge. And that's what we're asking the court to do, is to say to the state, hey, you don't need Mr. Clenney's medical records from 2020. You don't need Deborah Clenney's photographs from 2021. These are the things you told me you're looking for. Bring me a more narrowly tailored affidavit and warrant, and I will review it and sign it if it's appropriate. That is the compromise, Judge, that allows the court to exist between the state's interest in prosecuting the case and Kim and Deborah Clenney's extremely robust privacy right.
Judge, I don't have significantly more argument unless the court has precise questions. I would point the court to the rule of motions for rehearing. The rule specifically provides that the motion will be filed in 10 days. The motion was filed in 16 days, so he's time barred from rehearing on the court's matter. And as it pertains to the constitutional argument, I agree that the Florida Constitution provides the right to privacy. Section 12 also allows the state to apply for warrants, which we already have done. Mr. Patridomo's recommendation of a compromise express to do something we have already done was obtain a warrant for $45 clause. Therefore, the court does not have a motion.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and allow for him to move forward on the notes past the time limit. Again, the only thing that is cited in your motion are civil cases. This is not a civil case. This is a criminal case. I did my own research. I could find absolutely nothing that is analogous here, and I think that there's a reason for that. I don't want to be the one to set the precedent for looking through every single search warrant that comes before me, because somebody is going to put forward the right to privacy. That would exist in every single search warrant for every single thing that the state gives a warrant for. Listen, if the third overturns me, great, they overturn me. Let them do that balancing test between the constitutional right to privacy and the right of the state to pursue its investigation and its warrants. I'm not going to be the one to set that precedent. I don't think that is my job. I don't think that you have the right to intervene. You have an interest in the case, but I do not think that you have a right to intervene. I did all of my own case law research on this. The only thing that I found were victims who were coming forward intervening in cases because there was a violation of Marshall's law. This is not this. They are not victims in this case. If the third wants to carve out its own balancing test between the constitutional right to privacy and a judge determining what parts of what was already determined to be a valid search warrant that was drafted by Judge Wilson, if the third wants to do that, they can do that. I am not setting that precedent. Okay, so it's denied.
Thank you, Judge. Just to clarify one point. So the court does have that responsibility under 933 to review each of those warrants, and Judge Wilson actually renewed Judge Cabargo's warrant. So
at this point in time, there was already a warrant that was filed for probable cause. There is a privacy interest everywhere. I'm sticking with my original ruling. I think that it is the correct ruling. I think that I used the correct two-pronged test. Again, I can find nothing analogous, and I think that there's a reason for that.
Thank you.
Okay, and if you want to, I can do a brief, I'll do a brief order saying that it's denied, and I will incorporate by reference the transcript for the same. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to this motion to resolve.
Yes, Judge, can you give a copy of the state's motion to start?
Yes, good morning. Good afternoon, Judge Frank Courtney Clenney on behalf of 22-14137 case along with my co-counsel, Ms. Sabrina Puglisi.
Okay, so next up then, motion to resolve, and I have a motion to strike. I'll be real brief. I tend to agree with the statement that there's no basis for a solution, however, I'm going to treat it as a motion for consideration. Subsection 947.041 subsection 5K versus N. I don't think that there's anything even in the motion that talks about a subsequent event. There's nothing there. What's your subsequent event? There's not one. But you do talk a lot about why I should reconsider it based upon evidence that was unknown at the time of both the Arthur hearing and the confidential motion. There is no discussion of the Arthur hearing in your motion to dissolve. I mean, I did make a finding based on the Florida Constitution Arthur hearing as well as a pre-trial detention statute. So even if I were to reconsider the pre-trial detention statute, are you also asking me to reconsider the Arthur hearing ruling?
Judge, the rules allow for the court to take into consideration 3.132 subsequent events. I hear what Your Honor is saying.
Well, first of all, are you also asking for me to reconsider the Arthur hearing ruling?
Judge, we know that you've made a finding of proof evidence presumption grade, but the phase 2 arguments are what we're readdressing, which is permitted under the bond statutes 3.131 and 3.132 sub-state.
Okay, so you are asking for me to reconsider the...
Just the part of Your Honor's ruling that coincides with Your Honor's ruling under 3.132 pretrial detention, because those two, Arthur and those two obviously are very intertwined.
Okay, so what's your subsequent event that you think that it qualifies as for dissolution?
Sure.
Subsection N?
There's several subsequent events. The term subsequent event is not defined in the rule, but there are subsequent events such as this discovery of the body on camera of an eyewitness showing the abuse that Ms. Clenney faced. That is a subsequent event that presenting that to the court, finding that in discovery.
Listing that that's evidence that was unknown at the time of the hearing?
Correct. But I believe that's an event. I don't know how you're defining event. I think that qualifies as an event. Along with the listing of expert witnesses in this matter. Your Honor, considered, I think...
Listing of expert witnesses is a subsequent event?
The discovery from the expert witnesses, their belief.
That's a subsequent event?
Yes, Judge. Specifically, you are finding there's a substantial probability that she committed the crime, okay? And what we are showing the court is that she's justified in her actions when she acted in self-defense. Now, we made that argument at the hearing and the detention hearing, and the court said that you didn't find there was sufficient evidence to believe that. We now have sufficient evidence, which is a subsequent event, and that's what we believe, because there's no case law to really, there's no definition in the rule that tells you what subsequent event is. So we do believe that that falls under a subsequent event.
Okay. I'm going to let the state address that.
So, Judge, for one, I do not believe, and the state will stand on the premise that that is not a subsequent event, an event that the defense is creating. And in this specific case, it's an experiment created by the defense to throw knives at a pig carcass. to create the general premise that it is possible that this defendant could have thrown this knife. So one, the factual scenario itself would not rise to really a consideration against the dangerousness of the act itself. But even then, the subsequent event, that isn't a subsequent event. They've created a circumstance that isn't factually supported by any of the evidence in this
Let me
case.
give you a definition of subsequent event. Subsequent event is if you have victims who are living near, in the country and then move abroad. And that moving abroad means that the person's not a danger to those particular people. That's a subsequent event. Somebody getting a terminal illness and or becoming paraplegic and therefore not being able to travel, that's a subsequent event. Discovery issues and the hiring of expert witnesses, that's not a subsequent event. You can go to motion for reconsideration. That's why there are two prongs in the statute: reconsideration and dissolution. Dissolution means that it should be dissolved because, in quote unquote, let me go to subsection, what is it, N? Because the subsequent event has eliminated the basis for detention. That's not what any of these are, okay? So that's not what this is. What you're asking for is reconsideration. Your creation of a video from an expert witness or your discovery of the body-worn camera for somebody that you didn't know existed at the time of the pretrial detention motion, although I know that it existed, but maybe you hadn't seen the body-worn camera, none of that is a subsequent event. So, nothing that is the basis, and I went through your entire motion, nothing is a subsequent event. However, I'm not going to strike it. I'm going to treat it as a motion for reconsideration, okay, under subsection K. All right? None of those are subsequent events, and I'm making the finding that they are not subsequent events. Nothing that is listed in your motion is a subsequent event. Okay, so I'm not dissolving anything. However, I will reconsider them. Okay, so we're moving on to reconsideration. You can discuss what it is that you believe that I should use now in an analysis for reconsideration, both of my ruling for the Arthur hearing as well as my ruling for the pretrial detention motion. Go.
We have evidence to present, Judge, in the form of Dr. Maricini.
Okay. All right, so would you like to call him as a witness?
Yes, I just have to see if he's here because we were set at 1:30 actually for this, so I told him to be here at 1:30. We can go through our other arguments, Judge, before we get to that, though. We have other evidence to present. Oh, okay, he's here. Judge, where would you like him to sit? And the only thing, Judge, is I had the whiteboard. He had asked. His courtroom is so it's hard to even. I tried to even bring it in, and it's very hard. Yeah, he's gonna want to use it. I don't know if we'll be able to even fit it in here. Is it possible for him to sit on that chair instead, Judge? Is there a microphone or no?
There's no mic.
Oh, there's no. Okay, because I was going to say it might be easier to just leave that whiteboard there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Evidence to introduce. One is a clip of the video of Dr. Maricini during the demonstration. I believe we sent them to you, right, Judge? Okay, so I was just going to have him walk through that, what he was doing during it. I'm going to have to show it on my laptop, though, because we don't have a TV screen. So I'll just put it over to him where you can see it as well.
I will allow you again. Show me whatever you want to show as a motion to reconsider my previous decision. I have already looked at most of what you sent, which includes the videos, body-worn camera video, Maricini, and then the microphone guy.
Dr. Ray. Sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Ray. I'm just, Judge, the only question I have is the video that Your Honor saw, was it a singular video?
It's the same one I showed you. Yeah, the first video for what?
So the throwing of the knives towards the couple.
So that was one of them, and the other one was checking the door.
Okay.
Saw 3 videos total: body worn, knife throwing, and Dr. Barron cheating with him.
And we clipped them down.
Is he here? Yeah. Oh, yes. It's just we were just called up.
All right, Dr. Mancini, if you could come forward. I'm going to have you sworn in. Do you have an eraser for a whiteboard?
And I have markers.
You swear to affirm the evidence you're about to give, nothing but the truth, all of that?
Good afternoon, Dr. Marcini. Can you, did you introduce yourself to the court already?
No, my name is Dr. John Marcini, M-A-R-R-A-C-C-I-N-I.
Okay, and very briefly, I just want to go over some of your experience as a medical examiner. Let's start just with your education.
Judge, I think we can stipulate to his expertise.
Perfect. Great. Okay, so we would have him as an expert in the field of forensic pathology, clinical pathology, and anatomic pathology, in which he's board certified.
We'll absolutely agree that he's an expert in all these things.
Great, thank you. Can you tell the court what you were retained to do in this case?
Simply put, I was asked to investigate and review evidence as to whether a throwing knife, specifically the knife involved in this particular case, could penetrate and inflict the wound found on Mr. Obumseli.
And did you review various documents in making your determination, prior to making your determination?
Sure. I reviewed the complete work product of the Office of the Medical Examiner, including I reviewed the complete work product of the Office of the Medical Examiner, including but not limited to the autopsy report, the autopsy photographs, and miscellaneous notes. I reviewed police reports, some police statements, some videos associated with this, and then we conducted some research collectively with a knife-throwing expert named Bobby Branton. And after the conclusion of these different things and the review of other evidence and statements, I formed an opinion regarding whether the knife could, if thrown, penetrate and inflict the wound as seen on Mr. Obumseli.
Let me ask you this. Did you review crime scene photographs?
Yes, I did.
What about the Arthur hearing transcript of the testimony of Dr. Hutchins, who is the medical examiner for the state?
Yes, I did.
What about the crime scene, the documents including the floor plan, the report and floor plan?
Yes, I reviewed all of those things.
I believe you said the medical records from the trauma center. What about the fire rescue reports?
I did.
Okay. Did you review Ms. Clenney's statement to the police?
Yes.
And did you receive, or did you look at any of the knives in question? And I don't mean the specific knife that was used in this case. I just mean the type of knife.
Go ahead.
I've asked the defense team to proffer an identical weapon, such was some testing, which has been video recorded of the knife being thrown. I made arrangements to select a suitable biologic material. And what we finally settled on was using a side of pork, essentially.
How did you make that determination?
Pardon me?
How did you make a determination to use a side of pork?
Well, I wanted mammalian tissue with skin and muscle and other structures similar to the human body and the general way that we're struck. So we didn't need to go through bone, but we need to have a part of the pig that would have sufficient muscle, fat, fascia, and so forth that's skin.
Now, and I know you're not here qualified as a knife throwing expert. Do you have any experience throwing knives?
Well, I've been an amateur knife thrower for about 30 years.
And did you yourself try to throw these knives in this case?
I did.
Now, did you participate in a demonstration that was done with Mr. Branton throwing the knives into the pig carcass?
Yes.
And can you just describe what your role in that was?
It was primarily to determine after the knife was thrown to examine the penetrating defect and to see if the strength, resiliency, and other features of the tissue was similar to human tissue in the case of where Mr. Obumseli was struck, which was the upper pectoral area and the deeper.
Now, how the demonstration was conducted, and I mean specifically how far distance-wise the knife was thrown, that was something made by the defense, right?
Right, the defense proffered and communicated with Mr. Branton about what they wanted.
And you have no knowledge as to why or how that number was picked?
No, I don't.
And I mean, just to be clear, you weren't present on the day of the scene, so you don't have any specific facts about what happened on the night of April 3rd?
Well, I only know the facts as collected by crime scene and from other sources, but I was not obviously present.
Okay. So now going back to the demonstration, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to play it for you. And we don't have the TV, so I'm going to bring this to you and you can stay connected. There's the TV here? Oh, okay. Mr. Prieto is going to try to bring the TV in. Okay. So in the meantime, we'll just keep going. Let me just ask you this. What is your opinion in this case?
That a thrown knife, such as identical to the one used in this particular case to inflict a lethal wound, could have been thrown and inflicted said wound.
And when you say could have, can you be more specific as, I mean, can you say percentages? Are you able to do that?
Well, I mean, the simplest way to divide between whether or not it was directly thrust into someone using a hand to use a leg or whether it's thrown, and we can use penetration. This particular knife is very sharp, and getting to the skin, it gets to the skin very easily. Most knives only require 6 to 12 pounds of pressure. So, a human being with even average or less than average strength could easily drive this knife almost 6 inches trace mark where the blade needs to handle. That wasn't present. So at the end of the day, I favor it being a thrown knife rather than it being a directly inserted knife as in the usual stabbing. The difference in penetration, in my mind, is one of the decisive factors that favors one over another.
And what about slippage, where there might be marks on the defendant? That can happen if a person is using a knife, right, to stab somebody?
Right. I mean, a knife that does not have what we call a hilt guard, which is like a cross piece to the blade, it's pretty easy when you drive a knife to, your hand to slip up onto the blade edge. No one is found.
Did you review the photographs of Ms. Clenney's hands?
I did.
Okay, and you didn't observe any kind of damage to her hands that would be the result of slippage?
Right, there were no cuts.
What about any defensive wounds? Did you, in your review of the photographs of Mr. Obumseli, did you see any defensive wounds on him?
I did not.
What, if anything, does that tell you?
Well, usually defense against knife, you see some cuts in the hand by the person who is receiving a knife assault with the hand for holding a blade and inserting. So we just didn't happen to see any in this particular case.
Okay. And I know that you wanted the whiteboard for a reason. Was there specific you wanted to show the court something?
Well, I mean, if necessary, unless Your Honor probably gets it, so I probably don't.
Okay. Was there something specific?
Well,
to make sure she understood?
I would just, show a trajectory of the throwing knife just for purposes of our discussion. And some other things that might be pertinent to the defense there.
Okay. What specifically would you think is important for the court to understand that goes towards your opinion in this case?
Well, there was a proffer by defense that at some point in time there was an altercation immediately preceding the knife event. And one of that proffers was that the defendant was assaulted by means of an arm going across the neck of Ms. Clenney by Mr. Obumseli. And so the question was there any physical evidence from the examination of the neck of the defendant in the photographic evidence in this case that might indicate that?
Judge, at this time I would, do you have an objection to it? I can remind you. Yeah, you're okay.
Can you talk to whether or not these are the two pictures that you reviewed?
Yeah.
I don't have an objection to it.
Let me mark them first. I've got it, so. Okay, if I approach it. Take a look at these two photographs. Let me know if you review those. I'll show it on, I'll have to show you on the screen because it actually comes out better than if it's printed. But you said that you have seen those?
Of course.
Okay. I would move without objection, defendants A1 and A2 for identification into evidence.
A1 would become defense A. A2 would become defense B.
Just can I have a moment and I'm going to put it up on the TV here, please?
Ollie, can you move the whiteboard to the signature?
Oh, okay. showing you, I believe this is it
A1.
A1. It's defendant's A. I'm showing you defendant's A. This is one of the photos you said you observed?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you see from this?
Well, can I step down there on it?
Yes.
All right, well, this particular picture, there's several pictures of the defendant. This is one of many, and some of the other pictures showed it better than this, but there's a faint blue-green discoloration here and some faint reddish discoloration here. And, when we see that, it doesn't prove it because it's, obviously it's a very fine, but nevertheless, when we consider whether some pressure might have been applied to the front of the neck at some time. And then on the hands, of course, there's blood on the hands, but there's also some bruising, and it's better seen on the photographs, actually, where her arms are down to her sides.
I'll show you defendant's exhibit B.
Okay. So what we have some bruising here, some bruising there, and there are some other pictures where her hands, and you're seeing the knuckle side, and you can see some discolorations there. Now, the probative value of these are more difficult because I'm not quite sure the age of these. I can't say that this occurred immediately before the lethal event or not. But nevertheless, what you have is you have some bruises on the arms, you have some bruises on the knuckles, and you have a discoloration in the front of the neck. And that only came up primarily because of the defense theory that there was some physical interaction preceding the lethal event.
Okay. I'm going to go to the demonstration now.
You said that there were other photographs that you looked at that showed the neck better, or was there another photograph?
You can try to pull them up.
Just about a half dozen
There
photographs.
are quite a bit. I will see if I can look at some additional ones.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Going to the demonstration, Judge, this is a digital evidence, so I have a USB to give to the clerk.
Okay.
Well, how would you like to, what is on the USB? There are 3 videos on there. The first one will be the video where he looks at the demonstration. The second one is Mr. Brandon doing the night review. The third one is
Typically, we do it as 3 different USBs. George, how would you like to do that? Because it's all 3 videos on one USB.
If they give me 3 separate USBs, I would do that.
Okay, can I replace this one?
Yeah. So let's just go ahead and name which video is going to be each item of evidence, and then we'll replace them with the 3 separate USBs.
The first one would be, and I'm going to C1, which would be...
They're going to be entered, those stipulations?
will be the video demonstration with Dr. Murgy.
That's going to be defense A3 will become defense C.
The next one will be a knife throwing demonstration video by Mr. Bratton.
A4 will become defense exhibit D.
And then the last one will be a body cam statement.
A5 will become defense E.
Okay. Thank you. If you want to see Dr. Murgy, I'm actually going to show you defense D first, because defense D is the actual demonstration. Can you walk through for the court just how that demonstration took place so that she can get an understanding? You know, where did it take place? How was it?
Sure. I'd rather stand up and...
Whatever you need to do, I just have to make sure that
all good? Okay, so Your Honor, arrangements were made for me to fly to Columbia, South Carolina, where the studio would be setting up this production. The setup actually went on for a couple of days, and I arrived on the second day. The studio arrangement was indoors, air conditioned, and had video set up in a number of different angles. And was capable of slow motion and all sorts of technical things. The video was shot while I was there. They began to work on a project which consists of taking the side of the fork out and hanging the side of the fork, or hanging the side of the fork on the front of the backstop board. And there had already been a layout of the physical distances between that board, that target, and where Mr. Bratton would be standing to throw the knife set. A set of 6 identical knives, presumptively identical to the weapon involved in this particular case, were available to Mr. Bratton. And then he began to do what he does, and that is throw knives. And I observed him throwing the knives, and then the penetrations, that is, the areas where the knives impaled, I then inserted a gloved finger to make sure that the tissue, in fact, was a reasonable representation and similar to human tissue that would have been affected in this particular case.
Do you know how many times Mr. Bratton threw the knives that day?
I don't know. I don't remember.
And can you say whether he hit the target every single time?
No, he did not.
And we already, I believe that you already agreed that the distance that was created for Mr. Brown to throw, it was your understanding that was made by the defense, right?
Correct.
Wait, ask that question again. The distance used for throwing was decided by the defense.
That's correct.
In your medical opinion, does the pressure used to cause this type of injury, does it depend on the strength of the person?
In this particular case, this particular knife, in this particular location, very little strength is needed either for a direct thrusting of the knife with the hand. That would be 6 to 12 pounds. And throwing the weapon just simply adds it's a little bit different than pressure, but it's a ballistic event. And you don't need a lot of strength, and you don't need a heavy knife, and you don't need a specifically designed knife, providing it's point on. And it doesn't have to hit point on directly perpendicularly. It can strike point on, below or above the horizontal plane, and still penetrate.
Now, would you agree with me that Mr. Branson's body size is not similar to Ms. Clenney's body size?
Right. I think he was 5'10" in height, and he was overweight. And I think Ms. Clenney was proper to be 5'8" and 150 pounds at the time of the incident.
Does that change your opinion, the fact of how the pressure and how it goes in with the knife? Does it change your opinion based on the fact that you watched a demonstration with an individual that is not similar body size, weight as Ms. Clenney?
No, I mean, it's qualitatively the same event. It's just a matter of different body mechanics, and Ms. Branton could better address that. I'm not an expert in how people throw knives who are novices, and so he could talk about that.
Judge, at this time I would ask to publish Defendant's Exhibit D so we can have Mr. Miracini confirm that was what he observed on that day. I'm going to play video. Now, we're going to see there's no sound here. Do you know if there was sound recorded or not?
We did not do a sound recording.
Can you describe to the court, I mean, obviously we can see what's going on, but from your observation as an expert medical examiner, what, if anything, does this demonstration show you?
Well, he threw 6 knives, and he essentially had 3 of them stick, and the 4th one came in and hit the 3rd one, knocking the 3rd one out, but probably that would have been an impalement. Then there was a clean miss, number 5. Number 6, the impact was just barely grazed the side of the carcass. It was not representative. So what we did was, where this, you can stop the previous, go back 1 inch.
Okay.
But what we did was, in the knife at the point of impalement, where the skin touched the edge of the knife, indelible marker was used to mark the side of the knife. And then after, as you see here, and then after that happened, the knife was removed and simply put in front of a tape measure ruler to measure the inches of penetration. And so that's what's being happened here. This is, you can see that this particular penetration was in excess, close to 5 inches.
And what was, in this case, Mr. Obumseli, the depth of the knife wound? What was that?
It was about 3 1/4 inch, something in that order.
I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit C.
Well, I see, obviously. So what I'm doing is inserting my finger in the defects above and penetration to confirm that the resistance of the tissues and their general features was similar enough to represent and be useful for analysis of the penetrating wound present on Mr. Obumseli's body.
And you said you did this. What was the result of that, by you putting your finger in there? What did it tell you?
It confirmed that the tissue was a satisfactory representation of the human tissue for purposes of this experimentation.
What are you doing right here?
All right, so let me just show what I did, and then I'll explain what I'm trying to do here. So now you can stop it there. You can freeze it for a moment. So what I'm trying to do, what I've done is I've inserted the knife and then turned it, rotated it to see if I could find an accessory mark. Now why is this important? In this particular case, when you look at the wound as it goes through muscle, fat, fascia, etc., that wound is just an elliptical wound like you expect to see with a knife injury. I can draw it on the whiteboard in a couple of minutes. But the question was, let me come back to it. Let me show Your Honor an image and then...
If you're going to show something, can you just reference what you are looking at, please?
Do you have one of these?
Mr. Evans, he's referencing
the picture of the knife.
Nothing, I just wanted you to see what he was referencing.
Okay. that. I'm sure a little bit.
So what you reviewed are the autopsy photos and specifically the wound that was on Obumseli.
By the way, this is something else that might be useful if you want to get to that later. Okay, hold on a second. I know I got it here. All right. So this is a picture I'd like to show.
Well, it's not in evidence, so...
You want me to hand it to you?
Yeah, let me...
You can have my copy. And actually, what I'd like to do is these two. Okay. So these two would
Judge, without objection, will be moving defendants F and G into evidence.
A6 will become defense F, and A7 will become defense G.
And I'm going to show them to the court first, and then... Doctor, if you'd like to, if you could just reference whichever one you're looking at the time, and you can explain your testimony.
Okay, first of all, this is a photograph which gives a general location of the entrance wound, or the only wound caused by sharp force.
And specifically, you're referencing defendant's exhibit F.
Right. So you can see this is an elliptical wound. The wound is typically bigger than the knife itself. And the reason it's bigger than the knife itself is that, in my opinion, this defect that we have here is not from the knife just coming directly perpendicular, but from a slight angle. And I can show you a larger image of this.
Why is that important, or what does that have to do with your opinion in this case? The slight angle.
Well, Your Honor, that slight difference doesn't mean a whole lot in this case, except that I wanted to explain size and marks to make it clear what we're looking at. And that would help us with some of the issues we're talking about. All right,
Now
so...
looking at defendant's G?
Defendant's A7.
And G.
Oh, no, G, excuse me. I'm sorry. All right, A7 is a larger picture of this hole. Now this is like 4 centimeters and change in size, and the width of the blade is not nearly that wide. But getting back to the original, why am I doing this to the side of pork with the knife and twisting it? I was trying to figure out this mark right here in the skin that's adjacent to the hole. The hole is like an ellipse. If you look further in, it's a rather narrow elliptical mark. But here, there seems to be more going on at this one end than on. And so I was trying to figure out if that was evidence of a twisting of the blade, either in reference to the state's theory or in reference to what had been proffered, which was that Mr. Obumseli removed the knife himself from his own chest. So then I was trying to figure out, well, if he did that, well, could he have twisted it, taking it out, because naturally, well, not naturally, but you might expect some difference in mechanics from a throw knife and the removal and so on. But when I attempted to do this duplication, I didn't see a lot that resembled this. It's my bottom line conclusion is that this is an artifact related to attempts to save Mr. Obumseli's life. And you can see basically some suture holes here for where the needle went through with suture material. And it's probable that this is just an artifact of the attempts by the surgeons to save his life. But I went through the extra maneuver of putting a knife in, twisting it, and it really didn't look like that at all. When you went twisting the knife, the cut came off at more of an angle here and further up. So this is not from the twisting of the knife blade either, coming out by either parts. So I wanted to dispense with that in case they continue issuing at a later date. So that's what I was doing with the side of work after Mr. Brandt had done most of his work.
How did the pig's skin and density compare to the location of the wound in Obumseli?
Well, I would expect that pig skin...
An objection to the speculation. He wasn't there for the autopsy.
Let me just be clear, from your review of the photos and the records by the medical examiner, how would you say that the pig skin and density compared to a human body, first of all?
Well, let's talk about the skin per se. The skin here is processed a little bit to remove the fur. What remains, the epidermal remnant of this skin is probably a little bit tougher than human skin at this particular site. Unlike the elbows, the palms of the hands, the forearms, and other areas, this area under the clavicle, the skin doesn't have particularly a lot of resistance or as much structure as elsewhere. So once again, if anything, the pig skin per se in this particular model would offer more resistance, but certainly not less resistance than the skin of a human being at that site, based on my dissections of that area, 4,000 autopsies.
No, you weren't present for the actual autopsy of Mr. Obumseli, right?
Correct.
So you didn't actually get to feel what his skin feels like.
Correct.
But as you said, in your over 4,000 examinations, the skin type differs so greatly.
It doesn't differ that much. And this area is cut through very often because, as you may know from an autopsy, there's a wide incision in the front of the body. So we very commonly go through this area to enter the body as part of the basic autopsy procedure. So I have a lot of experience cutting through this area in thousands of autopsies.
The states, you read the examination, direct examination and cross-examination from the other hearing of the medical examiner, and you heard him, his opinion is that this could not have been an injury caused by a throwing of a knife. Do you agree with that testimony?
No, an objection judge said that wasn't his opinion. It wasn't concluded, his complete opinion.
I mean, I will rely on my own memory of what it is he said. I also have a copy of the transcript, but in general, I understand your questions all about it. Go ahead.
Right. It's my understanding that the medical examiner's statement, as reflected in the transcript, was his opinion. It was his opinion that a knife thrown by this penetrated and caused the woman in question.
And
I disagree with that for the reasons we just talked about.
Okay. And you reviewed Ms. Clenney's statement?
Yes.
Is your opinion consistent with Ms. Clenney's statement that she threw the knife?
Yes.
If I can have a moment, Judge. Nothing further. Okay.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Good afternoon. So first off, you were hired on this case by the defense team?
Correct.
Could you explain to the court your hourly fees?
My actual rate is $600 per hour.
And to date, including your testimony today, how many hours have you appeared or worked on this case?
Around 15,000 would be the amount. So do the math.
Okay. So now, this experiment that was done, you were brought in and informed of the circumstances. You yourself were not outside of the defense team. That's your only knowledge of what happened in this case.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the statement that the defendant made at some point in time was sort of an approximation. So she was in a room, and they asked her, how far away were you? And she said, well, how big is this room? And they said around 10 feet or something, words to that effect. And what was drawn for that was an initial 10-foot measurement. So that all of that was a proffer.
Well, you've seen the video that was just shown to the court. It's your opinion that that is a 10-foot distance?
No, there's a 10-foot range set up, but Mr. Branton has moved in closer for the actual total.
Can you explain to the court why is it that Mr. Branton threw from 5 feet instead of the 10-foot distance of the room that the defendant stated in her statement was roughly the distance that the victim was from her?
It's my understanding from a proper defense that they revisited the scene with the defendant or talked to the defendant at some point and established where exactly she was standing and where exactly Mr. Obumseli was when the event occurred. And they recalibrated it to an opinion that it was about 6 feet.
So you were not there for those conversations?
Correct.
But it's your testimony today that the defense disregarded the defendant's own statement to police and created a different distance based on subsequent meetings with her.
Right. If you want to go back to the video, we can go over that. But at the end of the day, an adjustment was made based on the defense doing an assessment at the scene of what the actual distance was. And using that assessment, they then instructed Mr. Branton as to what to do.
Are you aware of who was there for that subsequent meeting?
No.
And in regards to the style, and actually, so we're discussing the conversation, the actual statement of the defendant. So not only has the defense disregarded the distance that she says, can we talk about the style in which we see Mr. Branton throwing these knives?
Sure.
And the video speaks for itself, and correct me if I'm wrong, he's stepping forward into it and directly throwing it almost, as a pitching, not necessarily art.
Right, he's using a different style, and he's using forearm extension at a closer distance. And we had some discussions of what happens at 10 feet. He was doing something a little different at 6 feet.
And why is it that we are seeing him change the style of throw from what the defendant said she threw this knife like in her statement?
Well, I don't know that she gave a lot of particulars exactly how she threw the knife.
Well, you have good knowledge as to the distance that she says. You should also then remember that she says she flung the knife. Right? You remember that?
Well, she said she flung the knife, but to me that doesn't... It's like saying I flung the baseball. I mean...
Well,
I don't know. I don't have a clear idea about how much follow-through or extension used in her arm. And I think Branton discussed that a little bit in his depo.
Well, when you end up receiving this statement by the defendant, was it the video recorded statement or was it audio?
I can't remember.
Well, do you remember being able to observe the style in which the defendant showed the detectives how she flung this knife?
I can't remember.
You are in agreement, though, that Mr. Brennan has changed the style in which the defendant has shown the detectives she threw this knife.
I would rely upon the review of the statement, the image, the video. I can't remember what the video showed right now. But I would simply compare that video and what Mr. Brennan has done. I don't know what else to say.
Well, you said also you had a chance to review Mr. Brennan's deposition.
I did.
All right, and you are quite aware that Mr. Brennan says, you know, he can't confirm whether Courtney would be able to throw this knife, if the defense attorney would be able to throw this knife, but he would say that he could at least get the knife to stick.
Sure, that's what he said.
Him being a knife throwing expert.
Yeah, sure.
And you have no knowledge as to the defendant being a knife throwing expert.
Correct.
You'd also agree that, and it's very clear from the video, the differences in body shapes and sizes for Mr. Brennan and the defendant.
Yes.
He's got multiple inches on her.
Yeah, he's several inches taller, and he's also probably twice as heavy as she is. So.
And logically speaking, someone who can generate that, or has that much weight to them, would be able to generate a much larger amount of force stepping forward.
Yes.
So the fact that we're looking at the larger than the defendant, taller than the defendant, Mr. Brennan, throwing a knife from a different distance than what the defendant says, this experiment is completely different than what the defendant said and the circumstances she faced at the time in which Mr. Obumseli was killed.
I wouldn't say it's completely different. There are some differences. And, rather than me trying to go from memory, I think the court will draw out those differences in time.
Well, that's why I'm hearing I can ask you about your memory. So go ahead, tell me, what are these specific instances that are the same?
Well, the weapon's the same.
Oh, let's talk about the weapon. So the weapon itself, did you go and inspect the weapon?
I didn't inspect the original.
Why not?
Because I was proffered that the weapon was identical to the exemplars, number one. Number two, I would not be at liberty to throw the original weapon. Number three, there was sufficient photography of the original weapon to show that the tip was not dented and that the weapon did not seem to have significant wear.
But you would not be able to determine the actual wear, the actual sharpness of this weapon unless you analyze it yourself. Is that not correct?
It's true.
Right, so you guys for this experiment purchased knives that are of the same type. But you did not create the circumstances in which this knife that was impounded, that would have been available for you to inspect, to make that comparison.
I worked at the proffer that there was no substantive differences between the test knives and the actual knifing event.
You talked about the resistance of a human body, but again, you're not there for the autopsy of Mr. Obumseli, right?
Correct.
You don't know the condition of his skin, the muscle density of his body. You could not recreate that in this pig without actually being a part of that autopsy, right? You could not guarantee that to this court.
I can guarantee that it's reasonable. I can't guarantee it's identical.
So again, you are changing the circumstances that were faced that day.
Well, we don't do experimentation on human tissue, so we have to do the best we can with mammalian tissue. But yes, it wasn't, 100% identical to that of Mr. Obumseli.
And now, have you ever seen or observed the defendant throw anything?
No.
Do you know whether or not she could, actually, not do you know, you don't know whether she could generate enough force as Mr. Branton throwing that knife at that pig carcass?
Well, I don't know about the word no. I think it's likely she can. And the reason is, you know, the penetrations that Mr. Branton got were almost 5 inches. And they only really needed 3 1/4 to duplicate what was seen in this particular case.
So again, though, you're saying it's likely. You have to speculate because you don't know how she throws. You don't know how hard she can throw. And again, you've changed the circumstances and style in which she is thrown in your experiment.
I haven't changed anything, but I observed what was done by Mr. Branton.
And this observation, this experiment was set up by the defense team.
Correct.
All right. You are also quite aware that multiple attempts, the court has only seen one of these attempts at throwing multiple knives at the carcass, right?
I don't know what you've seen. I know there were a number of hours of video talking.
So then you would be aware, you were there for all of it that day.
Yes, I was.
And so you were aware that roughly only 50% of the knives, even Mr. Branton, he was only able to get roughly 50% of the knives to stick on that carcass.
Well, in the last video we saw, it was probably close to 4 out of 6 because one knife knocked the other knife out. And then when 2 knives coincide at the same target, they generally interfere with each other. And then you wind up with neither of them sticking. So, but the answer is, let's go 4 out of 6 in that particular run. I'll go with 3 out of 6, that's fine. It's not 100%.
Right. So the knife throwing expert can only get 50% of the knives to stick at a closer distance than what the defendant explained in her statement. She was from Mr. Obumseli.
Right. So that's an interesting point. That means that the defendant had no reasonable expectation of seriously harming Mr. Obumseli.
You mean throwing a knife at somebody isn't expecting to? That her allegation of throwing a knife? I would say throwing any knife would be inherently dangerous, no?
Oh, it is. But lethal, you know, you're telling me, and I would agree with you, that it's not a high probability that she would connect. But nevertheless, if it does connect, then you have an individual like Mr. Obumseli who's legally injured.
And so you would agree that the experiment that you observed is different than the circumstances in which the defendant faced that day?
It could be. I can't affirm 100% that there is total agreement.
You mentioned during autopsies that medical examiners, cut open this general area of the human body, right?
Correct.
What is the type of device that's used to cut open a human body?
Well, you can do different things. I would typically use a scalpel.
And so the amount of force that's needed to cut open, you can't say that that is what Mr. Branton is using in this experiment.
Mr. Branton. Okay. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Of course. So the amount of force that one would use to have to use a scalpel to cut open someone's chest, right there. You can't say that amount of force is the same that Mr. Branton uses in the experiment.
All I can say is when I went to cut the skin of this pig sample with that knife, that was almost as easy as a scalpel. So it's a very sharp knife. It cuts very easily.
You mentioned that there are no markings on the defendant's hands for slippage. Again, though, you don't know the circumstances. You weren't there on the date of the incident to determine the slippage. Whether or not the knife actually slipped in her hand at all when she stabbed Mr. Obumseli.
No, what you can say is the converse, that if she was holding a knife and if she was stabbing in the conventional way, that there was no evidence that the knife slipped up, the blade engaged the palm or surface of the hand or any other surface of the hand.
You mentioned for the photograph showing the bruising on the arms, you can't tell at any point in time when those bruises were left or how they were left.
I don't know at any point in time, but I'm willing to say that the bruising is probably less than a week old. But how recently, I can't really say.
And that would be the same for any sort of marking on her neck.
No, not really. I mean, the marking on the neck looks completely different than the bruising in the hands. The bruising in the hands is expensive, multicolored.
And could you show the court exactly, this is state or defense exhibit A, exactly where it is that you're talking about this marking on her neck?
I would just ask if I could use the original photograph on here versus a copy because it's not as clear in the printout.
This is your evidence. So you can, I have no issue with you showing it, but I would just like, I'm trying to have him point to exactly where the court should be looking.
Okay, Your Honor. So we're seeing some discoloration. Step down so I don't have another advance here myself. All right. So, we look here to see if we can see any discoloration, but more importantly, whether we see any reddening of the skin in these areas. So this is inconclusive. I don't mean to affirm to the courts that this is, I can look at this and say, that's it. But nevertheless, we are concerned about these marks, and there are better images from the collection of images of Ms. Clenney than this particular photograph for both the hand and the neck stuff. So,
but again, though, you have no clue how, if there are any marks, how they got there, or when.
I was asked in a proffer, could this be from Mr. Obumseli applying force to the neck of Ms. Clenney? And if the question is could it be, the answer is yes.
So, Judge, the only other thing that I would do is, if Your Honor so wishes, we can introduce, we have the other videos if Your Honor thinks you need to see them. Otherwise, I have another question for you. There's multiple attempts, so Your Honor only got to see one of the tests, or I guess the number of throws. There's, I believe, 4 other attempts at this carcass to throw next.
I'd be curious to see this.
So, if defense is willing to stipulate, okay. So then we could publish them, Your Honor, or if not, then we could just provide them to the court for Your Honor to review. But
are they on the same? Are they all any of the same?
We'd have to mark it. We have
Okay, so you can publish it, and then we'll have it marked as a lead as well. So George, if you could just put the additional 4 videos as part of the state's evidence, and they'll provide a different variety of those videos. Can we go ahead and publish?
No objection, Judge. I was just saying it's going to be, they're very lengthy if we go from start to finish. I don't know if they can cut.
How long are they each?
They're roughly 3 minutes, I believe.
But we have no objection.
Show me a couple, and then if they're long, then I'll go ahead and take them back and take them.
Sir. While we're setting up this third one, just very briefly, Mr. Marigini, or Dr. Marigini, I apologize, and if we could pause that really quickly. The way that Mr. Branton is holding the knife, is that specific to a knife-throwing expert? Wait. I'm sorry?
I don't know the answer.
All right, you and your amateur throwing status, first, would you be able to hold, or would you hold the knife in the same way for purposes of trying to stick it into a target?
Well, when I threw from 10 feet, I held it differently.
So the question I have in that regard, in this instance, do you have any knowledge as to this is in fact the way that it's alleged that the defendant held the knife when she apparently threw it?
I don't know. By the way, just to clarify, even though the left foot is extended forward to here, his belly, the front of this gentleman's belly never really goes past 6 feet. And his center of mass, even though he leans maybe a few inches, doesn't really step through the throat. So it's a forward leaning of the torso, really only a matter of a few inches at most. And the center of mass is basically moving from here to there as he executes the throw. So it's not like stepping into a 1-2 throw, it's still a relatively static throw in there.
Dr. Marigini, you picked out the pig carcass that was used in this, right?
Yes.
Did you, when you're making these experiments, doing these experiments, are you replacing the pig every time?
No.
So, in essence, if you're hitting a spot that already has a knife mark, it is easier to penetrate?
Yes.
Judge, I don't have any questions for the witness.
And state 1A will become state 1.
Dr. Maricini, prosecutor asked you about different circumstances that were reviewed in this case other than what really Ms. Clenney said. Do you remember him going over several of those circumstances? Okay, so the first one he asked you about was the way the knife was thrown, and you mentioned that Courtney said the word flung. Do you remember him asking you about those questions?
Yes.
After reviewing the testimony, do you know whether law enforcement or the detectives asked her any follow-up questions to be more specific about what that meant?
It's not my recollection that said specific questions were asked.
Now, they asked you about the 10 feet. That was something Ms. Clenney said in her statement, right? Mm-hmm. Do you recall that the last thing she tells them is they should look at the room?
Yes.
Meaning the apartment?
Yes.
Objection, Judge, speculation.
I don't know.
No, it's not, Judge. For what the defendant meant in her statement.
Oh, I thought she was asking what was actually said in her statement. Did you recall that being said?
No, the last statement, Judge, was a speculation as to what she meant. Whether it be the apartment or...
I think you didn't know.
Okay. Yeah.
That's her call.
Defense 8-8 will be defense H.
Judge will move evidence defense H. Then, Dr. Martini, I'm just going to show you defendant's exhibit 8H. Excuse me. Can you just take a look and tell me if this is something that you have reviewed? Both pages.
Yes, I've reviewed it.
Let me give a copy to the court.
This is an evidence or not evidence?
He's holding the one that's actually in evidence. That's your copy, Judge. Looking at defendant's H, this is the diagram from Courtney Clenney's apartment.
Yes.
And this is from crime scene, right?
Presumably, yes.
You said that in the beginning of your testimony you did review documents given to you from crime scene.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, looking at number 15, going to the second page, what number 15 actually is? What was located there by crime scene?
I have to look at the alleged counsel. I wouldn't want to speak from. Let's see. The global knife was located at 15.
Okay. And looking at the diagram, you listened to her testimony. In her testimony, do you recall where she said that she was by the island and then she threw the knife at Obumseli?
Yes.
And looking at the distance between right behind the island and 15, would you say that's less than 10 feet?
I'm sorry, from where you're going?
If you can tell, if you can't, that's okay. If you're able to see from the diagram that it looks that it is less than 10 feet.
Well, the
based on
island looks less than 10 feet in length.
Let me ask you this. One of the things she testified to was that Obumseli started aggressively coming towards her, and that's when she threw the knife. If somebody starts moving...
Judge, so first off, this is outside the scope of my cross. Also, it's calling for a speculation.
Judge, I don't think it's beyond the scope because he asked questions about her testimony, various questions about the testimony, and the circumstances that are different, so...
Let's hear what the full question is.
The question would be that if somebody is moving, how the wound, or how the knife, if it was thrown, how it would be consistent with the wound.
Okay, I'll allow it.
The wound that you observed in this case, Dr. Maricini, how was the knife? Was it at an angle? Was it straight in? Can you tell the court what it looked like?
I do apologize. Are we talking about the carcass, or are we talking about autopsy?
No, the autopsy of Mr. Obumseli.
Okay, so the knife wound goes inward, mostly front to back, but slightly from the deceased right to the deceased left.
Can you describe whether, does that mean it was at an angle or not an angle?
Well, it is a slight angle, in my opinion. The ME didn't seem to think so. It's not that much, and it doesn't change any of my opinion, so according to as far as I can tell.
And if somebody were, if Obumseli were walking aggressively towards her, would you say that that wound is consistent with somebody doing that?
Objection, Judge, speculation.
I'm asking you to, based on her testimony, and you're an expert, so you can give your opinion.
I'm a little bit confused by it, but go ahead.
I mean, it's consistent with that, but it's consistent with many other events.
Now, you were asked whether if anybody else could do this other than Brandon, who's a knife throwing expert. Were you present when I threw the knife during the demonstration and it stuck in the carcass?
Yes.
And I was able to throw this knife and make it stick?
Yes.
You don't know me to be a knife throwing expert, do you, sir?
I don't know that well, counsel.
And you're...
I'm just wondering whether they're going to be amending a witness list and maybe testifying as to how much force you might have put into that knife.
Your fees in this case, are they in line with an expert who has your same experience?
As far as I know, counsel.
Have a moment, Judge. I have nothing further, Judge. Yes.
All right, this be excused. You may step down. Look for this. You have one question that you really need to ask on recross?
Judge, I would ask probably two.
All right, go ahead.
In regards to the last questions about defense counsel potentially throwing a knife, was that ever recorded? Do you know?
Well, not unless the video is still running.
Okay. And the circumstances to which she threw this knife, were you made aware of any of them at the time that she threw this knife?
I can't recollect.
And lastly, the exhibit, which I believe is H, the CSI diagram, the item that is marked as item 15, you would have no knowledge as to how 15 got there?
No.
And you would have no knowledge as to whether Mr. Obumseli was standing right in that specific spot when he was struck by the knife, as alleged by the defendant?
No, I mean, the knife is more or less at the beginning of the blood trail where it's found.
And in regards to her statement about where she's standing, you would have no idea of where exactly around this island to be able to place her on a specific spot on this diagram?
I have no opinion.
I have no further questions.
I have had the request for a quick break, so if the witness is allowed to step down, we'll take a 5-minute hunger break and then I think
Yes, yes.
All right, so that's where the thumbnail came from. Aaron picked up that thumbnail. So I have a poll going, and I know some of you are saying, you don't know enough about it, and I understand, I get that. I'm just trying to think of the physics involved of her throwing a knife. She's not trained or anything. Of her throwing a knife at somebody, allegedly, her words, her defense is he's charging towards her. She picks up a knife and she throws it at him. Everything that has to occur for that knife to either go straight and hit Christian, because it was like kind of like on the right side, knife end, pointy side end, hit him there. Or if she throws it and it's tumbling, and if it's tumbling, I mean, it's just going to bounce off of him, or even just to hit him here. Think about 10 feet away. 10 feet away is pretty far. And is that knife going to just go like that? Or is that knife going to be spinning? Is she throwing it sidearm? Is she throwing it straight over? How's she holding it? She probably just picked it up and threw it. That's where I'm just kind of getting tripped up on just the physics involved, the convergence of all the circumstances that had to happen if she did throw it, of all those circumstances aligning that hits Christian here, and and he dies. So that's where I'm coming up with. To me, it seems more right now. It seems like she stabbed him. To me, it seems more like a stab at close range versus throwing from 10 feet away. But that's just kind of where I land right now. For obviously we need more evidence. But to be quite honest, I don't know if we're going to see any more evidence other than this. We pretty much heard it was a downward, it was downward, 3 inches, 3 inches in and downward. So he's 6'3" or 4" and she's 5'8". So that would make sense of her doing one of these versus it throwing, and I don't know. Just doesn't right now. It just doesn't seem like a knife throw. It just seems like it's a much larger leap for me that she threw it, and all these circumstances had to perfectly had to perfectly line up. Oh, wait a minute, we don't want that one. All these circumstances had to line up, for her to actually have thrown it and to hit him. So that's kind of where I'm landing. All right, hold on.
For the record.
Oh, sounds like we got some good audio on this one. Whoop, whoop. Seems like they fixed their audio on this one. All right. So where's this case? It's in Miami, Mel. This is in Miami. The trial is scheduled to start December 1st. I'm seeing things that way. Chris is seeing them. Yeah. It just doesn't seem, just the physics involved, For me, a lot of things go back to physics, like Karen Reed, the physics involved with that, what the state was coming up with versus the physics, the physical evidence, the physics just doesn't make sense right now. Jennifer, that's why she's covered in red. She would have run through the door had he been telling the truth. Or she would have run through the door had she been telling the truth or he been telling the truth. I'm not quite sure. Moki, ridiculous defense. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the best one right now, but I don't know. He Kelia says he must have been sitting or kneeling or lying down. She says he was charging her. She says that's what she's, at least that's what she's saying now, that he was charging her. Yep, Mel, Florida. We can't get out of Florida. Every time we try to cover another trial, we get dragged back to Florida. Oh, no, we're going to, I think Brian Walsh, that's out of Massachusetts. We're going to be covering that one in October 20th. Yes, Karen starts, and we're not going to cover Karen. Yeah, her civil trial starts. So if you guys want to go there, that's fine. We got about another hour and a half here, so we're not going to we're going to pass on Karen. All right, here we go. This one's about an hour, and then we've got another one that's about a half hour, and then that's going to conclude our episode 2 deep dive. So, Sharon, in your opinion, he was doing the opposite of what she says. Yeah, it's interesting because there's more videos of her being abusive to him than him being abusive to her. Meaning she's the initiator, the elevator. You know, we showed that in episode 1. We showed all the videos. The elevator, she's just wailing on him, and yes, he does grab her, but she's like punching him. He's basically just trying to keep her away. I think he gets her a headlock once, but it's just to stop her from beating him. And then there's the one, I think, in Colorado where one of their friends was videotaping them. So, all right. All right, this one sounds like it has good audio, so let's check this one out.
Versus Courtney Clenney. If everybody wants to announce their presences for the record.
Tailor-Clenney and Kathleen Hoague for the state of Florida.
Sabrina Puglisi, Frank Prieto, and Diane Crumpness for the defense.
Okay. And then good afternoon. And then I have the motion to intervene from the Miami Herald. Okay. All right. So we had before us what defense had titled as the unopposed motion to determine the confidentiality of the court records, and the state's memo on regards to that motion. So we're here right now for that. It does relate to the motion to depose Mr. Tailor-Clenney. But right now, the motion for intervention is what I think that we need to address before we go forward with that motion to depose. Thank you. And so we rescheduled this so that we could hear from everybody, including the Miami Herald, about that request. I did read through everybody's, well, obviously the original motions, the Miami Herald's motion to intervene, and then the responses to the Miami Herald's motions to intervene, which I think were filed by both parties this week. So let me hear from the state and defense, both about the initial motion without referencing anything that's not already on the court record about what you're asking to be confidential. I think at the last setting, we almost went into some of those facts. We're not going to do that today. And then I'll hear from all of you I'll hear from the Herald about the motion to intervene, and then the state and defense about their responses to that.
Do you want me to start, Judge, since it's my motion?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. It is your.
No, that's all right.
Yep.
So, Judge, I don't know if you need me to, it's laid out in the pleadings, Florida Rule Judicial Administration 2.420, kind of the process on how that works as far as subsection F in criminal cases, which takes you to a few other subsections, but really it is C9A1, little I, Roman numeral I, that says that records are exempt if it prevents a serious and imminent threat of fair, impartial, and orderly administration. So that's kind of where we start in the rule, and then we move on. You received the document in question, and I think the first thing to say is that document was drafted specifically for litigation purposes. I think that's clear. I also think, I know one of the arguments the prosecutor made is nothing within the document has not already been publicly stated by either of both defense counsel, had not already been made public through discovery, or will not inevitably become public. What is inevitable to become public is not something that should matter to the court, because the defense in a case does not need to be laid out And until and unless the defense is ready to do that. Could be motions in limine that the court puts in an order as far as when that's due. It could be, for example, just generally speaking, if a defendant were going to testify at a trial, the court doesn't get to know that. The defense doesn't have to say anything. The prosecution doesn't get to know that unless the defense announces it, or right before it's that portion of the trial, the judge asks that of the defendant. So I think we can generally speak about the document without going into the specifics of it. Just like anything, it's obvious any defense lawyer is going to do investigation and do research, legal research, and try to find witnesses. Those are generalities, which we can talk about without getting into the actual specifics about what that is in the document. And I think that is what the rule requires for the judicial rule of administration. It says you must be able to specify and identify it and with specificity, but without going into the reason why it's privileged. So I guess the real question here is this document privileged? It's attorney, client, and work product. We believe it's both. And the standard is different with respect to both. And so I think the first thing the court needs to do is, one, determine if the document is attorney, client, and or work product privilege. Two, if the court does believe it is one of either of those, whether it was waived when the defense disclosed it to a third party that was not Ms. Courtney Clenney. And three, even if the court believes it is one, not privileged, or two, yes, privileged, but was waived, should that still be kept confidential and sealed? And I think this is the only part, and I'm not going to speak for Mr. Ponce, but I think that's where we kind of differ, which is even if the court doesn't believe this is a privileged document or believes we waived it, it still should be kept confidential because it's information that should not be disclosed to the public. So that's kind of where we're at. And I'm happy to go into each of those. I did brief them, but I can speak briefly as to each of the privileges first and why we didn't waive it.
Give me your bullet points on the attorney-client privilege, and then we'll go into work product. Yes.
Okay. So with respect to attorney-client, if you look at 9502C 1 and 2, specifically, a communication is confidential if it is not intended for third parties except one, those to whom disclosure is in furtherance of the rendition of legal services, and two, those reasonably necessary for the transmission of the communication. So the question here is, what is in furtherance of the rendition of legal services? We know that the Clenneys, Mr. and Mrs. Clenney, the parents, are paying the legal fees. That came out in the Arthur hearing. Mr. Clenney testified and he talked about it. So the fact is, and this really applies to any case where family members are paying for the fees of their loved one, defense attorneys do speak to them because they need to discuss. Can you imagine what the ramifications would be if I just went to a client and I said, for example, give me $50,000, and I'm just throwing a crazy number out. Give me $50,000. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. I can't tell you anything about the case. I can't tell you any experts, any investigation, any motion. I'm not going to do anything. That's just not practical. And that's why the court specifically in this rule, actually, that's why it specifically allows for attorneys to be able to discuss if it's in the furtherance of rendering the legal services. And if you look to the case that we cited, Gerheiser versus Stevens, that's Gerheiser versus Stevens, Stephen's. That's a 4th district case from 1998. And there's really not a lot of cases on this, Judge. So really this 4th district case, it was a mother who communicated with the lawyer about hiring or retaining them for her son. The question was whether that communication was privileged. And the court said that, yes, it is privileged because it is in furtherance of rendering legal services. The state cited State versus Black, where it was not considered privilege, and that was a jail phone call between a defendant whose sister made a three-way call to the attorney. And what the court said is, no, this is not like the case of Gerheiser. This is different because one, it says the call is going to be recorded as you're making the call, so that should have been known. And two, in that case, the attorney didn't explain why, that person's needed to be on the call, so it can be distinguished. As far as, and just to be clear, Judge, we were communicating what needs to be done in the case because they need to understand in order to be able to be prepared for the costs that will be involved and to justify the fees that were being charged. So I think this clearly falls within a communication that would be under attorney-client. Now, with respect to work product is actually even, it's even broader. And the court knows about this because in the last hearing we had, you even in the order, you distinguished between opinion and fact work product. The case of State versus Rabin is very good at kind of laying that out. And actually the state cited a case that it doesn't really apply. It was in the corporate context for attorney-client privilege, but it gives a great analysis of work product privilege. And that is Burrow versus Forjas Taurus, Burrow, Forjas is Forjas, Taurus, Taurus. It's a Southern District of Florida case from 2018. I have a copy for the court if you would like. And really, if you go to page 2, Judge Torres does a really great job at setting forth an analysis on work product. He talks about the difference between opinion work product and fact work product. And what he says on page 2 in the first paragraph dealing with the work product doctrine, he says, and this is on 1227 page, because the work product privilege looks to the vitality of the adversary system rather than simply seeking to preserve confidentiality, it is not automatically waived by the disclosure to a third party. It requires the party asserting protection under the work product doctrine to demonstrate that the drafting entity anticipated litigation at the time of the documents were drafted. I mean, clearly this is the roadmap, what we're going to do to prepare for trial. So I don't think there's any question it was drafted in anticipation of litigation. And because this is about what it is, the logic behind it, the rationale of work product is that your adversary doesn't see your mental impressions. And that's what opinion work product is. It's the mental impressions of the attorney. Clearly, these are the mental impressions of myself and my team. And so the question really is, was it disclosed in a way that your adversary would reasonably get access, that I would reasonably know my adversary is going to get access to the document? And the question then would become is, okay, I sent this email to the Clenneys. Would I have known that Mr. Quinnen or any of the prosecutors in the case would have been able to get access to the case? I would have to assume that and have knowledge or evidence that they got an iCloud warrant for them. I couldn't know that in the case. The parents are not part of the facts in this charge, and there would be no reason for me to know that. And let's assume that even I was afraid that somebody could look at it. This is why I titled it privileged. I titled the document checklist of things to do - privileged. And I agree with Mr. Quinnen, just calling something privileged does not necessarily make it so. But this clearly is a privileged document when it's my mental impressions. It's work product. I claim it as work product, and I wrote that it was privileged. So the question becomes then, about waiver. And just to go back in that case, on page 4, it says opinion work product enjoys a nearly absolute immunity. It is much more stringent than attorney-client privilege, which I still believe belongs here, but it is very hard to waive opinion work product privilege. And so then we have to ask ourselves, did that happen in this case? And in the work product aspect of it, Judge, no, I couldn't have known. I did everything to protect that document from being disclosed to people other than who was on that email. And the prosecutor stating that we have disclosed some of what's on it or will inevitably be disclosed, it doesn't matter. If a document is privileged, it's privileged from when it was and forever privileged. And so whether it's a roadmap of my case, whether I've already filed a defense witness list with some of the witnesses, whether I filed some motions, I can tell you that at least 9 points in there have not been disclosed to this court, to the media, to the prosecution, to the public. And whether the defense inevitably decides to put that out for trial, I don't even know yet because we haven't even set a trial date. We're still preparing. We're still investigating. There's a lot that goes into it. So I don't even know at this point, but there clearly could not have been any kind of waiver. Let me just see if there's anything else with respect to the waiver, Judge. And I don't know if you have any specific questions about what I've said so far.
I don't.
And I would probably wait to go into the third point, which is even absent those things, unless you want me to, but
we can wait and see whether or not I agree with the Herald that it's
because I don't think we
get
decide
one
or
decide the other.
I don't think we get to 3. So, okay.
All right. So let me hear from you, Mr. Quinnen, about those points about the privilege first, and then we'll get to the sealing and the confidentiality.
Yes, Judge. I think I would like to begin with Ms. Puglisi's argument that even if it might have been waived in some respect, the document, because it's quote opinion work product, maintains its privileged nature, even if she went on TV and literally said the 20 items on that. And I think that's incorrect. Just as a premise, if we proceed to trial, Ms. Clenney's convicted and she attacks her representation as ineffective, that privilege is waived. We get a copy of the file, we review a copy of the file. As common within a Rule 3 litigation, I think it's actually explicit in the rule and the doctrine about the waivers of privilege that come with that. So that's not correct. We have to read all of these rules together with one another. And so as Ms. Puglisi correctly cited into 9502, it has to be in furtherance of the representation. So was this email communicated to the parents first as their other clients as witnesses? Yes or no? I think it's unequivocal no. That wasn't, this is what we're doing to prepare you as witnesses. It's, this is what we're doing on Courtney's case. So it was unequivocally uninvolved to Kim and Deborah Clenney's representation by Frank and Sabrina, or excuse me, Ms. Puglisi, Mr. Prieto. My brain just went to your first name. So it's unequivocally uninvolved with that representation. So it's regarding Ms. Clenney's representation. What within that email really discussed we need, so for example, I'm gonna use Ms. Puglisi's example of money. We need $50,000 to do X. Okay, was that in that email? It was not. Was it, we need you to sign an authorization of, school records from Ms. Clenney so that we can build mitigation? Again, hypothetical situation. That's not what was there. That was, we want you to know what we are doing. Email. And that is that is a textbook voluntary disclosure to a third party, period, bar none. There was no request for work. There was no request for assistance. And the Gerheiser case that we cited to, that I appreciate Ms. Puglisi mentioning, and in the original privilege litigation, we also cited to a case called Witt versus Witt, and I can get that cite for the court, where there are circumstances where family members can be agents. So in Gerheiser, that was a juvenile who was in custody and could not retain his own counsel. So his mother went to retain counsel. And what was privileged in that discussion was the discussions with the lawyer about the son's case, period, in terms of retaining that lawyer. That's not what we have here. Again, Mr. Prieto and Ms. Puglisi, as we argued in that proceeding, were already retained by Ms. Clenney. They had every means of going to go see her at the jail and talk to her at the jail and explain what they need and why they need it. And as it pertains to her parents, if there's any kind of bill, for example, Ms. Clenney has frequent calls with her parents. She could say, Dad, I spoke with my lawyers and they need the $50,000 for the thing that they're doing. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly protected. But the problem here is that that's not what existed in this email. That's not what occurred. Besides that, I don't entirely agree that it's opinion work product. At the end of the day, it's just a fact work product of, we have to do X, we have to do Y, we have to do Z. It's not, I think that this is going to be a problem, or I think this witness is not credible, or what would actually impart impressions there. It's essentially call the witness, schedule the witness, get this, and I'm not quoting anything there. These are all hypotheticals because I have to tiptoe around it. It's a to-do list. It's not a we think this, we think that. So respectfully disagree as to whether it's opinion work product. As it pertained to the instant motions, and again, this is a slight shift from the privilege, because again, our position on the privilege has never changed, including as it pertains to the other litigation. And of course, we respect this court's order on that case, though we disagree as we outlined in our pleadings. This is inherently different in various different respects. Again, explicitly voluntary disclosure, but beyond the voluntary disclosure is the remedy. Well, I guess I'm getting into the other argument, so let me back off of that. The state's position as it pertains to the confidentiality was that all of the matters should be confidential because it would necessarily limit our ability to discuss in the response to the deposition motion the document, because that's a good chunk of their position. So all of the proceedings should be confidential. If the state is correct and the court agrees with the state and the court grants our motion or denies the defendant's motion, however that proceeds, then whatever is appropriate to be unsealed would be unsealed. The problem is that candidly, the defendant in their motion to compel and our deadlines in responding to that motion to compel required us to address at least one bullet point in that respect. So it's put us in a position now where, the cat's already out the bag, the bell has been rung. So there's that aspect. And then finally, as Ms. Puglisi mentioned, there's at least 9. I haven't really re-reviewed that document on purpose for this court's reasons and for collateral matters. But if there are 9 things, and I'm assuming it was 20 items on the list, just taking their word for it, 11 of them should not be redacted. So at the end of the day, that's the bottom line law is, as I don't care whether it is or isn't sealed, but that's just the state of the law. So,
Judge, with respect to Mr. Quinn doesn't believe that it's work product. So the rules, opinion work product. The rule states the mental impressions, conclusions, opinions, or legal theories of a party's attorney or other representative concerning the litigation. That does not say and in between there. It says or. The mental impressions, those bullet points, it does not say it has to be in a paragraph format, how it needs to be put. Those bullet points show, after evaluation and knowledge in the case, things that need to do. Those are mental impressions moving towards litigation. I mean, I don't think it could be more clear than the fact that this is opinion work product. Now, as far as the attorney-client privilege, yes, this is not a communication that involved our representation of the Clenneys as the parents. This had to do with Courtney Clenney and her representation. And it's just not practical what the state attorney is saying, and I don't think this is what the rule says, which is that, yes, we were retained, but that doesn't mean that costs don't still come up throughout the case, that you're not still discussing with the family about the case. And it says here, he says, Mr. Quinnen said, it's what you want you to know what we are doing. Yes. How is that not disclosure in furtherance of the rendition of legal services? That's exactly right. What he said, it falls exactly under that definition. And so it's just defense attorneys don't do that. They don't talk to their clients about the fees when she has no access to the money. So you're talking to the people who have access to the money and pay it, and you're talking to them about what you're doing. And this is just very common communication. And as far as even if we've disclosed some, because that's part of our case, we've done it through filing defense witness lists. That doesn't mean that, okay, you can unseal or disclose part of it. I've not read any case that says part of the document can be privileged and part not. Now, I have read some cases that they've talked about, okay, if you have 5 documents, maybe one document would be sealed and the others are not. But there's never been something that, okay, part of this document is. It's a privileged document. It doesn't matter, and it should not be disclosed. And again, I won't go into the third point because I think it would matter for the court to determine whether it's privileged or not first, and then whether we waived it. But I think the strongest argument here, I believe work product has not been, attorney-client hasn't been waived, but either way, the standard is not the same between the two. It's almost always immune in the opinion work product. So I would just make sure it's clear that the standard is different. And I don't know what Mr. Quinnen needs to say that needs to be on the record that he can't say without like us having to seal the entire proceedings. I feel like we all know the court and the attorneys here involved know what it's pertaining to.
That's what we're going to get to next.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the issue of privilege. And what I want to hear next is what it is that, given what you're arguing is privileged, what it is that you're asking, defense is asking to be sealed versus what state is asking me to be sealed. And then we'll hear from Miami Herald about their response.
So I think the rule, Judge, does, if you go through the case, Lewis versus the Miami Herald, I think it does lay it out. And I think the biggest thing at the end is it says it has to be the least restrictive. Because
so for you guys, it's just essentially the one document.
It is. I think that protects it as long as we are not discussing like the absolute details of what's included. We can talk around it in generalities, but I don't see, and I haven't heard Mr. Quinnen point to anything that makes me feel like we can't do it and just seal that one document.
Right. So Mr. Quinnen, before I get to the Miami Herald, why is it that you believe in counsel for the Herald also suggested that you discuss this with them? Why do you believe that more things need to be sealed if I decide that document needs to be sealed?
Judge, as it is, just as a premise, in our response to the motion to compel the deposition of myself, I had to note at least a single quotation about it's paragraph 19. Our response, we had to, for lack of a better term, neuter it. So we couldn't go in through the dynamics and the aspects. We can only touch about the topics broadly as to privilege, waiver of privilege, why the waiver of privilege was perceived and assumed under those circumstances, and so on and so forth, just kind of broadly. As the court recalls in the litigation on the computer case, the pleadings on these topics were north of 20 pages. And this one obviously was 10 for several reasons, but we could not go into meat and potato issues. Again, as we've been tiptoeing around here, and as admitted by Ms. Puglisi, at least 11 of the 20 items have been disclosed already publicly. And again, that buoys the point that voluntary disclosure is waiver, period. So, which, by the way, is their burden to show through evidence, which they also have not done. Counsel's assertion is not enough. And admission that this was disclosed to a third party with consent, as we noted in our arguments, that's essentially it, is there was consent to tell the parents the status of the case. Because at the end of the day, as the court noted, and the state relied on both internally and externally through advice and research, the parents' representation by Mr. Prieto and Ms. Puglisi was problematic to begin with. That doesn't preclude it. We've gone down the rabbit hole. That's a dead horse that I don't want to beat any further. But the point is that this has nothing to do with the parents' representation, and it only exclusively has to do with Ms. Clenney's representation, and it's completely unnecessary to have been disclosed in those circumstances. Again, the proffered excuse was that, it's to let them know that we need money or we need this. That's not what that communication says. That's just telling them, hey, this is a status.
That again goes to my determination of whether it's privileged. So I'm asking you, why it is that you believe that you can't just reference the document in your pleadings or reference the bullet points in your pleadings without having to seal everything else?
I mean, a standard legal analysis is like in this case where X, Y happened. I cannot do that. That's just a practical aspect. So I have to make these arguments broadly about that it wasn't privilege and privilege was waived, and I can't address why or how. I can only really say, et cetera. And as it is, again, referencing the court to page 7 of our response on the motion to depose, we narrowed it as explicitly as possible to the pertinent bullet point as to how the document even came up in our search. So, that's just the practical reality of being able to respond really neuters our ability to address it. Even if we just go ahead and say, the court relies on that and on what we've already put and is understanding our arguments around the parameters of that. Again, the first bullet point had to be disclosed. That was part of the problem with this timeline of the briefing, because the bullet point had to be referenced, absolutely could not go without being referenced on paragraph 19 of page 7 of our response. So we were okay with the records being sealed, hence why it was called an oppose, for the purposes of just getting this over with. And then however the court rules is however the court rules, and whatever is appropriate to be protected is protected, and whatever's not, that's perfectly fine. And the pleadings could be redacted and so on. But that I had to file a pleading by last week, Friday, in response, necessarily undercut the defendant's premise of their motion. So they did not have to file their motion to compel the day after they filed the motion to determine the confidentiality, is what I'm getting at. And by forcing that issue and forcing us to respond within the parameters, it necessarily undercut the premise of their sealing.
Any response?
I don't know what Mr. Quinnen wants to say, so it's hard for me to say that. I didn't think it was the least restrictive means. I really don't care so much whether it's sealed. I think the Miami Herald has something more to say about that, so I would leave it up to the court. I just felt it needs to be the least restrictive, and if you ask me, that's what it was.
Okay. All right, let me hear from, remind me again your name. I have it here.
Scott Ponce, on behalf of Miami Herald.
All right, Mr. Ponce, if you'll come forward to the microphone, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Scott Ponce from Holland and Knight on behalf of the Miami Herald. I think maybe the best place for me to start is to explain why I'm here. Obviously, anytime a motion comes across saying sealing criminal proceedings, my client's antenna goes up. But this one in particular, when we got the motion and read the motion, it seemed to me that there were discrete issues that were kind of being conflated and bouncing off each other. And when I emailed counsel for the parties, from vacation no less, but when I emailed counsel for the parties to try to get an understanding, I got maybe even a little bit more confused. Although the judge I clerked for out of law school said, never say you're confused. But as I read it, what seemed to be my understanding of it was that there's a document, the defense contends it's privileged. The defense would like to make that an exhibit to an amended motion to disqualify. And it seemed like the issue of whether the document is privileged was going to be briefed in the disqualification papers also. And that seemed to not be the least restrictive means. And that was our concern, was that a motion to disqualify the state attorney's office needs to be done in public. This is a public institution, and the notion that that briefing might be sealed was problematic, especially problematic because it seemed like it didn't need to be. So our thought was, and I apologize if the papers were presumptuous, I don't think that they were, was that it made sense to determine in the first instance whether the document's privileged. Because if it's not,
I'm fine with the way that you outlined it.
All right. Well, thank you. Makes me feel better then. So the thought being that if the document is not privileged, then I don't know that there's any basis to seal any document to which it's attached. If you find the document is privileged, and again, I'm not attorney for the parties and I'm the stranger here and I know least about this than everyone in this room, but it's not clear to me why the document would need to be attached to anything. I mean, your honors reviewed it. Your honor determined it's privileged. Okay, the state saw it. Is there a basis to disqualify him on that basis? I don't. When we talk about least restrictive, I'm not sure why the document would have to be attached to something. But again, I think in the first instance, our concern was that there was suggestion in the papers, at least as I understood it, that the issue of whether the document was privileged was going to be briefed as part of the disqualification issue. And that the state's position was that if that were the case, then everything in the disqualification papers had to be sealed. And that felt like too much. So I'm happy to answer questions if you have any. I obviously can't speak to the privilege issues, nor do I want to. But that's kind of why I'm here and why this came up on our radar.
I tend to agree with you as to the way that you've outlined it, which is again why I've asked the state to explain to me why it is that I can't simply rule on this being privileged or unprivileged. And if I do rule that it's privileged, why it means that everything attached to it must also be sealed. And I kind of understand your argument that in order for you to make a full analysis, you believe that you have to reference the exact portions of all the bullet points in the email that was sent. But I'll let you address what it is.
Well, Judge, I mean, again, if the topic has been voluntarily disclosed and it's been voluntarily disclosed, whether it's
aside from whether or not I say that I do rule that it's privileged.
Sure.
Why again?
Okay, so then.
Yeah, but say that I do.
Okay, so then part of the analysis as it pertains to both the deposition and disqualification is what prejudice, if any, right? What prejudice, if any, exists from the inadvertent disclosure of this document, right? And the items contained within that document. Well, what prejudice, if any, exists to the defendant if her lawyer went on TV on July 8th of 2023 and said, we are doing that checklist?
Well, I don't think that that's the analysis that we're talking about for sealing.
No, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
We're talking about sealing right now.
Judge, again, the parameters is if the court assumes that it's privileged, then I can't discuss those materials openly, right? So if I can't say, they said they were going to hire blank, and they also said that on TV. You see what I'm saying? If the matter is sealed, I can't say they said this on TV. There is no prejudice.
Yes.
So here's where sorry to raise my hand. I was in third grade. Where I get confused a little bit here. Why would that be a discussion in the disqualification context?
Because if there's no prejudice, then there's no basis to disqualify.
Okay. I mean, it's just something I'm trying to understand, trying to be a partner here and work through this, trying to understand why, if there's a determination made that the document's privileged and there's a determination made that the state saw it, I'm trying to understand why are we still talking about what's in the document or not and a disqualification issue, if that matters.
Because again, if it's in a privileged document that was assuming it's privileged, because we don't take that position, and the basis of disqualification is they saw our strategy. It's like, but you also told everybody your strategy.
Why should you be disqualified?
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm just trying to understand.
And that's the problem is I cannot, I mean, again, if the court, listen, Google alerts are a beautiful thing. And so everything on this case that has come up from the defense telegraphing their case ad nauseum, it has come up. So again, half of that, from my original viewing of that, and again, I haven't parsed it recently, quite literally everything on there has been discussed in one respect or the other.
Like you could reference the bullet points without going into exactly what was in that document if I did rule that it was privileged, because obviously the balancing test here is issues that you guys are talking about regarding the public interest, and there is a right for the public to, view pretty much everything in this criminal case minus what might be privileged. So do you not think that there would be a way to craft your response if I did rule that it was privileged in a way that didn't actually quote anything in that? Because I feel like you could.
Yeah, Judge, I could theoretically say bullet point number 1 and then X, and bullet point number 2, then X. But then X was already disclosed, outlines what bullet point number 2 is. So for example, I'm just going to use something that is in the public domain. Find Arthur Cupp, right, as the witness that is alleged to have seen everything else, right? Off the top of my head, I don't know if that's there, but you guys check on me. So let's say that's item number 2, find Arthur Cupp. So instead of saying, for example, item number 2 was disclosed to the media on this date at this time by Mr. Prieto when he said, we've located Arthur Cupp. How am I not disclosing item number 2 in making that argument?
Isn't it just you're not using his name?
I mean, I think that you could just say the witness was.
I mean, that's the point is how is it that I don't, in saying.
Well, listen, I don't think that I don't think that you need to worry about that. I think that you can make the argument if they've already disclosed it and if it's in the public domain already, you can reference whatever's in the public domain. And that issue is the defense issue.
Yes. And we've already articulated that as much. So, but that's what I'm saying is at this juncture, we've already gone as close as we can without going and making a deeper analysis on our motion to strike. So at this point, that's why I'm saying is it the defendant's attempt to maintain the records confidential
That's their issue as to whether or not they have already gone public with this information. But I do think that I could give you the parameters and you could easily, I think, draft a response knowing that I am able to see the document that wouldn't necessarily quote the document. Your reference of any public disclosures by the defense, I mean, feel free to reference that in whatever way you want to. It doesn't mean that you're the one putting that, quoting the document. That's on them.
I also think that if that becomes an issue, we can always go sidebar. Mr. Quinnen can lay forward, to the court, off the record. This is what I'd like to say, and I can't say it because of this. And then we can decide that, yes, okay, now there's a basis. We should seal it because you can't make that argument unless it's out.
And to agree with you, and I understand what you're saying now. I understand what you're saying about needing to show prejudice for all the elements that are in there, but I think that could be done without referencing the document. Okay. All right, now I lost my place. All right, Mr. Ponce, is there anything else that you wanted to say about that?
I still have questions.
All right, do you have anything that you want to say about your response to what Mr. Ponce had said? Because it seemed like you were essentially in agreement with the idea of going with the privilege first and then deciding what needed to be, whether anything needed to be sealed. But you said that there was one thing that you disagreed with, I feel like.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think, it was only that if the court doesn't find it's privileged or finds that the defense waived it, I think that Mr. Ponce's argument is then, okay, then it should be disclosed. And our argument would be no, because it still is our mental impressions of the trial and there's no reason for the public to see it. And unlike what Mr. Quinnen is saying, that yes, the timing now is such that it's been disclosed. Some of these things have been disclosed. They're part of the public record, as you said. And we have discussed it in the media, but not all those things have. And that entire document is a privileged document. Whether we have disclosed some of it or all, doesn't mean the whole thing should be disclosed. It's privileged. And so, and I can matter-of-factly say that not all of those items have been discussed in the media at all. So,
And I don't think that he's disagreeing with that, Mr. Clenney.
I'm neither agreeing nor disagreeing, Judge. I can't. Again, I've on purpose recently avoided.
Okay, so yes, you've got your bullet points. All right. Did you want to address anything else that Mr. Ponce had said, or that the Miami Herald's concern is, other than what you've already said about why you believe that there needs to be a broader?
No, Judge, we were generally in agreement to maintaining that prophylactically. Our position was just that let's get this over with, and then after the fact, let's just get everything over with, and then after the fact.
Yeah, the idea was to get it over with before the new year. That's not going to happen, but we're at least at this point. Okay, so I agree with the idea of ruling on the privilege first, and then deciding what needs to be. Actually, I mean, I can make the ruling, I can make both at the same time, based on what you guys have said, unless you have any other arguments that need to be made.
Judge, as it pertains to the waiver issue, I mean, I didn't go down the dynamics of that. Again, we have separate parties. And by separate parties, I mean, there's the state of Florida versus Courtney Clenney. There are witnesses within that case. Those witnesses can have representation at the time.
Sorry. And by both, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. By both, I mean, I'm perfectly fine with ruling on the issue of privilege and what should be sealed, not that we're arguing the motion for.
No, it's on the privilege aspect, because again, there were certain aspects of it that go more towards that dynamic. But the essentially the broad stroke rule that the defense is trying to propose, where the parents are always agents of the defendant or have been always agents, is not one that's actually premised within the doctrines of attorney-client privilege or within the jurisprudence or within that rule. And specifically what I'd refer to is several different dynamics. First is the defendant has several jail calls with her parent. Does that mean that because her father administers her money, that I can't review the jail calls that she has with her parents? Logically, no, that doesn't follow. Notwithstanding that they're being told it's recorded or not, that's completely immaterial. Whether it's privileged or not, we should not be. Even if it is recorded, I believe all jail calls are recorded, even with counsel, but we don't get the ones with counsel. We explicitly are excised. They have to fill out paperwork and so on and so forth. So whether it's recorded or not is completely immaterial. And what's happening here is, for lack of a better term, because they keep using this term Team Courtney in this group chat, that was not evident in the group chat, first of all. But notwithstanding that, is just because you have a support group and everybody wants to know about what's going on and what's being done, it's incumbent on the counsels and their client to keep those lines of demarcation. For example, if Ms. Puglisi met with Ms. Clenney at the jail and said, we're going to do X, and then she picks up the phone and calls her mom and says, my lawyers are doing X, that privilege is waived. Ms. Hoague and I actually prosecuted another case where there was a similar circumstance where a person their representation was paid by a third party. I'm not going to go into the details because it's a little bit sensitive, but that third party had a complete barriers to the representation. Certainly, if you got a call and say, look, we need X more money because we have to hire an expert, I got to talk to my client about this, we should excise from there. And I explicitly use the example of when parents go in with a client to an interview and how the parents are supposed to be excluded from that interview with the client if they are to maintain any privilege, because if it gets discovered, we can compel that testimony, which again, to the further privilege aspect, is the defense in December of 2022, when this email is being sent, knew the defendant was in communication with her mom, both written and oral, that they provided us photographs that Deborah Clenney took from her device on April 6th, 3 days after the homicide, purportedly showing bruising that was, again, purportedly caused by the victim. And so they knew that we had a basis to want Miss Deborah Clenney's phone. and the contents of that. And we could have subpoenaed that, assuming she was within the jurisdiction for me to subpoena it. So what is on her phone? That is a textbook voluntary disclosure to third parties. That's what this document is. And again, calling it privilege, naming it privilege does not make it so. That document could have been called privilege, and it could have had the scores for the Heat game and the stats. That doesn't make it so. And in this context, even if it was, which we don't necessarily disagree that it was when it was created. We disagree that it was opinion because it's just facts of what we're doing. But once it was put into an email and sent to the third parties, that was waived. And just as a perspective, the two exceptions there are for the purposes of the representation, and I forget the second one, you had it. It's for the purpose of the communication functioning, I believe. It's the second one that you mentioned.
Reasonably necessary for the transmission of the communication.
Correct. So it's reasonably necessary. So that would be Outlook or Google or whoever the servicer of that email is. We didn't intrude on Google, et cetera, or any of that stuff. We got it from Miss Deborah Clenney's iCloud. A, not knowing that there was a representation there. And then B, under the circumstances where that email was even open, it said update, not update privilege or privileged communication or any of that aspect. And B, the document did not reference Kim and Deborah Clenney's representation in any way. It was explicitly about Courtney and what they were doing about Courtney's case, which again is textbook, top to bottom, within four corners, voluntary disclosure under 90.507.
Okay. Judge, I'm just going to say that I think the state tends to join the two privileges together, and we have to make sure we keep them separate. Attorney-client and opinion work product. Opinion, it doesn't have to be your opinions. It says mental impressions. Mental impressions are your thoughts. There's no question. These were my thoughts. And yes, it could have been the scores to the Heat game, but it was not. And it said privileged on it. And the prosecutor should have stopped when he saw a communication from attorneys to anybody and should have said, oh, I see an attachment that says privilege. He didn't stop at that point. He actually forwarded it to law enforcement, thereby making it a public record. So we have to, all his descriptions about it's not a jail call, which of course is recorded, and it doesn't have to be about finances. It doesn't have to say the magic words. We need money from you. It says disclosures and furtherance of the rendition of legal services. These are points that help to justify what is being done in the case to represent their child. So I think it's very clear this is both attorney-client and work product, and that there was no waiver at any time, especially in the work product. It was meant to be kept from the eyes of our adversary.
And you don't believe that was waived when you disclosed it to the parents?
In opinion, no, because opinion, especially opinion work product, it talks about you can disclose to third parties. The question is whether you reasonably could have known that it would get to the eyes of your adversary. So by giving, they're two totally different standards. So by us giving this information to the parents of what our opinion is in the case, the question is, could we have known that the prosecutors would have seen this email? And in order to prevent that, that's why you write privilege, so that you know that only the family, the people you're sending it to, are going to see it.
I have a slight disagreement because Ms. Puglisi keeps referencing adversary. So first, again, as witnesses, whether by us or by the defense, they would be subject to subpoena. And we could have taken sworn statements of them and possibly had discussed that, where we asked the question, have you discussed your daughter's case with the lawyers? So it wouldn't be a question about, did you discuss it as a witness and client of theirs? It would be, did you discuss it regarding her representation? And they might have been compelled to answer that. The second part is that the standard is not adversary. It's that the communication was made with the intent to keep it secret. Now, certainly it was meant to keep secret with Kim and Deborah Clenney. The problem is that as third parties to State of Florida versus Courtney Clenney, it's a voluntary disclosure. The very act of attaching it to the email and sending it to them constituted the waiver.
Right.
Judge, and I don't totally understand what he's saying with respect to, there's no way they could have been compelled to answer that, but adversary is the state attorney's office in this case. That's who the adversary is to Courtney Clenney. And so clearly it was not meant to do that. And I can find the case, but it does talk about that.
I'll look at it.
Okay.
Yeah, my understanding is adversarial party.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Anything further before we stop for the day and give me time to read through everything and issue another written order?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So my order will be number 1 on the nature of privilege, whether I believe that it is privileged or not privileged. And 2, if I believe that either it's privileged or not privileged, whether I believe that anything should be kept confidential. And if I do believe that it's confidential, what should be kept confidential? Okay. So it's going to be 3 parts. Everybody follow that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you're not Marvin, so I don't know how long to ask you for the transcript. What is your name? Alex. Okay. Alex, if I want a transcript, will I be able to get it in 10 days, given the holidays, 10?
Yeah.
They should be there. I have copies. No, I have copies for orders there. If you look, there should, you guys, Ollie. No. All right, so let me reset it for 10 days for transcript, and then hopefully we'll get the transcript then, and then I'll give it a reset date with you. And if I get the current transcript, I'll give you all a copy of the transcript. Okay.
Thank you.
Judge, are we not then going to the motion to depose today? You're going to wait until that? Okay.
Because I agree, they should be separated.
Okay.
1-3 is 10 days from now. That makes me feel bad, but we'll do 1-3 and yes. Just gonna keep moving. Okay. All right, thank you. And then what was your name again, Alex? What was your last name? What is it?
Alejandro.
But what's your last name?
So, S.I. Oh.
Did you want to set a date for?
Right now, I'm just going to give the transcript and then, I mean, you can try to set a date, but let's just, everything takes longer than I think it's going to take. So
Once we get the ruling, we should call your JA and ask for.
I think once we get the date for the ruling, you can probably come for the date for the deposition.
Okay.
For the motion for deposition. Alejandro Silva, and are you also with laws? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you. You as well, Judge.
Yes. So we're all going to take a brief break and then we're going to go on to white. I'm sorry, but I am giving you guys lots of days off. So. What's today?
All right. So that one, they were kind of talking about the Clenneys, the parents, client attorney privileges, not showing, their hand, but the state saying every time you get a Google alert, it's them showing what they're going to be talking about. Judge did not rule on that at all. What was going to be confidential, and what was coming in or not. All right, so this is the last one I have for you. It's almost 3. This is about 24 minutes, so we're going to be done. Yeah, we're going to be done around 3:15 or so, which is fine. We're going to ease into our week with a short stream. All right, so this is going to be the last video of the day. So class will be dismissed early.
So are we ready?
What? Okay. So this one, and this is good audio. They've gotten their audio game together, which I'm really happy. I'm really happy that their audio sounds a lot better. Mama C says, I have never seen anyone be hateful on here. Well, thank you. JRN, Trial TV Live is the bestest. Yes. So no answer on that, no. Well, I mean, she may have eventually. Well, that was from December of 2024. I'm sure she made a ruling on it. I looked up, that hearing was going right there. I looked up any hearings this year, and this is like the only one. Oh, and they had one They had one in August just to set the trial date, but I don't know what her rulings are. I'll see if I can try and find that. All right, but this is truly the only one that's gone on so far, which was from May. May 20. I have May 24th that this one took place.
So are we ready to go? We have defense counsel here, state here, defendant is present. You guys ready to go?
Yes, Judge. Shawn Abuhoff on behalf of the state, along with Kathleen Hoague.
And Frank Prieto on behalf of Ms. Clenney. She's present before the court, and also co-counsel Ms. Puglisi.
So we are here for defendant's motion or amended motion to disqualify the state attorney's office. I was able to get through a lot of the binder. I've obviously looked through the motions, the response, and some of the case law, but we're ready to go. So defense.
Yes, Judge, you have the binder. I know you've read it.
I haven't read through all of it.
Okay.
Got dropped off a day in advance, but I have read through a lot of it.
Sure. And Judge, our written pleadings say a lot. And so I don't think this oral argument has to repeat everything that's already been delineated in our amended motion and especially in the reply. So I'm just going to highlight some things for you. So the standard is...
So for the standard and why you believe you've met the standard and...
Yeah, so the standard to disqualify the state attorney's office is found in Downs versus Moore, and that is the defendant must show substantial misconduct or actual prejudice. And the case law that interprets what actual prejudice means is more than just an appearance of impropriety. But in the reply, in the state's response to our motion, they're highlighting most of their conduct that they've done after what I would refer to as the misconduct of ASA Clenney. The court is intimately familiar with those facts. You send the deposition, so I don't need to rehash the facts of that particular breach into the defense camp. What the state argues is that look at everything that we've done since. We've sealed the V case off. We've restricted access. I would just note that Mr. Quinn's still on the delivery list for pleadings, but we unclick him to kind of wall him off. But what I think is most important, Judge, is Mr. Abuhoff and Ms. Hoague. It's not what they did, Judge. It's what they didn't do. And what they didn't do, which is contained, I believe it's Exhibit A to our motion. Yes, it's Exhibit A. We have a letter. As soon as we realized upon the arrest of Courtney Clenney's parents and the allegations contained within the arrest warrant, it was clear that the state had obtained our work product or attorney-client privileged communications. As recommended by the Florida Bar, as soon as we realized that they were in possession of our confidential communications, we sent a letter addressed to Chief Assistant Kathleen Hoague, Shawn Abuhoff, and Mr. Quinnen. That first letter was February 15th of 2023. The response to it was sent via email. The response we received from the state was complete silence. They didn't even acknowledge receiving this. Exhibit B, another letter shortly thereafter, February 28th, 2024, same letter, second request. That was received, sent out via email, and the response to that request for having our confidential privileged documents back or communications was silence. Exhibit C, third request, this one came February 10 of 2025. That was after the Chapter 119 revealed the email, the confidential privileged email. We sent the third request again. Ms. Hoague, Mr. Abuhoff, Mr. Quinnen, this third request for our work product and confidential communications again met with silence. So why is that important? The case law that we've talked about in the written submissions talks about substantial misconduct. And what does that mean? The case law doesn't say exactly what that means, but what the case law does say, every case needs to be looked at on a case-by-case basis. So we have to look at the facts of what has occurred in this litigation, and the appellate courts, again, would review that on a case-by-case basis, because every misconduct is, it would, I think, be different. So what we have here is, again, the court's very aware of Mr. Quinnen's misconduct, but Mr. Abuhoff and Ms. Hoague, they had a responsibility. When they received these letters, they should have said, you know what, Frank, Sabrina, let's look into this. What exactly is it that you think that we have? They didn't do anything. So I believe their misconduct is by omission, which I think the court should consider in combination with the misconduct of ASA Quinnen in reviewing those materials, not disclosing that to the court, which is it's not a two-prong analysis. It's substantial misconduct or it's not and. And what the state relies on is the actual prejudice. They're saying, hey, she hasn't been prejudiced. Nobody else has seen this stuff. But I think the analysis that we think is important for the court to consider is, does the conduct of the state by acts or omissions rise to the level of substantial misconduct? And I think it has. They had an opportunity to do the right thing when they received our correspondence. Hey, let me investigate this. What are they talking about? Let's talk to Quinnen and figure this out. Because if there was something done that was improper, they could have nipped it in the bud right there. And they didn't. So I think it's the combination again, the acts and then the omissions on the part of the state. And I think it rises to the level of substantial misconduct. The appellate court decisions, one that the state talks about is Nunez. We think this case is more similar to that of Martinez versus state, where ASAs heard jail calls between the attorney and the client. And in that case, in the Martinez case, the third district, I think it was the third district case. Fourth. In that particular case, that was affirmed on appeal. So it really is very unique circumstances that we're in. I haven't litigated a case of motion either on the side of the state or defense now 25 years. So it's an interesting topic. But I think that what occurred here, Judge, it's an abuse of discretion standard. I think there's substantial record evidence of what occurred and what should have occurred or didn't occur that would support, Your Honor, disqualifying the entire office. And that's what the defense is asking. The entire Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office should be disqualified.
State. Yes, Judge. So it's the state's position that the defense is misinterpreting the law on this issue. The defense wants to separate substantial misconduct or actual prejudice. But I think the case law is very clear, and there's a reason why quotations only appear around actual prejudice after the term substantial misconduct. And I think that's meant to define. There's a reason why in all of this, the case law on this issue, it only goes on to elaborate on this actual prejudice and what it is, and not just the mere appearance of impropriety. So that's the major part here. And if you look at all the cases that even the defense cites to, they all come about by some form of misconduct by the state. And the question just comes, does it rise to the level of substantial misconduct? And the analysis all comes down to, is there actual prejudice by the defendant at the time? And is there a fear of potential future risk of prejudice? So I think that's the analysis. And I think the defense, certainly wants to look at this individually and point to just substantial misconduct without a definition, whereas all the case law gives it to us. And when you look at those cases, there are plenty of them that are similar to this. You look at McWaters v. State, that the defense side of the Florida Supreme Court 2010, that's where the state actually even listened to jail calls between the attorneys and their client. So there's some form of misconduct that far exceeds what this can even be, but that's part of this analysis. And we have to look to and break down both who are the actors, who are and what is the prejudice that the defendant faces? And the question here is, does the defendant face prejudice right now in the position that she's in with Ms. Hoague and myself remaining on the case? And then if that is actually true, then the question would then move to the office as a whole. So I can take, and I would argue, Your Honor, that she does not face any prejudice, and we can break down the two breaches that Your Honor has found to be breaches. The first being the text communications. The defense points to these letters that they've sent to us, the February 15th and February 28th, 2023 letters that were received with silence. That's because after this all came about, we had all of this litigation on the issues of whether or not it was protected material on that computer case, that access case. Your Honor took control of those drives, and it's been in your possession ever since. So the idea of being able to turn back over these items, they were not in our possession. So I don't think we can be faulted for not responding to their letters. The content of those letters are important, though. And that's why McWaters becomes an important case, because in that case, in denying the motion for sanctions or disqualification, the court found that there's no evidence that the substance of these calls provided any benefit to the prosecution or were used in a way that detrimented the defendant. So McWaters goes on to explain that when you look at the context of those communications, there was no detriment to the defendant at that time or any future risk because the calls were what they were. These communications, the only person who reviewed them was Mr. Quinn in their original format. The world has had an opportunity to review them in the arrest warrant and in the search warrants. And what is clear is that those are just discussing the access of the computers. So there's no prejudicial information within those text messages that either myself or Ms. Hoague have seen, or really anybody in the world has seen. And through Mr. Quinnen's deposition, he did not even see. It was limited to just that. So from the context of just the communications of those text messages, there's no work product, or I should say no defense theory of the case. There's no strategy concerning the homicide prosecution itself. It merely is the access of this computer. That being said, again, myself and Ms. Hoague did not access this. So as we sit here today, there is no actual prejudice that the defendant faces. It cannot, I don't even believe it rises to the level of an appearance of impropriety, but that, even if it did, that is not enough. But I think the analysis really, and the harder question here is now moving to that, and I termed it in my motion, the Puglisi email. What's clear is that no one that is currently on the state's prosecution team had an opportunity to review this. Mr. Quinnen himself did not remember this item because when Your Honor ordered every part of the communications turned over to you, this would have been included. This is part of that. This doesn't come about until there is a public record request. And that is when the defense sends us, once they're made aware of it, they send us a letter to have us turn it over. Again, it's met with silence because we don't need to respond to it, but we do take action in it. And that's the importance. Myself, Ms. Hoague has come before this court and stated that we have not viewed it, and we don't plan to view it. And I don't believe anybody in our office could ever view it because I've been able to verify it has been deleted from our servers. So the only person who accessed this is Mr. Quinnen. And in his deposition, what was clear from that was the only thing that he remembered from it was the name Mr. Haas, which was their computer expert. And again, going towards that investigation, that separate matter. So when you look at that, that is the Nunez case very specifically. It is a person who accessed, an individual who accessed attorney-client information and the contents, and we have no problem with stipulating that the contents would be prejudicial if the state reviewed it. Mr. Quinnen does not remember the contents of it. His only knowledge based on the deposition is the Mr. Haas aspect of it. And so he's also stated in that deposition, we've affirmed he has not discussed with anybody in the state attorney's office the contents of that document. So that goes to the Nunez case, which in that case they found, based on what the court deemed as misconduct, did not rise to the level of substantial misconduct for the office. It did for that prosecutor. They removed that prosecutor, but not the office. So that's why this is not State v. Martinez. In that instance, that prosecutor, not only that prosecutor, other prosecutors heard the calls and were discussing throughout the office. The state has done its proactive work to ensure that the rights of the defendant aren't violated, that the defense team's communications aren't overheard, and we have a filter protocol in place for all of this. Your Honor has been made aware that once and if Your Honor rules to not disqualify us, we have someone coming to receive these drives to ensure that that is all filtered out. We have no issue with allowing the defense to review those drives prior to any of the prosecution team or certainly the court, if Your Honor wants to review them. We have no issue with doing that, and I think that's the appropriate thing now that we're here where we are. So we can ensure that there's no more of those text communications that can be reviewed. Concerning this document itself, again, it's been wiped from our servers. No one can access it, and I've been able to verify that. So that's why this does not go to the State v. Martinez case, and this is the Nunez case. Bless you. The other part is that Mr. Quinnen has been screened off the case, and that's why I created the analogy of this is different from the Popjoy case, which is a third DCA case from 1992. That case, the office that was taken off of the case, too small to be able to handle that situation. And so the dissemination of information was inevitable. That's not what this is. The Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office is one of the largest in the country, one of the largest in the state of Florida, possibly the largest in the state of Florida. We were able to screen Mr. Quinnen to where he doesn't have access to the electronic file. He doesn't have access to the hard file. He doesn't have access to myself or Ms. Hoague. And actually his office is on the far reaches of the state attorney's office to where we don't have to interact with him. So we're able to ensure that anything that he has seen, which the deposition shows that there really isn't any prejudicial information, would not come about or would be discussed with the current prosecution team. So that screening process is an important part and why there is no risk of future prejudice that the defendant might face. So, Your Honor, based on the arguments that I'm making, as the defendant sits here now, based on what Your Honor has deemed breaches, two separate breaches, or one separate breach, but two separate items, there is no actual prejudice as she sits here now with the current prosecution team, let alone the office itself. And then the risk of any future potential breaches or prejudice, we believe that we've taken proactive measures to ensure that that will not be a concern for this court or the defense team.
Yes. Your Honor, it's, how can I put this? The credibility of the testimony by Mr. Quinnen that he just forgot, right? He forgot discovering the linchpin, the evidence that he needed to find the laptop, locate our expert. That is just, that Your Honor can evaluate the credibility of those statements. What the state is trying, and just let's talk more about what occurred. Mr. Quinnen disseminated that information to law enforcement. His testimony was he didn't disseminate it to anybody else in the office. We know that the copy of that email was on the servers, but I do believe, and I do not doubt Ms. Hoague and Mr. Abuhoff's representations to the court that they did not view it. But going back, the state's arguing that it's substantial misconduct has to have actual prejudice, but it's an or. And the quotes, I would say, are because the Downs versus Moore doesn't say prejudice, it says actual prejudice. That's the distinction of the quotes. It's an or situation. So for that substantial misconduct, we have to look at what the conduct was of Mr. Quinnen, and then again, the omissions, I believe, on the part of the two prosecutors. In the case of Nespler, which I think the state and the defense have argued in our written pleadings, I guess that's the beauty of the law. We're almost citing the exact same cases, but interpreting them differently. And then Your Honor has to figure out that who's wrong and who's right
somewhat of a gray area, but Nespler, that's spelled with a K-N, E-S-P-L-E-R versus State 314th Southern 3rd 287. That's a 3rd district case. And they cite to one of kind of the staple Supreme Court cases that addresses this issue, which is State versus Fitzpatrick 464 SO2D 1185, Florida 1985. So they talk about how the state is different than a law office. And they say there's a distinction between private law firms and government prosecutorial offices, and that's citing State versus Fitzpatrick. So as a result of that distinction, the Florida Supreme Court has recited that imputed disqualification of the entire attorney's office is unnecessary, meaning you can't do it or you shouldn't do it, when the record establishes that the disqualified attorney, who I would say here is Mr. Quinnen, right, has neither, one, provided prejudicial information relating to the pending criminal charge, which I think that's a tough sell, nor, meaning, and he also has not personally assisted in any capacity in the prosecution of the charge. Mr. Quinnen clearly, right, personally assisted in a whole bunch of capacities, right, in the prosecution of the charge. And again, that's, so what, why is disqualification of the entire office appropriate? Because he, Mr. Quinnen, personally assisted in any capacity in the prosecution of the charge. And that's at 1188 in the Fitzpatrick case. So, you know, we always, when I was in county court and we were all, you know, in county court, the judges, when it's DUI Mondays, there's the state, oh, judge, this isn't my case. This is, I say, so where's he? He's in the hallway, right? Well, you are fungible. That's what we used to always get. Well, you're fungible. You can go ahead and try this case, Mr. Prieto. So it's that distinction. The state is kind of considered their one fungible body. And that's what Fitzpatrick talks about, is that if, I believe it stands for the proposition that if the attorney that was disqualified participated in the case, that's it. You can do it. Right? So I think if you look at you know, the totality of the circumstances of the misconduct by act or omission, I think that your Honor would be on solid ground in the third if you disqualify the entire office.
Judge, if I could just clarification, no argument. For the disseminated to law enforcement that Mr. Quinnen, that was only specifically those law enforcement officers were on the computer case, is my understanding. And if defense knows otherwise, I believe it's just the
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Right. So that, and that's a different department than prosecuting the homicide. So I think that is also important to note, because that's also other screening that can take place, that there has not been discussions with those officers as that case no longer exists. And the only other part would be that the Nespler case is a third DCA case that comes after the Nunez case, and Nespler does not discuss the Nunez case or call into question the Nunez ruling.
Judge, I do appreciate the state has tucked away Mr. Quinnen in the far reaches of the office. But, you know,
He's stuck there before.
yeah, well, you know, we have to rely that he's not going to speak to anybody. And I think that that's the fear that the client has and we have as a defense team, that there's nothing to stop the state from, well, we'll end it there, Judge. I appreciate the court's time and the hearing, and appreciate the state's arguments.
Transcript below. I think I took all the notes. Let me set it for my ruling. I want to go. It's going to take me a little while to go through everything to write it all out. So let's get 30 days. Then we'll decide. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Like the status.
It's going to be 30 days. My ruling.
Okay.
So would you like to do July 23rd? That'll be a Wednesday?
No, let's do June.
June. I'm sorry, Wednesday. June 20.
23rd might be on Monday too.
Yeah, it is. June 25th is a Wednesday.
Yeah, let's do a Wednesday. Yeah.
June 25th
sounds good. All right. Then to stay.
All right, so that was all basically, they wanted the state disqualified completely because one of the assistants, I have it as Khalil Quinlan. So I guess Courtney was using her computer while she was in jail, and they seized that computer, and meaning the state seized it, and then they were accessing it. And she was talking to her parents and her attorney. So the defense was saying, well, that's client attorney privileges. And then they were accessing the dad's iCloud account. And eventually I'm reading Assistant State Attorney Khalil Quinlan reviewed some of this material, even though it was clearly marked as attorney-client privilege, So Judge Cruz, Laura Cruz, or Lara, I think it's Lara. Anyway, Judge Cruz. So in June, she ruled that the prosecutors had indeed accessed protected material, and Mr. Quinlan was removed. So he's removed. And of course, the parents, their charges were dropped. Now, they dropped their charges back. Widespread Panic found this June 26th of 2024. Judge rules Miami-Dade prosecutors violated a client attorney privileges. So she had also, remember when they got arrested, that was back when they got arrested. So that was back when the parents got arrested. They dropped those charges, but then also they wanted the state just removed entirely. So Laura Cruz concluded Miami-Dade prosecutors assigned to the Courtney Clenney case violated attorney-client privileges by accessing private family conversations. The communication sought to be excluded by the parties is protected by attorney-client privileges and or work product privileges. This privilege was violated, albeit perhaps unknowingly, when the communication was read by prosecutors in this case. Now remember, the parents were arrested for trying to hack into that computer, but they were saying, well, it was a computer used by both Christian and Courtney. So the state's attorney. So earlier this year, prosecutors also charged Clenney's parents, Kim and Deborah, along with their daughter, for allegedly breaking into the victim's laptop. But Courtney was saying, well, it was a shared computer. So state's attorney gained access to Clenney's, her father's iCloud account, where investigators found messages where the family was working with defense attorneys to try and guess passwords to access the laptop after Christian's death. Eventually, they got in. The defendants utilized their attorney to commit the digital burglary of Christian's computer, which is a crime, prosecutors claimed. Defense attorneys for the parents said the computer was a shared device between Courtney and Christian, and the parents were authorized to access it. Defense attorneys were not charged for breaking into the laptop. However, all three Clenney family members were. So Judge Cruz ruled the messages will be excluded. The proper remedy for this breach of privilege is exclusion of the communication from use in this case. So that means, well, it's client attorney privilege, so that's not going to come in. So that's kind of like essentially jailhouse calls, but she's texting. So because of the Wednesday's ruling, defense attorneys are asking Miami-Dade State Attorney Office to recuse themselves and have asked Governor DeSantis to assign a new prosecuting office. Well, we kind of saw what happened with that. So earlier this year, Judge Andrea Ricker Wolfson removed 2 prosecutors from a DP case citing misconduct. Wow, what's up with Florida's prosecution here? Ouch, they're not doing so good. All right, so Jennifer, that all happened after the fact. Yep, we need to know the relationship before the attack, of course. S'il vous plaît. Widespread is saying thank you. Sharon, yeah, that's a big blow. Well, it's more egg on their face more than, because it was attorney client text. So I mean, I'm looking at it more as like an egg on the face versus, I don't think it's going to hurt their case, because they have to get, hey buddy, hey, to me they have to get that elevator video in. They got to get that elevator video in. I haven't heard yet that it's not coming in. And then the person, I think from when they were in Denver, and they were yelling at each other. Let's play that elevator video just one more time, just for the heck of it, because we've been all over this. Let me find that elevator video again. It's only 56 seconds, so it's really short. But this will just and then there's also, don't forget, there's also a text message where she hit him with the phone, and he's like texting her saying, let me back in the house or the apartment, whatever, open the door. I'm woozy, She stabbed him in the leg. He talks about that. She stabs him in the leg, So, all right, so we'll watch this one more time. We saw this episode 1, but let's just, we can end this stream with this, just to give you guys something to think about. Yeah, I mean, she smacks him like 23, 24 times. He gets a few, pushes it on her face, but he never once like punches her. Or, we've seen videos, unfortunately, of other like football players and maybe boxers, actually really decking their women. I don't mean to laugh, but really going after them. He's like more just like pushing her away. So, if I hope that gets in. I hope they put that in, because that's. That shows she gets in, she's like pounding on the elevator keypad, whatever, and then she just she's pulling his hair, she's smacking him. I think she spits at him at one point. And he does put her in a headlock, sure, but I think all of her bruises are from her punching him or something, So anyway, I gotta show you guys. I gotta show you this. This is cute. Oh, little man, it's my little buddy. Little Feder Cheddar. My little Feder Cheddar. Little Feder Cheddar. Sharon, she's definitely the aggressor. Yeah, I would agree. Widespread, I see him as pushing her away as she's attacking him, for sure. Mel, in my opinion, there's nothing accidental about the direction and intention of her knife. Yes, little Feder Cheddar. Give you some more Feder Cheddar. Meow. What's up, buddy? Yeah, it's a good boy. I have to move my keyboard so he's. Yeah, Alice, they have gotten all. They are definitely big. Feder Cheddar. All right, you guys. 3:30. I think we'll call it a day. Let's see, Dillinger, what do you, let's see, talk on it, hold on. Big stretches. It's grabbing the mic. All right, sorry. It's too bad he didn't get out. She's a brat, needs to spend the rest of her life in prison. Well, we still have to go through the process, but allegedly we still have to go. She still deserves a defense, and she still deserves a defense, such as it is. And she does not seem. Oh, nope. Get off the old keyboard, dude. Nope. Okay. Yep. She doesn't seem afraid of him at all. I know. Do I know? Heck no. She would be down the elevator shaft before I could get out of the building and in my car. Yeah. All right, Richard, nap time. Thank you for joining us. Mama C, what trials are we doing this week? Is the other video on your channel? Yes. Yes to Kelia. Yep. Episode 1. Look for episode 1. Actually, I'll post it in a second. Mama, we're picking up on the penalty phase of Jose Soto Escalera. So don't forget Jose Soto Escalera. He was found guilty of taking out Tanya Weiss, and then, she was pregnant, 8.5 months pregnant. So that is, he was found guilty Friday, so that picks up on Wednesday. And then tomorrow, we're doing Ego Takes the Stand. Join us tomorrow. We're going to do Sarah Bear. We're going to do Sarah Boone. We're coming up on the 1 year for her. So we're going to do Sarah Boone tomorrow. We're going to do Ego Takes the Stand, Sarah Boone. All right, here's episode 1, you guys. If you missed episode 1, here's episode 1. Let's see. Episode 1 of Courtney Clenney. All right, so this is the. Let's see. Yeah, we're doing Sarah Bear, Drunky. All right, here's episode 1. So it was like 11 hours, so we split it into two days, right? So that's episode 1, which we show the elevator video. We show her getting arrested in Las Vegas. The Colorado video of her smacking Christian around. Then the 2 days before video where the cops are called on their apartment. And then the news the day of, body cam, showing the night of. Her interrogation, which is like 3 hours, almost 4 hours. And then her arrest. And then that's pretty much it. Yeah, we saved the hearings for this. So the first episode is basically all the body cam stuff. So that's episode 1 if you guys want to go check that out. Get ready for Boonerisms. Yes. So tomorrow's going to be Sarah Boone. The Ego Takes the Stand. And then Wednesday we're picking back up with Florida versus Jose Soto Escalera. If you go to our channel, you can see what we have scheduled. Aaron's scheduled out, I think, for the rest of the week. If you go to our channel and go to live, you'll see we've got 24th, 25th, and 26th, days 1, 2, and 3. We're not sure. We think it's going to be about a week. And then after that, I found a new trial picking up in October 6th. There's a new trial picking up October 6th. So that'll be interesting. I'll talk more about that as we get closer to the date. So we have Soto Escalera this week, possibly into next week, which would be towards the end of September. And then October 6th, we have a new trial starting. So, all right, you guys, with all of that, we will let you go. Go check out Karen Reed, I guess. I don't know if she's still streaming or not. But thank you for joining us. Appreciate you guys spending your day with us. Here it is 3:30 on the East Coast. I'm going to call it a early day. And, Psychosaurus Rex. Psychosaurus Rex coming in right at the end, right as the plane is taking off or landing, whichever it is. All right, what time are we starting tomorrow? Chris asks. Good question. It's a long stream. It's going to be about 8 hours. Maybe like 9:30, something in there. Probably 9 or 9:30. Karen Reed is over. Okay. So. Psychosaurus. Yep. Look at that face. Hey guys, I'm helping. All right. It's 22nd already. Okay. See you guys. Jenny, have a good one. Hellrider, thank you. Thank you guys. Mel, thank you. All right. I'm pulling a Judge Bev. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. All right, you guys. Have a great night. Thank you for joining us. We'll probably pick up either at 9 or 9:30 tomorrow. I haven't decided yet which, but somewhere 9 or 9:30, maybe 9:15. We'll split the difference. But be sure you thank our mods on the way out. Thank Aaron on your way out. Aaron does a fantastic job putting together a lot of stuff, and our mods do a great job wrangling the trial cats that you guys are. So anyway, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you all, and we will see you tomorrow. Sarah Boone, Ego Takes the Stand. We will be streaming. I'll say 9:15. We'll just say 9:15 tomorrow. That's Eastern. All right. Have a good one, guys. Bye.